Hello, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV with a little bit of a different and not existing start screen. Anyways, I was a little bit late today. Usually I'm, pretty adamant to go online as soon as the server's alive and whatnot, but I also like I kind of wanted to watch a little bit of Critical Role as well. Who released their new episode yesterday evening on YouTube, so kind of invested in that a little bit. Also, just had to do a bunch of stuff because for some reason it's an absolute pain in the ass to set up an old graphic tablet on a new computer. Um, and let me just tell you, Apple's somewhat new. They've existed for a while, but me not having a new Mac, I didn't know about that. They've like changed their privacy settings and whatnot on Mac OS as well, and kind of, I think their intention is to bring it a little bit closer to how it works on iOS, right, or in general on smartphones and tablets, which is that you can give out, permissions to programs and apps and whatnot to use, different features, let's say the camera, or to access your photos and whatnot. And while I do appreciate that in a way, because obviously it means that you have more control over what kind of data certain programs can access, it can be an absolute bitch to figure out when you try to set up a new device, like either a mouse, a keyboard, or a graphics tablet, or whatever, right? Drawing tablet. Because obviously those programs need to have access to very fundamental things like being allowed to, use a mouse click and whatever. And for some reason, even though these permission settings have been out a while, I think for a couple of years now, actually. For some reason, the drivers for these things never actually work properly. So the way it worked with the Wacom tablet that I have, right, is that they actually make you go into those settings when you install the drivers, but and they tell you, hey, you need to allow the driver to access the specific permissions tab and whatnot, right? You need to, like, it specifically tells you, hey, you need to click the driver and you need to allow that. But that alone isn't enough, right? And the weirdest part is that it allows for partial function. So, using my pen on the Wacom tablet, I was able to use it as a mouse to drag around the mouse. And for some reason, I was also able to scroll, but I wasn't able to either left or right click. And the way to do that is to go back into those allowances. And I just dragged all the specific, there are like 5 different programs in the drivers folder for the Wacom tablet. And I just dragged all of them into permissions manually. And then it worked, right? Then I could left and right click. That took me like 3 hours to figure out because it's such a, you would think, right, that while installing the driver, it would already tell you the specifics on what to, what permissions to allow and whatnot. And the weirdest part about that is that all the, all the online tips and whatnot, right? Obviously, I Googled it and I tried to figure stuff out. I read a couple of Reddit threads. I read a couple of threads on, Apple support forum and whatnot. And nobody really mentions that. Like, it took me a really long time to find that because most people seem to think that apparently that maybe eventually these permissions are broken and that they need to be reset because apparently that worked for a couple of people for some reason. So there's like a PRAM and whatnot that you can reset, right, and basically restores those datas, and essentially resets all of those permissions, I think. maybe people think that because that worked for them, but at least now, according to my experience, the permissions actually do work. It's just that whenever you install a program, they don't all they don't put all the actual program packages or whatnot into the permissions tab or something. It's a whole ordeal that took me some time. So obviously I had less time today to do some stuff and so on and so forth, which meant that I was a little bit late. Then again, the servers were supposed to come up in 10 minutes, so technically I'm not really late. But yeah, it's well, it is what it is. The servers are actually online early, which is interesting. I was kind of speculating about that on Sunday when I played 14, right? Because it's very different. Usually with these kinds of major patches, they always bring up the servers exactly at the time they said they go up. Because usually this would be when the world race starts, right? And they want to make sure that everybody has an equal and fair chance to take part in that. But because Savage only releases next week, we don't have that this time around, right? So it's an interesting thing that's going on here, right? And a lot of people are still speculating about the Savage release because they actually corrected themselves. There was apparently a wrong time that was mentioned in the patch notes. I don't know, because I think the time was only wrong in like the German patch notes, or then again maybe they corrected it real quick in the English one. I don't know, but essentially they had the release of the raid wrong. And for some reason in the German patch notes, it actually mentioned the time, the daily reset as when the raid would release, but it's 2 hours after the weekly reset. So same time as this patch was supposed to go up, right? Today, usually it would have been up in 10 minutes, which is 10 a.m. GMT, if I'm correct on that. Or UTC. I keep mentioning GMT. It's actually UTC. And so it's 10 a.m. UTC, and the weekly reset is at 8 a.m. UTC. And the Savage raid releases 10 a.m. UTC next Tuesday. So yeah, I guess they just wanted to have it like exactly 1 week after the patch release or something. It's going to be interesting to see. One weird thing that I've seen being mentioned as well, because of that 2-hour delay, people will actually have time to grab another 450, because you can obviously rush through Expert Roulette, for example, really, really quickly, or do something else. I don't know. But people will probably be able to grab 250 extra tomestones at the beginning of next week before the Savage releases. So that's all going to be really, really interesting to see. And I still actually don't know, because it hasn't been, I don't think it has been mentioned in the patch notes. I still don't really know in terms of, when the crafted gear releases. I don't know if that's a thing, because technically, I mean, the tomestones and everything releases today, right? So it would be weird if the crafting stuff didn't release today. And there are also, I think there are more crafting books to get as well, right? And they also release today. So in theory, those should already contain the new crafted gear. But it's all a very, very weird thing. Let me just quickly answer a message here. The hell is that? What? What? What is going on? Let's just do that. All right. Let me just very quickly go back to the patch notes, actually. Let me just change language here. Oh, no, that's not the right one. Fuck. All right. By the way, I'm through the queue here in a minute. It's actually, I was like place 700 something, but it takes like 10 minutes to get through. Not really an issue unless they kick you or something. Oh, there's a bunch of new stuff. Optional items, anniversary sale, complete patch notes. They tell us about Crystalline Conflict Season 3 starting. I still find it really weird that we had 2 seasons instead of just 1. I don't understand the point behind that, but sure. I mean, it's just more opportunity, I guess, for people to get the rewards from the seasons, right? Because you can get additional rewards if you get on the top 100 of your data center, I think. Is it data center or server? I think it's data center, right? Anyway, let me just grab the patch notes real quick. Because I kind of wanted to read them all the way to the end, since I wasn't able to do that on Sunday, but yeah. I mean, it's not an issue. In terms of, balance changes, it's actually less than I thought. The tanks got a couple of buffs, which is mainly due to the fact that obviously now the warrior gets more damage from the change they did to how guaranteed direct hit crit attacks work with stuff like trick attack and whatnot, right? So they had to buff all the other tanks to compensate for that because obviously they don't want to nerf for some reason, even though that would have probably been easier. And they changed a bit of other stuff. What I found interesting is that apparently they changed a little bit about the AI from both the machinists, the what's it even called? Like the thing that you can summon, right? The robot. And they also changed the AI behavior of the Dark Knight's Shadow. So those two are interesting. Let me also bring up the music. That's also interesting. I got the achievements from, because I did a little bit of PvP just to grab my rank 30 rewards for the series in season 2. Now you actually get all of the rewards per. So I ended up in silver tier. I didn't really care. I was gold in series 1. Maybe I'll care a little bit more about PvP this time around. I mean, we'll see, but yeah. Just to finish my thought here and just quickly go through the rest of what I might have missed. So there are a couple of buffs here and there. Obviously, I think Samurai got a little bit of a buff. Reaper, Machinist. And then there's just a bunch of weird stuff like the enmity reduction on healers for healing over time abilities, I think. And then there's like Provoke apparently got another buff to its enmity generation. I have no idea why, but sure. So yeah, that's all there is to say to that. And I think, let me just grab, so in terms of PvP, obviously there have been a bunch of changes. I will check that out. We also got 2 new PvP. Oh, that's for Astrologian, never mind. And they also removed the old ones. Apparently now in Series 2 there is a mount. Let me actually quickly check that. So if we go to Series Milestones, yeah, there is a mount. Interesting. File Horn. Cool. And we get a spirit emote, whatever that means. Let's see, as your famous kid, I guess that's new stuff, right? Clockwork's Cerulean Chaser and Crimson Chaser minion. Cool. Nice. Oh, by the way, just to mention it, I do want to get into the raid here, you know, not too shortly, but I want to, you know, do everything at my own pace, and thankfully there isn't really a race to do anything right now, right? It's a little bit different next week with Savage, because I probably want to go into the party find as soon as I can next week, but that's going to be a whole different thing altogether. There's been a bunch of UI changes in PvP as well. What's interesting is that for the higher ranks, you can actually be demoted, and what now counts is the highest rank you had throughout the season, which is interesting. And they also updated the rules for when you skip or when you leave a match, right? You get way bigger penalties for that now, which is definitely a good thing. One interesting thing is that Rival Wings is finally coming back, and hopefully, you know, I'll have more reason to go in there. The problem is that Rival Wings was always really, really cool, but people just don't play it because there's no reason to do it. I don't know. I always found that incredibly frustrating, but oh well. Anything else important that I might have missed? I don't think so. I mean, the rest is basically, you know, items and whatnot. It's not super important. Yeah. So, let's go into it and see all the new stuff and see what we can do and what we can find, and I'm just so excited, but there are like a billion different things I want to do. Let's start off slowly, just, you know, send my retainers out again. They're grabbing some random items anyway. Ooh. Nothing too important. Perfect. That's done. I don't know whether or not my airships returned. 2 of them did. Yeah, my airships are back. My submersible was always back. Always. Almost, not always. So let's quickly go to the airships as well. Just go through a bunch of stuff. Let me actually... And here... I kind of just made a list for myself to, you know, not miss out on any of the new stuff. I usually kind of do that just to make sure, right, just to be sure that I haven't actually missed anything important. Because there's a bunch of, like, smaller stuff, right? I usually always go through the patch notes and just take a look at the smaller stuff and make sure that I actually got everything. What did we get here? Chemically treated chimera hide, black clay. I think I don't have that? Yeah. Let's finalize that. Hey! Finally a new destination has been discovered. It's been a while. Level 34. Perfect. Let's go there then. And actually, it seems somewhat difficult for airships and submersibles to actually find new locations, which I do appreciate, because that, you know, makes the whole process a bit more involved than I thought it would be. Because, for example, I'm still... Oh. I am missing cerulean tanks. Send out my other airship. I don't know how clever it is to name your airship Avalius Fallen, but I did. I don't know. I wanted it to remind me of the EXU Calamity Critical Role special. Okay, let's put the more important bits that I got in here. Interesting that airships for some reason can still find HQ items, apparently, of certain things. Wait, black... Oh, I already have a stack of black clay. Never mind then, I can keep that here. The Vivianite and grass I have on my retainer, I think, as well as the gold ore. Yeah. Perfect. Also the cerulean tanks need to be here. So let's put that stuff on my retainer. And these ones I can sell, potentially. Let's see, I'm still selling... What are these? Command 3. These are all Command 2, and this is Competence 3. Let's see, how much are they worth? Not really that much. Oh, well, maybe. Let's do this for 5. Perfect. There was one other thing that I just remembered. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright, never mind that. 1 second. There's a billion things going on here, so, please excuse me for sometimes being, looking at other stuff. Okay, so let's go into my list. There is like one thing that I want to change for options, which is, let's see, where would that be? Probably in UI settings. Excuse me. Sometimes it's really difficult to actually find out where these new options are. That's for the map. Display name, would it be here? Ah, yeah, that's the new thing. Wait, let me actually check. So, let's quickly go back to my private house, because I have a, training dummy there. That's what it's called. Let me just quickly... One second. Can I... Where is it? Patch notes. friend of mine just asked me about the new hairstyle and whatnot they released. If I can find it in the patch notes again. Nope, that's not correct. Okay. So, let's take a look at this. So, in terms of cooldowns, right? For example, if I summon my Bahamut here, as you can see, there is a small number, right, that is counting down very, very small in the lower left corner of the hotbar icon for Bahamut, right? And if I do something else, it's gonna, same thing is gonna be there. The cooldown is counting down in the lower left corner, right? Now, what they now finally did, and the reason for that is actually really interesting, is if you go into your hotbar settings on the display recast times, I don't know how you play without that, but alright. In terms of the recast time of position, making it centered is now an option, and what that does, as you can now see if you look down at my hotbar where it's counting down for Phoenix, not only is it centered, but it's much bigger than before, which is obviously, you know, just a really, really good change. And the funny thing about that is, right, is that a lot of people were using UI mods in order to achieve the same effect, right? Which was this big debate that was going on when a bunch of World of Warcraft streamers came over from, what are they called, Limit and Echo, right? The two big guilds that always do the race to world first in World of Warcraft. They came into Final Fantasy, did some of the old raids. It was a really, really fun event. They streamed all of that on Twitch, and it was a really cool event. But they specifically used a bunch of UI mods, and a lot of people are actually, right? Because you can do stuff like that in those UI mods. But now, at least this very small quality of life change was actually introduced into the actual game, so I really, really appreciate that. And I hope that we'll get a bunch more things like that as well in the future. One big thing I think that a lot of people want, and that a lot of people I know are using in terms of an UI mod, is to actually see in your party list, right? If, for example, you're the healer and you give an effect, healing over time, for example, to your party members, it'll display in your party list, right? It'll display the buff icon, obviously. What it doesn't display, however, is the remaining time on that buff. The only you can only see the actual times on buffs and debuffs of your own buffs and debuffs. You only see the symbols in your party list. Now, I think that's a limitation in terms of how the game handles packages, but considering that we've, you know, moved on and most people now thankfully have at least somewhat of a, you know, well, not fast, but okay-ish internet connection, they should probably upgrade that. And I hope that's a thing that they'll look at next, because that's a really, really nice feature to have, right? I think in terms of options and whatnot, that was actually the most important one. There's going to be a bunch of smaller stuff that I do first here. Actually, let me very quickly, let me just double check here. These are the new elegant tombstones. Wait, I already have 15,000 wolf marks again? When did that happen? Holy shit, I must have done a ton of PvP. Well, I actually didn't. I did a little bit of PvP. I did a little bit of the Nadan thing, whatever it's called, the 72 PvP, 72-man PvP, to grab the rest of my Moogle stones. But I thought it was only like maybe 7 or 8 matches that I did, potentially. Oh. Alright, as I said, a bunch of stuff going on. Let's go to Idleshire and grab the new Wondrous Tales for the week. Because I do want to do those again. Well, obviously I want to do those, because they'll basically fill out automatically if you just do a bunch of expert roulettes usually, so. No harm in grabbing them. Actually, I think a ton of people might be missing out on the Wondrous Tales every week, right? But it's such a small thing to do, or it's such a quick thing to grab, and, well, even though it may be unlikely to get 3 rows, if you do, you know, those things that you can get there are worth like 20 million gil, right? Keep that in mind. Also, you do get half a level of experience every week for these, right? And as I said, you'll do them anyways, especially when the new patch releases. But even if you don't, doing like grabbing or going onto Red Mage and just doing, for example, the Bowl of Embers 9 times just takes about 10 minutes or something. So do that if you're not doing it. It's really, really worth it. Alright, let's see. So that's those. Thankfully, I did do the tribe quest yesterday. I could do the follow-up, but we'll do that later. I definitely want to get into the raid first. But again, before we do that, let's check out Charlian. I think there's a new item, or a couple new items that you can get for Cooper Nuts. So let's take a look at those. Most other people are probably going crazy on their island right now. I'd imagine. Is this still the... It is. Okay, so I don't need to grab that. I need to do those again as well, because... Well, I wouldn't say I'm running low on Aetheryte tickets, but I do want to get more eventually. Right, so you now get the Moonward gear for Kupo Nuts. That's the gear that was available, I think, for the first... Oh, that looks so bad. For the first Tomestones that released with Endwalker. Let's see. Yeah, there's... This one is a new one. Vinegaroon Horn. 3,200? Well, I'm kind of close to that. So I'll try to do a couple of hunt trains this week. Anything else that's new? Not really. These are incredibly expensive. That's about it. Alright, new mount. Cool. Nice. One other thing. Yes, let's return to Gridania. that'll also give me... Oh, yeah. I completely forgot about that for my weeklies. Squadron mission. Just so that I remember to do that every week. Apparently, there are new crests available for FCs. So let's check that out. I don't necessarily... It took a really long time to make my FC crest. Well, I say a really long time. It took like half an hour or something, but yeah. Was kind of alright with it. Isn't that you? Edit company crest design. Let's see. So is there actually anything new here? Is this stuff new? I guess it might be. I mean, they do look kind of cute. Unfortunately, I think we're still missing a Namazu. I'm pretty sure. Which, considering that my FC is called Namazu Intelligence, would be kind of great. Yeah, I think these are the new ones. Okay. Well, these aren't exactly what I was looking for, I think. Still waiting for an Namazu then, I suppose. Because this sure as hell ain't it. Unfortunate. I think these they didn't change, however, right? So, yeah, let's not do that. It's pretty cool that they did it, though. So, do appreciate that. God, there's so much. Well, most of this is going to take a longer time. I really, really want to... Okay, that's that. Well, considering that I'm in Gridania right now, let's quickly go to the Glamour Dresser, which will probably create kind of an existential crisis for me. Well, so the thing with the Glamour Dresser is that I do have 2 retainers that are basically full of glamour. And, well, putting all of that stuff into the Glamour Dresser now that we got 800 slots instead of 400... I'm, going to think, or I'm probably going to debate with myself whether or not I need to keep 4 retainers. But the thing with the retainers, right? Since we're definitely at a point now, I feel like, where we have more than enough inventory slots. That has been a problem in Final Fantasy for a while. I don't think it's one anymore. If you're still missing inventory slots, I think you should probably clean out your inventory, to be quite honest. Because there are so many available. Now, me owning an FC, I do get the additional ones from the FC chest, but I'm mainly using them for sorting rather than the amount of slots. There are a ton of free slots still, but it's just easier to, for example, your airship and submersible stuff, to just put that in there, right? Or the materials that you need for FC projects, for example, putting them into the FC chest obviously makes a lot more sense. So that's just for organizing purposes. But yeah, it's definitely a cool thing that we get these. Now, one cool thing, and I talked about that on Sunday, I think, is now I finally, well, I don't have an excuse anymore for not doing all the old relic quests and crafter relics and whatnot, because I can now store all of those old relics on my retainers. So the one of the retainers that now currently still holds gear, that I'm now kind of, you know, I now kind of want to move to the glamour dresser. All of that is going to be, the retainer space is now going to be used for all the relics, because the relics in and of themselves, like the actual ones, not the replicas that you can buy for glamour, the actual ones can't be put into the glamour dresser. And, well, obviously I don't want to throw them away because it takes a really long time getting them, so yeah, that's why I'm going to keep them. Alright, this is probably going to take a while. First of all, let's move all the sort of smaller stuff. Like this one, for example. Definitely do want to keep this. So the gray stuff, right? Let's move that in. Now, there is a bunch of female stuff here, or stuff that I kept for, glam for my retainers, so I'm probably not going to move that, right? I mean, that wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it. Well, do I actually want to go through every... Well, let's actually get the most important stuff out first, right? Where the stuff where I know that I really want to keep it, and I also really want to have it in my glamour dresser as well, because it just makes sense to be there. The PvP gear, for example. I don't even really know what all of this is. I mean, the antiquated stuff, for example, there should be a... well, these are the ones that are the basis for the relics in Eureka, right? Diamond Cane, this one definitely, that's a raid weapon. Medan Metal Cane, that's also a raid weapon. Definitely want to keep that. Cane of the Goddess, I have no idea what that is. Oh, is that a crafted one? I think it might be. It probably is. Omni Rod, and that's the level 91, right? I think. Level 90. Well, obviously it's item level 91. But yeah, that's the one that you get on level 50. Oh boy. Well... The thing with a lot of this, right, is just that there are probably... Oh, this one's a raid one as well. There are probably... a whole bunch of things where I kind of would like to potentially take a look at where they're from and if I need them. For example, this one, the Lakeland axe, right? That's a pretty cool axe, but I think, I might be wrong on that, but I think it actually has a crafted dyeable version as well. Fred one. Oh, that's the Bahamut one, right? Yeah, we'll definitely want to put that in there. I don't know. I mean, I can always put the stuff back eventually, right? This is an actual relic, for example, so this is definitely going to stay here. But, well, the beautiful thing is you can still definitely just move all of this around constantly, right? There's no real reason not to put everything in there, just because you can easily bring it back, basically. Well, this one I could always get back, right? But it's a pretty cool sword. So yeah, I'm just not entirely sure how I want to deal with all of this. If I want to put the antiquated stuff in there, because I could just as well keep it all. Like, I could keep some stuff on my retainer, just so that I know that I still need to do something with it, right? So for example, the augmented monk stuff. I mean, I don't know if I would ever level this particular relic. I mean, at some point maybe, if I'm really running out of stuff to do, but... Book of Grace, that's a raid weapon. That's a tome weapon. That's a raid weapon. Another tome weapon. These do look pretty awesome though, so... Raid weapon. Raid weapon. Another raid weapon. That's the PvP one. Definitely want to put that into the glamour dresser. That's a crafted one. I think this is a crafted one as well. Yeah. So let's put that in there too. That's a PvP one. And that's another raid one. Nice. Yeah, as I said, as you can see, I also still have coffers up here that are all glamour related as well. So I'm probably going to have to go through a bunch of stuff eventually anyways, right? The hell is this one? I just have that in my inventory still, right? Need to make sure that I'm not accidentally putting stuff in there that I still need. Where the heck is this? Why do I have this? Wait, $5.95? That's... I think this is from the Ensinger trial, right? Oh, didn't realize I had that. Cool. Pistol of Divine Light, definitely need to keep that. Blue Feather Grimoire. That's from the trial as well. I can probably desynth this now, because I don't really need to keep it, right? Eventually they're going to come out with the crafted one, so you don't really need to keep the... what's it called? The non-crafted version of these. Inquire, Augmented Crystarium, Book of Grace, Augmented... The Deep Shadow stuff, by the way, is really, really awesome. What? I guess this still had Spirit Bomb, probably. Motto, Grimoire of the Round, Word of the Goddess, Grimoire of the Black Griffin. Alright, these are relics that I still have in my inventory. Need a Metal Cane, the Goddess, Omnirod. These ones I need to keep. These are the Crafter relics. This one I can definitely put in there. With the Griffin, the Goldsmith, Weaver. Eventually I want to get cool glams for my crafters as well, but that's probably going to take a really long time. Also the new earrings, which for some reason can't be put into the armoire, even though they're technically from an event. Just quickly do this as well. Didn't sell anything though. Sell that. Did I even go to my squadron? I completely forgot to do that, right? Which was the original reason why I even teleported to Gridania. Definitely, I need to remember to do that. There are a bunch more on the market as well here. Let's put them at 690 or something. Change the price of the other stack. I might want to go back into this at some point. Well, I definitely want to put that in there. Let's just put everything in there that's a clear, automatic, yeah, that needs to be in there. The Holy Key of Tremors, isn't that the Titan one? Oh, wait, I have the actual crafted one of this? Did not know that. This is the funny one, right? With the book, with the face that looks really weird. I don't know if this is... Oh, that's just the item level 91. Okay. That's an upgraded tome one, right? That's the antiquated one. That's a crafted one. Oh, Owl Sight. That's a special one from somewhere. That's a crafted one. Yeah, these things I'm gonna keep in here for now because I can't actually do that many sets for my gatherers, unfortunately. Now that the Glamour Dresser is at 800 slots, we really need more plates, right? Please, 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 we still need more plates. At least one for every, crafter, gatherer, and combat job. That would be really, really beautiful. Friend of mine is just showing me what they did with the minions on your island. That's beautiful. They have the ugly duckling out and it says inner beauty when you go close to it. That is beautiful. Also, apparently some of them are kind of eating out of your hand and whatnot. That is just incredible. Alright, never mind that. I'm getting distracted again. Let's grab the Gjallarhorn. I actually kept this machinist weapon because it reminds me of the weapon in Destiny. Okay, this is the right one, I think. Or it might have been Tome 1, but anyways. Did this also have some sort of special effect? I don't know why I kept this one. Mega one? Yeah, definitely want to put that in there. The Feyblade, that's from the dungeon, right? Lakeland. Thunderclap is, I think... That's not the actual one, right? That's not the crafted one. So let's not put that in there. This one looks pretty beautiful. There are a bunch of these ones, and this is for Ninja, so I don't necessarily know if I want to keep that. Because I think that also exists as a crafted version. Okay, definitely want to keep this. These are actually special ones. I don't fully remember where I get them. Yeah, these ones I'm going to keep for my retainers. This one I can put in there, though. Emperor Hairpin. I don't even remember where I get this stuff. That's from the near raid. This is from the dungeon. That definitely needs to go in there. All the shadowless stuff. This one I'm not entirely sure if I want to keep that. These ones definitely. These look pretty incredible. This one I'm not too sure about. This one I had in the Glamour Dresser at some point because it looks fabulous. These ones I'm not too sure about. All the non-dyeable ones I need to double check those. That's from PvP. That's actually the Urianger one. This is the glowing, yeah, that's the glowing newcomer gear that exists for some reason. That's for the armorer, definitely want to have that in there. Best man's jacket, definitely need that. I don't know why I never put that in there, actually. Probably because I didn't have any slots, but yeah. This one I'm going to keep for my retainers, for reasons. Yeah, let's put that in there, even though it's ridiculous. These are all for female, right? I mean, I can still wear them, but they're definitely female. I think this one... Yeah. Where did this come from? No idea. Alright, these things are for... Where did these come from? They look incredible. And that's more shadowless stuff. Is that from like a new dungeon or something? Might be. I'm just realizing that it's kind of... I don't know. This just takes a really long time and... Oh, that was the augmented Skaven one, but I guess it looked pretty cool. Deep Shadow. Nope. Still not this one. This one now. I mean, as I said, this will take some time, you know, right now, but ultimately will hopefully mean that I don't really have to engage with it that much again. The shadowless stuff, Rabble Keeper, Bone Waker, yeah, that's the augmented armor thing, Vestment's Jacket, this thing, these, yes. I think they were from a dungeon, I'm pretty sure. Alright, back to the retainer. Yeah, everything else I'm just going to take another look at and see whether or not I really need it. Definitely want to keep these. More bone wicker stuff. Don't know where these actually come from, but they're cool. Oh, yeah, these are old. Goldsmith. Miner gloves. Botanist gloves. Those are pretty cool. That's a bunny one, nail one. Yeah, these I'm gonna put in there as well. That's more shadowless. Bone wicker. That's antiquated. Nomad. Oh, they do look pretty good. That's PvP. Demon Breaches of Maiming. I mean, they look pretty good. Let's just put them in there. Those are the exclusive machines ones. I don't remember where these are from. This is a bunch of like special stuff. This is PvP. That's more minor stuff. The Best Man trousers. Yeah, definitely want to put those in there. Nope, not gonna wear that on my... This is still only for female for some reason. Tanga. Oh, well, anyway. That's raid gear. That's raid gear. That's raid gear. More raid gear. Even more raid gear. That's Crystarium augmented stuff. That's from the Nia raid. That's shadowless. More deep shadow stuff. Also, by the way, I should probably desense this now that I can. Before I accidentally read over that a billion more times. I can sell the... Let's sell the ink. Oh, no, not in trust. Sell. This one. Ooh, it's actually worth a lot. Nice. Okay, I actually hope... How many... Does it say how many glamour prisms I still have? I might be running out of them. I probably should have just bought a bunch more before the patch, right? Completely forgot about that. Because on the market, they're probably going to be quite expensive. Now that everybody's putting stuff into their glamour dresser again. Now it's going to be even more difficult once it's full again to take stuff out of it, because you need to go through so much in order to actually find something that you don't want or need. The biggest problem is that I think in-game there's no actual way for you to double check if there's like a different version of the same item. So a couple of the items in-game actually do come with multiple versions, so sometimes, or what they usually do is, especially with the older raid stuff, right? They'll eventually release basically the same set, but as a craftable and dyeable version. Or sometimes a newer dungeon gets the dyeable version of old dungeon gear, stuff like that, right? And in game, sadly, I don't think there's actually any way to check that, right? So you can't check whether or not the same item exists as a dyeable version. So for example, I'm pretty sure that the Evilly stuff still doesn't exist anywhere else, but I'm not 100% on that, and it looks pretty cool. I do want to keep it, but there's no way for me to check right here whether or not another item like this exists. But if I actually go to Garland Tools, for example, and I just enter this name, let's say Evilisian Mystics Coat. There it is. And then when you go to shared models, there is the Evilisian Oracle's Coat, but I think that's the... Yeah, so one of it is the Healer Coat, and one of it is the Caster Coat. But this is still a unique item. So you only get this glamour in the Evilise raids, and there is no dyeable version of it currently. But eventually this might come out as a dyeable version. Now, since now I know that, I'm going to put that into my glamour dresser. But the difficult thing here is, or why I was mentioning it, is because with this, right, you basically, I need to individually go through this, and with the non-dyeable ones, take a look at whether or not a dyeable one exists that I eventually want to get. And then I can keep it on my retainer to make sure that I don't forget about it, right? Stuff like that. But yeah, sadly, yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna glamour these, but they are raid gear. Sadly, it's very, very difficult to check that, right? And then sometimes they'll release a craftable set that is meant specifically for glamour, where every job can actually equip it. But then, like this, for example, this is from the Nia raid, right? But there are 4 different versions of these, or actually 6 or something. This is for Dragoon Reaper, for Monk Samurai, Ninja, Bard Machines Dancer, right? These are the exact same, and they look pretty cool, which is why I want to keep them. But you need to have 4 different versions of them in order to be able to glamour it on all your different jobs, right? Which is slightly annoying. And they'll eventually, I mean, with these, since they're from the Nia raid, I'm not too sure, but sometimes they do release versions of these that look exactly the same, but are actually usable on all jobs, right? So in that particular case, if something like that is available, obviously you want to go for the version that costs less glamour slots, right? So, yeah. Okay, this is PvP. This is also PvP. That's antiquated stuff. That's the special machinist set. That's a special black mage one. That's also PvP. That's PvP. That's armor. Leather worker. I actually do have quite a few specific. I do have quite a few specific sets for crafters, which hopefully at some point I will be able to use them. These shoes look kind of weird, don't they? I don't know, but they're the best man's things, so. Veterinarian sandals. Yeah, I'm gonna keep those for my retainers. Where did I get these ones from? They look pretty fancy. Alright. Rest of the stuff is gonna stay on here for the time being. As I said, a bunch of stuff to double check. Yeah, this one I can rebuy. Yeah, let's put it into the glamour dresser anyway. I can always take it back out if it takes up space. Maybe this one as well, because it is dyeable. That's the casting one. Yeah, you know what? Since I do have the slots now, I'm just going to do that. And with the rest of the stuff, I'm going to double check whether or not there are like dyeable versions of them somewhere. Or rather, you know, different versions altogether. Alright, let me just double check. No, never mind. I still have 488 glamour prisms. That's a good thing. Apparently I was prepared, even though I didn't specifically prepare myself for it. Fable 8. Yeah, these ones I'm still gonna keep. That's all the relic stuff. Ulysses, Eden Grace, Yoha. Sadly, I did get rid of a couple of glamours and whatnot already to make space in my inventory. Now, granted, those are things that I probably never would have won anyway. But yeah, it's slightly, you know, annoying to think that I had to throw stuff away because I just didn't have the space to put it anywhere, and now we have so much space that I don't even really know what to do with it. But anyways, okay, so that's that done. That's kind of one of the retainers done. The thing with her here, though, is... Oh, wait, that's actually the... I didn't realize that this was from the near raid. That's the thing that the weird guy wore in the New Hildebrand questline, right? So that's from the... That's from the near raid. Okay, this is more raid gear, more raid gear, more raid gear, more raid gear. That's a Crystarium thing. Yeah, let's just keep that. More raid gear. That's near. Even more raid gear. Bunch more raid gear. Deep Shadow, more raid gear. More raid gear. Nice. Now we can finally put the Omega stuff in there. Animos. Well, this is the special Eureka thing. It's even the upgraded version with the 5 materia slots. I don't know whether or not I need this. Well, the thing is, right, in theory, you can use this for Baldician's Arsenal if you want to go with the sort of maximum amount of substats that you can get. But the thing is, for casters specifically, there actually exists a body piece that's even better. That was a special Eureka gear piece thing, which I have, and it's also melded, because I did Baldecian's Arsenal on my summoner, obviously, which is why I never melded this one. That's from the Heavensward raid. That's the special PvP stuff. That's from Alexander raid. That's antiquated. Let's keep the antiquated stuff in here for now. Void Arc, that's Heavensward raid. That's for the Carpenter. Definitely put that in there. These are the special level 90 things, right? Item level 90. So let's put them in there for now as well. As long as I have the slots. The problem with the item level 90 stuff is that somehow there's no way to get them back, I don't think. Well, there is, but I think in order to get them back, if you throw them away, you have to exchange some special items in Mordona for them, which can be quite annoying eventually, or maybe. Let's actually keep these for my retainer. Yeah, that's Deep Shadow, or no, it's the augmented Crystarium stuff. It always takes so long to load in. Alright. But yeah, it's definitely cool that I'm able to put the raid gear all in there. Because you just don't really want to throw that stuff away, right? Even though some of it doesn't look that great. But it does take a while to get it. Well, initially anyways, but even if you farm it later when the raid isn't current anymore, it still takes a while, right? I mean, it's not a thing that you can just easily get. You might need a group for it, you might need to go into PF for it, right? So there's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of hurdles you have to jump through basically to acquire that raid gear, even though it's technically not difficult. You know, getting it back once you throw it away might be really, really annoying. So, you know, just keeping it is nice. Also, that specific raid gear right there is definitely raid gear that I got myself through actual Savage raiding when it was current, so it does hold some, at least some sentimental value for me as well. Obviously not as much as maybe, you know, I mean, obviously stuff like this body piece, for example, does hold a lot more, because that's only available when you do the, which was this one? I think E8, right? So obviously that's a lot more difficult than the second fight, for example. Not that that actually matters, but it, you know, it does increase the sentimental value somewhat. Now I'm finally able to get all the Yorha stuff in there, and the Omega stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay, that's the other special summoner piece. That's Genji gear. It's funny that I still have that. More Evilly stuff. That's an augmented version of something. I think that's actually... That is the job gear, right? From Heavensward, but the actual augmented version. That's PvP gear. It's from the Heavensward raid. Which I think the Heavensward raid actually already got the dyeable version, but yeah, might grab that eventually. Again, you can just go back and potentially, you know, just take it back out and... Oh wait, this is actually double, right? So that's the actual one. Why don't I ever throw that away? Wait, let me just do it real quick before I forget. Discard. Or can I desynth it? Yeah, for some reason you can. Hey, well that's 5,000 gil. Nice. Sell that. Void Arc, more antiquated stuff. That's armor. That's kind of a special set. Now we're into the item level 90 stuff again. This looks ridiculous, doesn't it? It does. So that's probably one of the first things that I'm going to throw away eventually. Eden Choir... Oh, oops. That was already... Yes. Already overloading my inventory here. Yeah. I'm sorry, this does take a while, but I just want to make sure to go through it and, you know. Eventually I do want to actually add a couple more sets or augment a couple of my current sets, so it'll be cool to come back here and just immediately have that ready, basically. Augmented, Eden Quiet, Eden Grace, Omega, Diamond. It's Anima stuff. More Diabolic stuff. This is PvP. Slipstream Gauntlets. These are special ones, I think, right? That they released at some... Isn't there some sort of special crafted sets that they released at some point during Heavensward that's actually themed after the original Primals for some reason? I wish they would do something like that again. Some antiquated stuff. Antiquated. Blacksmith. Demon Gauntlets. That's the Daystar set. And then the item level 90 things. It is somewhat annoying that the item level 90 stuff, you know, looks pretty cool because it's basically one special version of the item level 50 stuff that you get, which the item level 50 stuff I think can be converted into a dyeable version, but the item level 90 version of it, basically the special effect or special color that they put on that is not dyeable. So you kind of need to keep both of them, which is really annoying, actually. Because they're the same thing, but they do look pretty different in terms of their actual color. Which, yeah, as I said, it is somewhat annoying that you need to keep both. I do very much enjoy that my glamour dresser still has so much space, because I'm actually getting, you know, close to the end here, which will mean that I have just a whole bunch more room to just keep random I don't know, dungeon gear and whatnot, if I like it, right? The thing is, it just removes some of the thought process of debating with yourself whether or not you want to keep some stuff, right? And one other thing that I really, really like is just being able to sort through all the stuff you have directly in your glamour dresser. It's so much easier to, you know, envision what kind of set you want to go for if you can just do that directly in the glamour dresser, right? Whereas if you still don't own something and you kind of need to just imagine it by going to, I don't know, websites and whatnot that show you I actually need to go here, that show you specific set items, right? I feel like it's always pretty difficult to actually imagine what that specific set would look like and whether or not it actually fits, right? And as I said, considering how not necessarily difficult, but certainly time-consuming and or just annoying it is to get some of the sets together if you didn't rate in that specific tier, for example. It's just so much more, you know, it's just, what was I trying to say here? It's just a lot more, you know, it's just great to be able to essentially, just look through everything you have, right? And you can just see how it would look like right away without having to assume anything. And because nothing hurts more than going through the whole entire process of trying to get an item, right? And then realizing, oh, it doesn't actually work as well as I thought with, this particular set or this particular set. The biggest offender in that kind of regard is also that we do still have a bunch of different sets that are not dyeable, right? But the thing is that more often than not, sets can still fit pretty well together if you're aware of that, and if you make sure that basically, all right, let me just see. Can I grab all of them? Heavy, oh, that's elegant stuff. Because I do still have inventory space. Yep. All right, nice. That's actually everything done for now, at least. Still a bunch of stuff to look through, but yeah, what I was going to say is just that certain items can look pretty great in their non-dyeable versions as well, and you can, adjust certain dyes in a way where it still looks great together. Even if one or two of the pieces are not dyeable, right? You can try to sort of dye the other ones around those pieces and it still looks great. But obviously being able to do that does require you to be able to actually see them in-game, because also the biggest problem is that a lot of the shading and stuff and how the dyes actually end up looking can also be pretty difficult to see by looking at them in your browser and whatnot, right? So, yeah, that's just, it's much more, it's much easier to be able to just look at that and, as I said, just to go through it like this. 150 slots left? That's crazy. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, my controller's doing weird stuff again. I hate that. That's actually the fucking right analog stick. How? Sony! What the fuck are you doing? This controller is half a year old, and both analog sticks don't work correctly anymore. At least it's only doing that in, very, very few circumstances, but still, that is definitely unacceptable. Well, thankfully I will exchange it, but still, having to go through the hassle. I did mention that in another stream at some point, I think, but yeah, it's just pretty annoying. Alright. Let me just double check that I didn't want to do anything else before I start here. Honestly, in terms of the gear, I'm just going to keep it at that for now, and the rest of the stuff I'll do eventually. Also, let me just double check. Is my adventurer plate still showing? It is. So that still works. Interesting. Because they did now technically release the complete version, because this was technically in beta up until 6.2. And I think in terms of the portraits... Oh, wait, it's now automatically showing portraits for all of your... Okay. Interesting. That's new. So wait, so they did say that they'll probably be, like, your old ones will probably be deleted. I do find it kind of strange, though, that this one is still here. Oh, that's a shame, though. That means that I'll have to recreate the... Well, it was really only 2 special portraits, but I definitely need to think about that before I start PvPing again. that I need to recreate my old one, or rather, probably just want to do a new one. To be completely honest. All right. Well, that's all the organizational stuff out of the way. Well, almost, because I just noticed there's one other thing that I wanted to try, and that's actually in, let me see, display settings. Because now we have this. Automatically adjusts resolution levels for optimum performance, beta version. Now, I'm going to try this out here, but I have absolutely no clue how this is going to work. So the weird thing about Final Fantasy and resolution is that on console, right? On console, and specifically on the PlayStation 5, you get three options here at the top. One is just full HD. One is 1440p with 4K upscaling, and one is just straight up 4K. Now, the way these work is that both full HD and 1440p are technically capped at 60 frames, but I think they use different quality settings. So the full HD mode also reduces certain quality settings. Like it removes, what is it called? I think it also, setting it to full HD, basically, at least on PlayStation 5, does give you more or less a locked 60 frames per second, but it also decreases the quality of, or it completely removes the, what is that called? This sort of 3D effect on certain textures, right? So that's an effect that 14 heavily relies on. So for example, grass textures, instead of just being flat, they'll actually have structure to it, right? And I actually forgot what it's called. It has like a specific name. But I think it gets removed, or that setting gets set to off when you go to full HD, right? Now with 1440p, the game does look pretty great on a 4K monitor. But it doesn't get to a locked 60th, unfortunately, on the PlayStation 5, which is mainly due to the fact that I think they never bothered to actually fully optimize it. I think the PS5 would definitely be able to go to full 60 FPS all the time, but for some reason they just didn't bother to optimize it fully. And 4K is, I think, limited to 30. Technically, I think it's not hard. There isn't a hard limit on 30 FPS, so it can go above 30, but it will stay around 30 FPS when you go to 4K. So, as cool as 4K does look, because it is native 4K on PS5, but as good as it looks, once you have 60 FPS in game, or close to anyways, you kind of don't want to go back. Right, now, one of the weird things about how Final Fantasy XIV specifically handles these things is that your UI is also fundamentally linked to these resolutions. So a lot of the sort of base sizes for things are linked to resolution. Now, you can actually resize your interface, right? As you see, there are these options available here. So these options are there to make it so that the UI isn't too small, technically. As you can see, mine is still set to 100%, because stuff like this menu, for example, might be a little bit small, but the name above my head is just the right size. And for some reason, for example, changing the size of the name above your head, the only way to do that is to change the base resolution setting. Now, on PC, that might be different, but on console, that's the only way to do that. So, yeah, that's really, really annoying. Also, I would have to actually resize my entire UI if I were to go to 4K, for example. But, that being said, I wonder how this dynamic resolution setting works. So let's apply that. Okay. Interesting. Don't necessarily think it actually changed anything in here. Let's maybe port to my house. Let's find a spot that is not locked to 60. Maybe. This kinda is as well, right? What would not be locked to 60? Maybe Limsa? I know there are a bunch of sections in dungeons and whatnot. Sometimes there are weird hiccups, which is why I did say that the game seems not to be optimized fully. Still locked 60. Again, the reason why I'm saying this is I have no idea how this setting actually works. So what I assume it will do, right, is that depending on the base resolution that you select, it'll then lower the resolution if, and probably only if, you go somewhere where you don't reach the FPS cap. So with 1440p enabled, as I said, in most situations it's actually a locked 60 on PS5. There are certain weird instances where it drops basically to 30 or something. Wait, I did... Which one? I'm pretty sure that there was... Where did I go? There was a point somewhere on some map where it had trouble displaying stuff in the distance. I think that was during the recent quests and whatnot. I think it's still not, because the coolest, it would actually be incredible if I would be capable of setting my game to 4K and then enable dynamic resolution, right? Because that would, in theory, give me the best image quality. But as I said, I think 4K automatically drops it to 30. So it would probably stay a lot more stable at 30, but it'll be 4K 30. Whereas now I have 1440p 60. But yeah, how can I best test that? I don't fully remember where my game had trouble displaying stuff. I definitely noticed some hiccups somewhere. Was it maybe... Let's just try some stuff. I do want to see how that setting works. Because I might want to go with it if it does keep your game more stable at 60. It's definitely pretty stable here anyways. It actually feels more stable than usual. Okay, let's maybe... I mean, I can always go back to... See, so this would be 4K, right? Which obviously, as you can see, I would have to redo my entire UI and whatnot. It looks incredibly crisp, though. The game, you know, you wouldn't necessarily think that, but Final Fantasy actually massively... what's the word? Profits from 4K resolution because you have a lot more detail in the distance, right? I don't know if it actually also improves the render distance or something. Oh god, my menu's tiny. Alright, let's try to enable dynamic resolution now. Oh yeah, it definitely changes stuff. Is it 60 now? It almost feels like it's 60 now. Oh, yeah, it does stutter a bit more because it's probably adjusting the resolution the entire time. Well, so the thing is, it's not 4K anymore, right? I mean, you probably don't see that on the stream, but I definitely see it like in person. Thing is, though, with this enabled, in certain scenes you do get, well, I guess you kind of notice when, like, you don't necessarily notice the resolution change right away, but you do notice that it hiccups a little bit, right? If I look down at the floor, it does look like, well, at least somewhat close to 4K. And if I pan my camera up, there's like a little bit of a delay and whatnot. Honestly, I'm tempted to go with 4K and just, because this looks a lot worse. Holy shit, this looks a lot worse. Wow, I did not expect that. Okay, so yeah, I think that's really interesting. I wish they would explain those settings more. So, the way this, I think, at least that's just from my very short observation here, I think what it does, if you set it to 1440p, it'll cap out at 1440p, but it will probably drop the resolution if at some point I wouldn't reach 60 FPS, which I think I'm going to keep dynamic resolution enabled right now and just see how that works and see if I notice anything, or see the resolution drop massively or see some hiccups at all, because there definitely were some. Oh, let me actually, wait, let me check one more thing. I think I do remember a place where maybe maybe it had trouble. So let's unselect that real quick. Let's go to the peering stones. I think looking over the entire map there sometimes had issues. Man, even being at 4K for a very short time, the game now looks significantly worse at 1440p. Holy shit. Okay, for some awkward reason, I think the game might keep the dynamic resolution active. Even when you deselect it. Do I want to mess with this now? Because usually they might have also just in general optimized settings. Because usually looking over here did have a lot of frame drops for some reason. So they might have optimized settings in general. Somehow the game just looks significantly worse now. Holy fuck. Oh man, I do remember a dungeon that has a specific place where it's really bad, or was really bad previously. They might have honestly adjusted some performance settings on PlayStation 5. I don't really know. I hope that the options actually work correctly, though. That's the low detail setting. Max detail. Holy shit, that's actually a significant difference. Wow! Honestly, with these options and how weirdly they work, I do find it strange that they don't just give us the normal PC options on PlayStation 5 and just let you decide what you want to do yourself at this point, right? Because clearly this isn't, you know, your typical console menu anymore. I don't see any difference, honestly. But again, it's close. Let's go. Yes. I don't know. The resolution looks kind of bad in the distance, but that's also because I'm on a 4K screen running at 1440p, so it just kind of has that effect in general. Fuck, why do I not remember? But the thing is, right, so I'm pretty sure looking over this way had a lot of performance drops in the past on PlayStation 5. So I feel like whatever they did, they definitely adjusted something. Because that definitely isn't me. I mean, dynamic resolution is not... yeah, there's no actual... Well, fuck! I don't want to change all my... but I do want to have 4K resolution. I didn't realize that 4K would also be at 60 FPS if you enable dynamic resolution. That's pretty awesome. I want to make sure that I don't enable it and suddenly, you know, it massively drops frames or something somewhere. But I'm also struggling to think of a place that really had performance issues. It was usually like a bit of a struggle, especially when turning the camera, but even that seems to be gone. So honestly, I'm kind of sure that they did optimize some stuff. For some weird reason. I hope that it's not accidentally keeping the dynamic resolution applied, even though it's off. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I can definitely see, like, pixel lines, but that might be still 1440p. I mean, the background does look pretty good. Well, to be honest, let's just do... I can just set it to full HD very quickly. Okay, yeah, that definitely looks worse. Which is... not that much worse. Ah, well, definitely worse. Oh, for fuck's sake, why does it always close the frickin' menu? And now it looks significantly better again. Wow! I'm pretty impressed with them, because this seems to confirm that they actually dealt with some of the performance issues that the PlayStation 5 still had. That's impressive. That is honestly impressive. I did not expect that to be a thing. Okay, let's test what happens if I select 4K again. So now it's definitely like 30 FPS or something. Oh, for fuck's sake. And with dynamic resolution applied. Well, is it? I think it's actually locked at 30 now. Maybe? I mean, it looks significantly better, but it's also... still kind of running pretty smoothly. It feels like I need to wait for a fucking, for an analysis. For Digital Foundry analysis on this one. This is definitely higher than 30 frames, though. Definitely. Alright, let's just kill some stuff real quick. Oh, well, that might have been... I don't know, it feels like now it is sometimes dropping frames, but it doesn't even seem like it's dropping resolution all that much. I don't know, it's very hard to tell. You know what? I feel like... And this is pretty smooth. This is definitely not smooth. It seems like the game sometimes actually has issues. No, it's definitely upping the resolution again if I deselect this. It's so difficult to tell. I don't know. That's very strange. So it's very hard to perceive because enabling dynamic resolution seems to take some time actually to fully take effect for some weird reason. I feel like I want to test it, but I would have to reset all of my UI. Oh god. Let's just go back to this for now. Let's go back to this. I want to get... I've messed around for way too long already. Let's just stick to this for now, and I'll try out the other settings eventually. Yeah. It might feel... Knowing that a 4K option would be available, but you won't see it on screen anyways, but... It's a difference for me. Alright. Anyways, let's finally get in here and... Let me just note that down and potentially change it. I don't know what to do about that. Alright. Let's focus on the raid. I do want to, do this and see what's happening and whatnot. I've messed around, as I said, way too long already. But that would be cool if I... in the future, I mean, now the game is definitely running a buttery smooth 60 FPS on 1440p. I feel like they did do something with the performance. I have no idea what, but... And, well, I have dynamic resolution set. Anyways, ooh. What the hell? An unwelcome visitor. Claudian's eyes are brimming with the excitement of discovery. Let's get in this. Let's get into this. Let's actually see what the raid story is all about. I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... I probably should have read the unending journal for this. What was going on with the crystals again? I mean, I do remember everything that we did in Pandaemonium, but not really so sure about these guys. I mean, I know that they were researching that stuff, but what was going on with the crystal again? Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies. Being consumed by my research for so long, I am afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with the crystals set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandaemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and Arctonius was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depth of Pandaemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggests a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This could only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Okay. So, my friend, I must depart to search it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Wait, does that mean that the crystal on the source... Because the original one was from Pandaemonium, right? When the world was still whole? So does that also mean that other ones would exist on the reflections as well? Or is it just this one in the source? Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will he grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Roussenor, namely to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandaemonium, where this all began. Oh, the other guy should probably have a French accent, but never mind, they all should. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean. Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Is that French? I don't know. Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you take good care of the laboratory in my absence. And off he goes. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind. That doesn't really fit his character, does it? I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a moment for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none of the professor had been able to capture its ethereal yearning. Oh, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. You think that it's like manipulating him or something? No. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. Yes, somehow I doubt that. As for you, it may be best to return to Pandaemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandaemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandaemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant! Delving into these records may shed light on creatures he has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. It's actually a good idea. Let me just double check with them. They should still... shouldn't they have some records on the crystal? So going back to the first raid wing, right? What we essentially did was we heard that there was something going on in Pandaemonium. I don't entirely know why these researchers... Were they already talking about the crystal or something at that point? I actually don't fully remember how that started. Let me just, even though it's not the unending journal, let's just double check with the completed quests, honestly. Where would that be? It should be here, right? Eden... Pandaemonium. The crystal from beyond. Yeah, I think it had something to do with the crystal. As you stroll through Archon's design, you are hailed by a Lalafell researcher who introduces herself as Nemgigi. That was the Lalafell here, assistant to one Professor Claudian and tasked with the study of the ethereal sea. She explains that they have recently discovered a crystal of unknown nature, so we had that crystal from the beginning, basically, and asks that you take a look in the hopes that you have seen such a thing on your journeys. Nemgigi takes her leave and asks that you come to Claudian's laboratory in Emporia at your soonest convenience. Claudian introduces himself and quickly moves to the matter of the crystal, found during a routine observation around the time the Exodus was declared. You recognize it immediately as soon as one of the Ancients' design. Oh, not as soon, as one of the Ancients' design, and at a touch, it reveals to you a warning and a plea that you come to Pandaemonium. Oh, so the crystal was placed in the ethereal sea somehow. Okay. While much remains shrouded in mystery, it is plain that said location is not of this time. Thus does Claudian ask that you return to the past and seek the one to whom the crystal once belonged. As you approach the portal in the ocular, it responds to the crystal in your hand. You step past the threshold and are soon overcome by blinding light, and when you open your eyes, you find yourself in Elpis with a massive headache. Next to you is a youth with striking features lying on the ground as if he has been knocked down by some unknown force. How odd. Probably wasn't you. Though your arrival seems to have surprised him, particularly in its trajectory, his demeanor suggests that he's eager to make your acquaintance. So that's Elidibus, or Themis, as he was known back then. Themis explains that he has been tasked with finding out what has happened within Pandaemonium, a facility which houses a menagerie of dangerous creations used for research purposes. Several days ago, irregular ether was detected in its vicinity. Air communication ceased entirely. For the moment, at least, it seems that your goals align. Alright, I think that was still a pretty big mystery, right? Where did the crystal originally come from? Why was it beckoning us back to Elpis? Why us specifically? And also Themis / Elidibus, in that particular case, seemed to expect us on some level, right? I think he mentioned something along the lines of somebody else had mentioned to him that he would find his guiding light or something, which in this particular case turned out to be us. Let's actually read through the rest of this just to get acquainted with the story once more. Where familiars there, Themis suggests that you journey to Pandaemonium together, both because it will be easier for you to gain access to the sensitive area, and because you seem to be the star that was foretold by Themis' colleague. Which I don't think we know who that is, right? The colleague, I mean. The first order of the day is to receive permission from the words of La Habrea, which Themis assures you should be a simple matter. So the words of La Habrea, I think that's his research team or something at Pandaemonium, right? As Themis promised, your entry into Pandaemonium is granted without issue, while the member of the words of La Habrea assures you that any major irregularities in the facility are seen to by La Habrea himself. Themis seems nonetheless eager to continue his own investigation into matters. As you and Themis step foot into Pandaemonium, he reveals that something or someone within is working to erode the chains and barriers which keep the creatures locked away. Though Themis uses his own magic to strengthen the protections for the moment, he suggests you seek one of the wardens to gain a more thorough understanding of how the situation might be resolved. He further explains that although he cannot participate directly in battle without relinquishing his focus on the wards, he can create warriors based on your ether to aid you should it come to that. And that was the first circle. The description of that is somewhat weird, or not weird, but it kind of omits that in the cutscene, the warden, or there's a guy running towards you. Oh no, wait, it actually tells you that. Oh, because, right. The cutscene is actually I think the cutscene starts when you enter the first raid wing, right? So that's why it's mentioned here, okay. Right, so it does describe what happens. Which is, not long after you begin your search, a man wearing warder's garb rushes towards you, shouting an angry challenge before transforming into a towering vision of punitive might. After a pitched battle, you emerge victorious and await his return to consciousness. The warder introduces himself as Arictonius. Is that how you pronounce that? Arictonius. Well, technically it's Greek, right? So it would be Erictonius. Do the Greek pronounce that as or Erictonius? I don't know. Arictonius. And it seems he scarcely remembers the moments leading up to your conflict. What he can tell you is that Asphodelos, the level of Pandaemonium closest to the surface, has become overrun by monsters, and that he became separated from his colleagues in the chaos. Concerned for their safety, he begs Themis to withhold his report to the Convocation so that he can be afforded time to rescue them ere the facility is obliterated. Although Themis cannot openly shirk his duties, he states that his investigation is yet incomplete, and the two of you agree to delve further into the hellish dungeon in search of survivors and answers. You know, reading this back, it actually sounds pretty intriguing, doesn't it? Under the surface, it transpires that Arictonius' aim is not only to see his colleagues rescued, but also have the creatures contained within Pandaemonium returned to their confinement rather than destroyed. Right. In pursuit of this goal, Themis agrees to lend the warder a portion of his power that he might use the powerful internment spell. As internment is usually only performed by the key wards, this stratagem must be tested first, upon the hippocampus, which Arictonius saw skulking in the waterways. The question of who's responsible for weakening the creature ere it is recaptured is a foregone conclusion. As always. You find the hippocampus in the waterways, as Arictonius said, and quickly subdue it with the help of the elusive warriors. Themis and Arictonius then succeed in stealing it away, meaning that there is yet hope to bring order to Pandaemonium without sacrificing warder nor inmate. Arictonius is also happy to place most of the credit for your success with you and Themis. Nevertheless, he seems confident and eager to journey deeper into Pandaemonium where yet more creatures await. So we're trying to recapture them. Basically, Arictonius at this point is trying to do damage control, right, and make sure that the Convocation isn't just obliterating everything. Though, that being said, La Habrea at that point was nowhere to be found, I think. Did we ever talk about La Habrea? I mean, I know that it eventually came up during the questline, but I don't fully remember whether or not at this specific point we had actually talked about whether or not La Habrea was still in Pandaemonium, or whether or not he was back with the Convocation. Although the hippocampus is back in fetters, Themis remains worried about the other warders. Arictonius suggests that they might have found safe haven with the aid of Hesperos, keyword of Asphodelos, and fled to the innermost circle. This seems the best destination for you now, but Arictonius reveals the path to be blocked by the Phoenix, a bird of fulgent flame created in a failed attempt to give life to the sort of phoenix with which you are more intimately familiar. When you set forth, steeled for battle, however, the corridor around you warps into a scorched wasteland. You manage to brave the phoenix's flames for long enough to allow Themis and Arictonius to enter it. The identity of whoever arranged this conflict goes unspoken, yet must be confronted ere you venture further into Asphodelos. The hand at work in Asphodelos reveals himself at last, as Hesperos descends from the skies to berate Arictonius for his foolishness, and claim himself, Emetheus? Emetheus, probably, right? A powerful fusion of man and creation. Declaring that he shall win the adulation of La Habrea with this form, he then attempts to bind you in arcane chains, though Themis acts quickly enough to dispel the magic and spirit the three of you away. While Hesperos has not followed you, this incident does not bode well for the future of your investigation. So seemingly, at that point, we thought that Hesperos, or well, we didn't only think, but it was kind of confirmed that Hesperos tries to create some sort of weird fusion between man and creation. But I think, well, it was pretty unclear why he did that. Kinda? The three of you are safe for now, but the other waters are still missing, and deadly creations have free reign of Pandaemonium. Furthermore, Erictonia seems to be reeling from the revelation that his once kindly keyword is the wicked force at work within Asphodelos. Themis believes he should be given space for now, but recognizes that time is not in your favor. And then we got to the last circle. Who wards the waters? Pretty good question. Although Themis respects that Erictonius may need space after recent events, he's also eager to get the investigation back on track. He suggests lending an ear to Erictonius' troubles, hoping to give the warder a chance to air his doubts and misgivings. Erictonius reveals his fraught past with La Habrea, his father. Right, that was the big revelation, right? Erictonius is La Habrea's son. Or, as far as we know, he is. I think a lot of speculation back then was that potentially the La Habrea that we know, right, the one that took over Thancred and whatnot in A Realm Reborn, that he is actually Erictonius, that during the whole Pandaemonium questline, Erictonius is going to take his father's place eventually. Obviously, we'll see whether or not that happens. Honestly, I kind of hope that it doesn't, because Erictonius was kind of a bro, and it would mean that that we essentially killed him at some point, but we'll see where it leads eventually. Unfortunately, we won't get all the answers today, as 6.4 will have the actual conclusion to this whole raid storyline, but hopefully we'll get at least some insight into what's happening. Alpha! What are you doing here? Huh. Cool. So usually Omega and Alpha are randomly appearing at certain locations. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome that I found them here. Let's just... there we go. Nope, that's also not what I want to do. Where do I want to... There it is. PlayStation app. I wanted to save the screen capture on my phone. Now, I swear to God, like, the iPhone, you know, it autocorrects so much stuff, but sometimes very obvious stuff does not get corrected. That's really weird. Alright. Let's go back. Where was I? Who wards the waters? Yeah. Right. Erictonius reveals his fraught past with La Habrea, his father, so he didn't really like his father all that much. I think they had a lot of problems with each other. Although the jailer learned the art of shackles from said man, there's little else connecting father and son, and when Erictonius' mother, previous chief warden of Pandaemonium, passed away, La Habrea assumed her position with characteristic stoicism. Which, did we actually get all the details there? Like, so his mother was the chief warden of Pandaemonium before La Habrea. He, like Erictonius, had a good relation with his mother, not so much with his father. Was La Habrea already part of the convocation when his wife died? I don't think we got that many details on that, right? Although there is surely more to the story, Erictonius changes the subject to Hesperos and the battle ahead. After some discussion, you decide that he should be tracked down with the utmost haste and sealed away with internment magics, that he might be questioned and his motives made clear. Although Hesperos' mastery of creation magics means that you must face him in an unfavorable battle, hope ever remains in your heart. And then we actually did the last battle with the cool music and whatnot. Hesperos throws every devious trick he can, along with no small amount of theatrics, at you and your band of elusive heroes, but eventually he falls before your combined might. All that remains is to inter him with the self-same magic you once held dominion over. And the Savage version of that was also really, really fun, by the way. Your hopes to detain Hesperos for questioning are thwarted when he brings an end to his own life, his essence and secrets returning to the star. While this leaves many questions unanswered, Erictonius is eager to begin rescuing his colleagues and the subjects he is charged with safekeeping. Themis takes control of Asphodelis, but as he does, he senses a presence from deeper within the facility, and no sooner does he inform you of this discovery than a ward appears to block your way forward. Stymiate? Stymite? Stymite? I don't know. Themis suggests withdrawing for now, that he might better gauge this new threat. Don't actually remember who that was. With room to think, Themis concludes that Hesperos was not the one behind the chaos in Pandaemonium and suggests that the true mastermind is hiding deeper underground. To progress further, however, you must find a way to surpass the obstruction blocking the entrance to Abyssos, a feat which may take some time. Themis and Erictonius encourage you to rest until you are needed once more, and perhaps in the meantime return to Emporia to apprise Professor Claudian of your exploits. Claudian listens to your report on the events in Elpis with both interest and growing concern. He seems convinced that your success in the past is crucial to maintaining the present, and assures you that his team will devote every effort to aid you. You return the crystal to him so that they can continue their research into its origins, and as your allies in the past have also done, he suggests that you catch some well-earned rest until further developments occur. Which we did, and now we're back to this whole thing. So, let's take a look at what Themis potentially did in order to deal with that thing, guy, whatever that was blocking our way. I need to actually double check where that's supposed to be on the map. Right. Let's go there. Oh, Themis is here as well. Hi! I did not expect to meet you here, of all places. I don't think I can really imitate Elidibus's voice. Wait, why didn't you expect that? You seek records of Pandaemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. You do that. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chasten an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandaemonium's protective wards continued to be assailed by our unknown foe, There have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Arictonius's capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I am away. He works diligently to master internment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. Right, he kind of taught him that last time, right? And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Right. Okay. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the nearest to Pandaemonium. Which was where exactly? Oh. You know, sometimes I wish that the PvP modes would have like a set map, because I did the, as I said, I did the 72-man PvP a little bit to get more Moogle stones in order to be able to actually buy the earrings before the event disappeared. And obviously you need the map in PvP open to actually be able to tell what's going on, right? And where you need to go and where your teammates are and whatnot. But that's not on default, right? So you always need to open up your map and you need to make sure that it's centered correctly and whatnot. That's really, really annoying. I wish that would be automatic. And the problem is, you know, to do that, you actually need to zoom in on the PvP map, but then when you go back to a place like this, you know, an actual zone, you need to zoom back out to actually be able to see what's going on. So, I wish PvP would do that automatically. Completely forgot this is where we entered the place. Wait, is it? Might not be. Where did we actually enter Pandaemonium? Oh, the teleporter over there. I forgot about that. Right. That was the teleporter that was deactivated during the main Endwalker story, and then it activated with the raid storyline. Forgot about that. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandaemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Arictonius were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. So, suggesting that whatever was going on in Pandaemonium, potentially they were trying to manipulate people somehow? I wonder if it has something to do with Dynamis. Maybe not necessarily, though. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. Yeah, the ancients were kind of different on that, weren't they? By contrast, the researchers of Pandaemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandaemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandaemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Annida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandaemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandaemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures and creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandaemonium's researchers. It is somewhat strange, right? That they're all, some people deem them failures, but then others want to work on them, and it's all kind of a mess, to be honest. As bureaucratic as we first got to know them, that's actually interesting, right? They did at least slightly, well, not only slightly, but they definitely had a problem with bureaucracy, I feel like. The ancients did. Because, well, when we first got introduced to them in Shadowbringers, right? They did seem rather orderly, and their whole society pretty perfect, because they themselves regarded it as such, and sort of Emetzel's recreation of it very much showed that aspect, right? But us actually visiting here does reveal a lot of things that were kind of wrong with it. And while I wouldn't necessarily say that this is wrong, it is very far from perfect, right? Clearly there isn't an actual command structure here, or well, maybe at one point there was, but it all kind of got sort of muddled over time. It's not... All of these things don't necessarily serve the same purpose that they originally did anymore, right? And with Pandaemonium specifically, it's more a way for the people that work there to be able to, well, live out their own interests in creation magics, I guess. But there isn't this clear order of, we create something in Elpis, we test it, and either we release it into the world, or if we don't, it goes to Pandaemonium, where it's further tested, and then maybe they get rid of it. That would be a very clear command structure, but instead, it's kind of, whenever we see something interesting, we might send it to Pandaemonium, but only if we deem it necessary or something, right? So it's very, very sort of decided by the individual what happens to certain creations, which, yeah, you can pretty much directly see the problems that result from that, right? Because obviously these guys think of themselves as being pretty much perfect, but they kind of aren't, right? So, yeah. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Yeah, it does. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. And I feel like that change probably occurred shortly after his wife died. So, if Pandaemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Bold assumption.
I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Right. That's why we had to fight Hesperos. Sure. Although, I admit, as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandaemonium's halls. You did you? Really? And you are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's word is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandaemonium with haste. Well, isn't it kind of obvious? They sent it so that they would get the warders off their back. Or not the warders, but the words of La Habrea. You know what I really like about the storyline? Is that there's actually something going on. Like it seems stuff is happening, right? That was one of the biggest sort of criticisms I had for the Eden storyline. As much as I liked Eden, right, it was a pretty cool story. Not only was it a personal one with Reen and what's her name? The black-haired girl, her bestie. It was a pretty personal story for both of them, but it was also a very, very cool story in terms of background lore for the Ascians, right? Because we get to know two of them that dealt with Eden. But I would say that it just took a really, really long time for Eden to kind of get going, because we had this whole process of, oh yeah, we're restoring the elements, but it was always just this sort of kind of a test run, if we could even do it. And it sort of felt very... It felt like it didn't really have that much of an impact, right? And so for the first two raid releases with Eden, not too much actually happened. I mean, we did get a couple of good cutscenes, yes, but there was no real sense of urgency within the story, I feel like. Whereas in this particular case, it very much feels like, oh fuck, something really, really bad is going on within Pandaemonium and we need to deal with it, right? And thinking back to Stormblood as well, the same holds true for the Omega storyline, where I felt like in sort of the first two instances, we did get to see a bunch of things, and there were a lot of, you know, sort of hints as to what might happen later, but the actual, you know, meaty part of the lore and everything only got revealed in the last raid series when we actually fought Omega himself. Now, I would say that it was different with Alexander. Alexander was a pretty cool storyline, and the cool thing about the Alexander storyline, and that kind of does translate a little bit to Pandaemonium as well, is that during Alexander, there was the whole time business going on. So there was a lot of interesting stuff where you had to figure out, well, you know, why did this happen? Is there something, like, what's the timeline doing, right? where are these people coming from and whatnot. So there was a lot more stuff that you yourself could look at and say, oh, yeah, that's interesting, right? I want to know more about this or that or whatever. And arguably, well, back with the Realm Reborn, well, it had pretty cool cliffhangers, I would say. So both Tanya and what's her name? Raven something? Well, Niall, right? In T9. Both of those were really, really cool cliffhangers. So while the rest of the sort of the first story of A Realm Reborn wasn't all too interesting, we knew that it had to deal with they dealt with Dalamut, so that made it very interesting, right? But the actual story of just getting to the Ragnarok and, you know, looking into it wasn't all that interesting until it got revealed that we were actually standing on the hand or the claw of Bahamut himself. So that was pretty cool. And same thing with the second wing, because it went all the way to Niall and what she had done and, you know, how all that connected to her. But the meat of the story was also in the last wing, but we still got interesting information in the first two. So it was mostly Stormblood's raids with Omega and also Shadowbringers raids with Eden, where it felt like they could have done a little bit more with, or to keep up the pace and interest in the first two iterations of the raid, right? Because there wasn't all that much to really speculate about. I mean, there kind of was, but not really, right? Because we got to see the Oracle of Darkness very early on in the Eden Raid series, actually, but, well, there wasn't really much to speculate about. She was just kind of there, and she was sleeping, and until she woke up in the second Raid series, we didn't really, I mean, there wasn't really anything going on with her, right? So it was kind of a weird pacing that didn't really, you know, keep up your interest as much as it should have, maybe. All that is to say, I do really, really much appreciate what they're doing with Pandaemonium here, because it does feel like it's creating a lot more sense of urgency, and like something outside of our control is actually going on, and we need to deal with it, right? I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erictonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Well, it's going to be interesting to see who this key warden is. Also very interesting because we don't actually know how many key wardens were here. Oh, hello. He's still testing his magics, I presume? Oh, he's actually locking the gates. Or trying to, anyways? Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be a victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? The fuck? Oh, that's one of the... That's one of the weird Voynix feather things. But with an eye this time? There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? Is that La Habrea, like, watching over his son, maybe? I know this creature, familiar of the Phoenix. But that monster is locked away. That it is. In spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for dressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must. But with control of Asphodella's wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words. I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. I was gonna say, is this thing, like, sent by La Habrea, but it's probably... What the hell is going on here? Does La Habrea really not have control over this facility anymore? And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. Or is it La Habrea? I've not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. So it is him, huh? At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate does not deign to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. What, he really doesn't like his son, huh? But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandaemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? What? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Ah. Hello, La Habrea. I've killed you once, I can do it again. Well, technically, the Archbishop killed you, didn't he? Anyways, let's not go too much into detail, huh? Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle? let alone bowing to your will. I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperus low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. And off he goes. Huh. So now what? Is he trying to capture us? So that we can be part of this whole charade or whatever he's doing? Just what was that familiar after? Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Yeah, and his name is La Habrea, apparently. Masks of the Father. Well, that doesn't bode well, does it? And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the Convocation and the Words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes. Do you think he is capable of this? So you know the La Habrea that we know? So it is the same one? Well, I don't know. I mean, to be quite honest, La Habrea, I mean, it's very clear that he was very powerful. I don't know if he was necessarily, but then again, Elidibus isn't the smartest person either. I mean, well, not saying that they're not smart, but La Habrea definitely underestimated a lot of people. Though I think that's in their nature, sort of. I mean, that's the same that Emmett Silk. He definitely underestimated us a whole lot as well, right? Before he realized and finally came to the realization that he was wrong on that front. I don't know. I mean, it's actually very difficult to say. It kind of depends, right? Whoever's responsible for this, I don't really think... I mean, they're experimenting on something because they want to make some fundamental breakthrough, I think, right? And at least sort of in my mind, what that means is that they're actually sort of well, how can I put it? they're not really all that concerned with what this might do to the rest of the world. Like, I feel like they would know that the other ancients would react quite harshly if they were to threaten their world or do something that's considered bad, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's honestly really difficult to say. Capable, yes. Would he be inclined to do that? To do this? I don't know. He's capable of far more than you know? Well, I think Themis/Elidibus knows a whole lot about La Habrea that we don't, so... I would say, well, he's capable of much more. That is certainly correct. I mean, Emet-Selch himself couldn't believe what he would later do, right? When we told him what he had done after the world had been shattered by Hydaelyn. He didn't really believe that, because he thought that it would basically go against his principles, but he didn't fully grasp what that meant and why he would be driven to that, especially since he also, obviously, and we as well, didn't know that he lost some of his memories. So we also don't really know on what kind of basis the La Habrea that we knew worked on, right? I mean, he might have also thought that certain things were different than they seemed. I would say it's still too early to say for certain, to be honest. I mean, there's definitely a whole lot that we still don't know. It truly is a puzzle with many missing pieces. Still, I see you do not deny outright the possibility that La Habrea is a man with few scruples. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. I mean, well... You know, in theory, you know, in quotation marks, in big quotation marks, all that they're trying to do here is to, I guess, deepen their understanding of creation magics and potentially creating more powerful creation magics by merging themselves with creations, right? I mean, I could definitely see that being an enticing research project, and it might ultimately lead to, I don't know, a better world? A world where they can create even more exciting and really, really cool and perfect stuff, right? So I would say it's very ambitious. You know, it's a big question, obviously, of whether or not the means, you know, are just in the grand scheme of things, but they certainly seem to believe so, and yeah, I don't know. We just don't know enough about this yet, I feel like. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandaemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise cause. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whoever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandaemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. Let us do that. I shall stay by Arictonius' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could it trouble you to take the vanguard? Sure. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. So, it's going to be the first circle, isn't it? Abyssos, the 5th circle, now accessible. Well, it's the... okay, yeah. Well, what are these raids called? P124, right? So this is P5? Makes sense, okay. Just what is La Habrea planning? And what role do I play in the schemes? I feel like... Oh. You know what I just thought about? Maybe it's some misguided parenting on La Habrea's part. Maybe he was so disappointed with his son that he tried to study ways to enhance him with creation magics. Maybe that's why he's doing this. And maybe that's why he wants his son. Huh. I wonder if that's one of his goals. To try to strengthen Arictonius by combining him with some sort of magical creature. Or some such. Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandaemonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. Alright. Also, it's somewhat interesting to me, this seems to be a single-player instance, right? Whereas in Omega's case, for example, they were multiplayer as well. Huh, interesting choice. Before I enter, though, I need to double-check something. I need to double-check the gear and what's available currently. Let me see, did they already update? Yes. Garland data, buried memory. Or can I... wait. Oh, I can't, because I don't have them. It's cool that they finally changed this, right? Now it's easier to see the master recipes. Well, I don't have the books yet, so... Wait, how do I... Let me see, if I go to database... 6.2... And then... Items... Wait, did we get new crafting stuff? Oh, yeah, more... Ah, right. We got the script exchange gear. Right.
1 second. What the hell is this weird fish garden? What is 1 to 100? Oh, that, okay. Okay, so the Rinna Skitter stuff, that's the 610. No, wait, is that the, no, that's the crafted gear. So I guess that's already in game? I mean, it should be, right? Or do they just add the crafted gear next week? I don't know, something about this is really, really weird. What the fuck is the Windswept Codex? Totem gear? What? Why is it 615? Oh, that's from the new, right. Oh, I shouldn't look through this too much, should I? Lunar Envoy's Boots of Scouting, so that's the raid stuff, right? So it does display the crafted gear here. I'm not entirely sure, because what I was thinking about, right, is that I might either try to get some gear from the raid if the crafted gear only releases next week. But if the crafted gear is already released, then I'll be able to get that anyways this week. So I wouldn't need to think about whatever happens next week, I guess. I'm just debating whether or not I should get a specific piece of loot from this raid, or whether or not I'm just gonna go for anything and don't really care about it. Let me just double check. When does crafted gear release? Can we actually find that somewhere? Let's look for anything within the last, no, last month. Page 600 checklist, time sensitive tasks. I like that they have in the Reddit list of time sensitive tasks to do with when 6.2 releases is the first item on that list is place 400 items in my 400 additional glamour dresser slots immediately. Yep, definitely do that.
It doesn't say anything about the crafted gear releasing later. Why is it always so... Wait, how does that work on Google's site? I only want the Reddit stuff. Let's see. Calling now, markets are gonna crash and crash hard next week. The ability to get the EX weapon, extra week of tons, extra rate of raid gear, and like a reason to immediately buy crafted gear is going to absolutely crush demand on the market board. Yeah. That's actually interesting, right? For crafters, this is pretty bad, because usually, at least within sort of the first couple of hours, there's pretty high demand for crafted gear, and not a lot of people that can craft it that quickly, so... But it's also interesting. It completely... well, there's no reason to get the crafted weapon at all, right? Because you can just get the new primal or a trial weapon for next week. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Have they confirmed that Tom's crafted gear will release before Savage? They didn't release ahead of time with the last Savage tier, yeah. Pretty sure that yes, this was heavily implied, if not outright confirmed. During the live letter, Yoshi P said that only delay Savage and no other adjustments were made, and made references to going into Savage with 900 tomes and talking about difficulty. I'm just gonna ask a friend. I don't really want to, even though it would only take like 3 minutes, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's already out, right? If it's in the database already. Although then again, how does that work with the database anyways? Instances. Because like the Savage instances are in here as well. Oh, that's pretty bad for data miners then, isn't it? If they already have this stuff on the database, although, well, maybe that's publicly available on the Lodestone or something? But yeah, I just realized when I click on instances in the 6.2, in the database, in the 6.2 patch, it does show the Savage instances as well, even though they technically haven't released yet. Huh. Yeah, I hope that isn't all data mined before the actual rate releases. Though then again, I think in terms of data mining, a bunch of stuff has always been kind of data mined before the patch releases. But then again, I mean, there is a difference of whether or not you can look at the data mine stuff for a week or only for like 3 hours, right? Even the most committed raid teams with a bunch of additional people to look through stuff like that will, you know, I mean, there's only so much you can discuss and come up with during 3 hours between when the patch goes live and the raid releases, whereas in a whole week, You know what? My friend's probably doing something themselves, so... Let's just quickly check on that. I mean, it's no big deal. I just want to make sure not to accidentally, you know, grab random pieces of gear here. Let me see. So in theory, if I just go to this summoner... Yep, it's already there. 30 million! You kidding me? Who the fuck's gonna buy that? Well, that is interesting, though, that... Seriously, why would you even put that... Whoever buys this is crazy. I mean, you don't really need that right now. I mean, well, then again, maybe they're preying on people who are dumb enough to do that. Yeah, this is much more reasonable. 5 million. Though that's still... I'd imagine in like 3 days or something, you can probably get an entire set for like 2 million. Alright. Yeah, my friend was in the new dungeon, so... I had figured something like that. But, yeah, if the new gear is already available, then that's... Whoa. Huh. Interesting, to say the least. Alright, I think if I queue for Abyssos the 5th cycle, and, you know, it'll put me back out where I was, but anyways, let's just go back there. Go to Poiton Oikos and just fly over there again. Yeah, so that's really interesting. Crafted gear is also out, so it shouldn't be too difficult to either craft a set myself or just, well, I'll see about that. I'll see how long everything else takes and how much time I still have, and yeah. But either way, I'm gonna go into Savage with full Pentamelda crafted gear then, and I'm just gonna grab random gear for the from the things here. This is from the last raid. I can still exchange that for a bunch of stuff on jobs that still don't have higher gear. So yeah, I'm just gonna... Oh, right, I need to go over there. Enter Pandaemonium. Wait, what? Oh, right, we can just walk through this, right? I was gonna say, wait, huh? How the hell do I get back to the point where I can actually queue for the stuff, but... Hopefully I still remember all my buttons. Whoa, wait a second. There are ultimate adventurer plates? Are you kidding me? Well, fuck. Now I have to do the other ultimates. Wow. Okay, I'm definitely... I need to... Okay, cool. Well, that's crazy. I did not expect them to do that. I always wanted frickin' ultimate parasols, but I'll take ultimate adventurer plates. So, wait, where would that be? Base plate? Epic of Alexander. Wow, holy fuck. That looks pretty awesome, not gonna lie. You can combine it with other stuff as well, right? Well, fuck! Now I really hate that I didn't do the new one. Shit. Wait, how much more new stuff is there? So this is what my friend has. Weapons refrain. Arguably that looks cooler. Doesn't it? Like the Ultimate Weapon one does look better than the Alexander one. I mean, it kind of depends on what you're going for, right? Please update my screenshots. Why does that take so long? Is there anything else? I mean, it does, like, the background and stuff looks pretty cool. Music one, but the rest is all like standard stuff, right? I mean, there are a couple of new ones. This actually looks pretty cool. And these were the ones that were there before, right? So that's interesting. It's mostly the ultimate ones that are new then? Weird, right? Well, that's definitely something else to engage in. As I said, I definitely want to do the new portraits and whatnot. That does remind me, though. I was slightly confused by this, right? Maybe it had something to do with them resetting everything. I don't really know, because when I did the first season with my gold ranking, I only got the achievement and the associated portrait thingy when I actually talked to the dude in the Wolf's Den. But now I got these two just when I logged in, right? Don't know. That's gonna be interesting. Anyways, let's finally go! The patch has been live for what? Almost 4 hours, and I'm only now finally going into the freaking new raid. But, as I said, I just wanna, I always like to take these things slowly at my own pace and just enjoy
the fuck out of the new patch as much as I can. So let's see what this does. Abyssos, the 5th cycle. While the identity of Pandaemonium's assailant is yet unknown, Erictonius makes no effort to hide his doubts concerning La Habrea, who he suspects is using the infernal prison for private experimentation. As if to confirm to the warder's suspicions, a familiar appears in the halls of Asphodelos, claiming to be none other than the chief keyword himself. The creature mocks you with cryptic warnings before vanishing, leaving naught but questions in its wake. Their answers beckon from the shadows of abysses, daring brave souls to seek them out. Let's go. Whoa, well, that was quick. I always like that, right? It's always on patch release, even as a DPS, bam, you're just in. No wait time whatsoever. Well, sometimes there's a little bit, but... Well then. Let's see what this'll be. And let's see if I can still remember my frickin' rotations. It's been a while. Well, not really, but... I don't know, for some reason, the first, like, 3 minutes of going back into doing your rotation always seems strange. Ah, hello. So I guess La Habrea or whoever's responsible is just teleporting us around wildly. I like that music. Hello. Oh, we're literally fighting inside one of the cells. Mythic Creation Proto-Carbuncle. So apparently this carbuncle, by the way, I mean this was shown in the life letter, right? Apparently this is an actual design from like Final Fantasy V or something. See what we got. And let's see what it does. New carbuncle Lemma coming, says one person. Yeah, probably. Baby Carby. Oh, I really like the music. It's a... Searing Ray. It's casting something? I presume we need to go behind it? Yeah, okay. Ruby Glow, that's probably a raid light, I'd assume? Yep. And it does also create some sort of barrier. Do we need to go behind it again? Oh, do we need to be behind the barrier? Wait, so it hits the space we're standing in? That's the tank buster, okay. Interesting. By the way, I really like the new recast times. Don't know how I can ever live without them. Okay, whatever that does. Yeah, it really wasn't that difficult to get back into my... Okay, that's the rate right again. Let's add that. Topaz stones. Oh, do we need to remember where they were? Wait, do they actually explode within the hole? They do. Okay. Sonic Howl? That's just another rate wipe? Oh. Wait, did that actually hit? That looked like it... Was that a targeted AoE? I think that hit certain places we were standing in, potentially. Oh, I shouldn't double up on those. Ah, well. Whatever. I can see a lot of cool potential for Savage here. Acidic Slaver. Oh, he actually goes away? Hello, cutscene in the first fight? Oh, is he like dunking us in acid or something? What the hell is going on? Oh yeah, I think he is. Wow. So they kind of teased us with the wrong... He just eats some sort of weird slime. Okay. Well, that's certainly interesting. Oh, that's the Great White again, right? Definitely didn't expect this. So now he's dropping these topaz stones again. So I feel like these are going to work in a way where you need to remember the location they were placed in Savage, right? Probably. Toxic Crunch? No idea what that is. And you probably place them with a player, and then you need to make sure not to stand in wherever you place them. Or certain players need to place them in certain positions and, you know, only, I don't know. Oh wait, were there multiple hits? There's definitely a bunch of stuff that I don't fully understand. Ah, so now we get different ones. So now we get toxic ones and the AoE one. Alright. I like these effects already. What the fuck is that? Oh! Is it showing us where he's going to jump? I think so, right? Yeah. Oh. Well, let's bring back the healer. Oh, he also munched on I think he munched on one of the tanks. Oh shit! I should have put the healing on the healer instead of on me. But is there a way to know where these things are beforehand? Ah, now they explode like differently. I really, really enjoy this. So many possibilities. Alright, and now we need to go behind him again. He's probably gonna interact with a bunch of stuff in different ways, right? Depending on what's happening. I can't handle that. I should be fine. Everybody's full anyways. Also, he's constantly splitting the arena into different portions. I really like the, I was gonna say, what is the... Oh, does that... I think that gets reflected by the wall or something? For a second there, I was thinking that the Toxic Stone might interact somehow with the barrier, but apparently that doesn't. But yeah, I really like the effect that they have for the AoEs, right? How the AoEs are sort of on the like on the barrier, on the wall, sort of. Let's actually heal the tank this time. Also, I completely forgot about the stack. I really enjoy this fight. It's a really, Okay, let's see what this actually is. Is that really just another raid wide? It's very hard to tell, honestly. Raid wide again? I feel like there's something else that I'm missing to the second raid wide. Yeah, you definitely will have to remember the positioning of these in Savage. Also, I don't fully understand how Searing Ray works. Because it seems like there's more to it than just... So it gets reflected by barriers as well, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, this was a ton of fun! I really, really enjoyed the fight. I mean, the cutscene's probably gonna get really old really quickly, because it was pretty long. But you only have to do it once per week, so that's kind of fine. You don't even have to do it. It's just that I kind of want to do it once per week. Alright. Let's roll on this stuff. So I'm just gonna roll neat on everything, I think. I don't really care. It's only gonna be sort of for my second job or something anyways. I think the Sage did pretty well, didn't he? Because the Astrologian definitely died a couple of times. Not entirely sure about that. Also, I just realized that we had 3 summoners in here. See, that's always why I check beforehand. If somebody's asking about Biz for summoner. Oh, oops, that's the wrong keyboard. Got the gauntlets. Nice. Cool. Well then. Isn't this just kind of random how we're just now standing in this sort of acidic plant environment? Was this, like, this was below the cage, right? Why would they keep... I mean, I guess they... Maybe they were experimenting with, like, acidic fumes or something on these creatures, right? Because why else would you place this below here?
Or maybe the creatures were, you know, I don't know, pooping, and over time it just created this. I don't know. Why is this here? Why is this below the cage? Weird. Well, then again, maybe some of the creatures also just vomit out or in some other form create acidic substances. I don't know. So, this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Ah, see, I should have just read. Arictonius and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Hi! I was gonna say, show yourself, La Habrea, but there he is. Well, the circumstance is different. I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions. Unless I have misread you. Paragon? An all too familiar paragon. Am I supposed to know who you are? Wait, what's that paragon a reference to? Isn't that what he called us? Wait, would he know about us, though? I mean, well, he kind of alluded to that, right? I don't know, this sounds the best. Let's go with this. I'm all too familiar. Paragon. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No. I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. So he doesn't really know what will happen to him then. I mean, it would have surprised me if he did, but... If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? What? Now, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Well, you see, I do have a bunch of very fortunate protections against this kind of influence. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. But wait, shouldn't he, in theory, be curious about us? I mean, he should know a Zem, right? They're on the Convocation together. So, shouldn't he be curious why we look just like a Zem? I mean, maybe it's been a while since he met him. I don't know. Maybe something else is also going on with him? I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Arictonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. I thought Athena is dead. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Arictonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection. So what harm is there in hearing me out? So he's trying to get his wife back? Or something? Arctonius, wait! There is a question I must needs ask first. Must needs? If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. Huh. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. What? So, is he suggesting that the real La Habrea would have addressed him as Elidibus? Or is he not Elidibus at this point? Yeah, I was going to say, he would have called him Elidibus, right? The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Hello. Right, because he calls him Elidibus. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter! You have no right to claim that form. That mask. That's the cool cutscene that was in the trailer, right? Bam! Where he just gets rid of the mask. Hello? Who the hell are you? What? Who? Wait, why do they look so similar? Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet, you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Is he like the older brother of Arctonius or something? Such tried provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Arctonius, listen well. I am Hephaistos. Hephaistos? Hephaistos. I don't know, something like that.
And it is I whom you should call Father. Oh. What? The fuck? Is he adopted? What in the name of creation? Brea, do some explaining. We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety, so you may provide it. Well, to be fair, having the real Brea basically on our side now, it seems, that's probably good. Huh. That sounds more like the Brea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As Brea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Well, we knew, but our character didn't, I guess. I mean, the reason why we knew was because his voice is the same, right? So, sadly, these aren't voice acted, which I still find one of the biggest crimes that 14 had, like one of the biggest crimes that the game does, and one of the biggest criticisms that I have towards the game is just that they didn't expand on. Well, they did expand on voice acting, like both Shadowbringers and Endwalker had a lot more voice acting than previous expansions. Mainly because the cutscenes themselves were also just longer and more extensive, but man, I just want voice acted raid stories. This would be such an incredible story with their actual voice actors, right? And the problem is they're not going to do that retroactively, right? That's the biggest issue. If they at some point would go back and re-voice all the cutscenes that weren't voiced before, that would be incredible. But sadly, they don't do that, so... Oh, well. I had a feeling. Whatever your name is, you're still Themis to me. You've always been Elidibus to me. I know a thing or two about deception myself. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as Brea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please, help him. Save him. Save who? What the hell was that? Are we in Persona now? That was a very Persona thing to do. I don't know, that instantly reminded me of the voice in Persona 5, the butterfly that's speaking to you. Brea. It's nice to see you again. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. I still don't understand. Yeah, neither do I, really. Well, at least that did reveal, so the person who was posing as Brea, that's the one who looks all crazy on the patch art, right? So that's going to be interesting to see what's going on there. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus.
After my dear friend Azem and I detected irregularities in Pandaemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station, as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. Hold on a minute there. Neither Azem nor I had ever met you in the flesh. You came with his highest recommendation. Azem knows that we're here? What? I'm sorry, that audio peaked, I think. Azem knows that we're here? Really? Well, I mean, I guess this is taking place after all the things that happened in Endwalker, right? Wait a second, though. That would... Doesn't that mean all kinds of implications for the entire story? If the actual original Azem knows that his self-same... well... thing, he himself, from the future basically, but a lesser version of himself, is walking around here doing stuff. Isn't that kind of weird if he knows? I mean, huh. Because the whole thing with the Endwalker story so far was that the only person who was aware of what was happening was Benar / Heidelin, who ultimately ended up doing a bunch of stuff to see that the world was rescued, right? So she knew that we existed, but how does Azem know? Well, the interesting part here is as well that everything that seems to be happening here, I don't know, are they going to do some sort of other memory wiping event at the end of Pandaemonium? Because otherwise, all of these people, including Elidibus and La Habrea and seemingly Azem, would know us, right? That's definitely going to be interesting to keep an eye on. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to himself was out there, amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. I'm sure it amused him a lot. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Venar, who held the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. Well, now I'm really intrigued to see where this is going to go. I mean, it had to happen eventually, but the fact that Azem knows? She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. You know what the really sad part about this is? In the cutscene in 5.3, when you talk to Elidibus, because he became Zodiac's heart, right? He also lost part of his memories. Like, he sort of, I guess he took all the, ether and everything in from everybody to save the Ancients and to create that etheric barrier against the Dynamis invasion that Meteion was creating. But the thing is, we never did find out, well,
it was kind of alluded to, but it was never outright stated. When, in that cutscene, before you actually fight the Warrior of Light, he's saying something, this, I promised to someone, and he has this whole sort of mental breakdown and tries to play it off by, fighting us, right? But I think the very person he promised that to, the person he couldn't remember anymore because he became Zodiark's heart, is us. And or is them. Maybe both of us. Which is really crazy to think about, right? Oh, that's gonna be a tearjerker at some point during the story, isn't it? Alright, anyways, how many of these do I have? So I have 45 of these, 60 of these, 53 of these. Just go with the crit ones. I have a feeling I need those the most. The keyword's jail. Let's see where this goes. We have the Amarots. Yeah, we do. God, the music. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea. And truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would never escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just found out of such a being. But hard to believe you've only just found out... Oh, such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandaemonium. Do you think matters would simply sort themselves out? Suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandaemonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It's not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. What? Is he La Habrea's brother or something? He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. Can you please elaborate? The fuck? If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? Or is he suggesting that he took his own sort of hate and everything that he loathed about himself and sort of manifested it in somebody else? And locked it away in Pandaemonium? He is the product of experimentation gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. He spoke of my mother. He looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandaemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As chief keyword of Pandaemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandaemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet as you can see by Arictonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Zem and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elizabeth, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that he stood against. Being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. La Habrea can't be trusted. Just outright state that. Was that you said about being... Well... So here's the thing. I don't fully disagree with La Habrea. But... Well, in this particular case, I feel like I kind of have selfish reasons to, you know, to engage with all of this. Because I want to know more about La Habrea. I feel like by destroying the facility, he's also trying to hide his own shortcomings, the things that he seemingly locked away within Pandaemonium, right? Because that's pretty much what it seems like, right? It seems like he pretty much has a big dark secret to hide here, and by just destroying the entire facility, he neatly gets rid of that as well, and nobody's going to ask questions. But I want to know more. So I guess I'm going to choose option 1. It's very interesting, though. So I guess this Hephaestus is some weird creation of La Habrea
to get rid of his own negative feelings, basically. It seems like a very, actually pretty dangerous experiment, doesn't it? Anyways, it's too soon to give up on the others, he says, but in his mind he thinks, I just want to know more about you, La Habrea. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the Emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Isn't he, like, standing right there? I was going to say, he's still right here. That was kind of strange. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from the position of impartiality? What? Impartiality. Is that a word? My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandaemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers. And neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness his might and Erictonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandaemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. You're even more tedious than I remember. Come find me when you're finished. Huh. La Habrea lost deep in thought. Erictonius is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray, lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. You have done all you can with words. Only your actions can convince me now. Despite recent developments, our plan remains unchanged. Pray, call me Themis for the time being. Shall put us all in the correct mindset, and in fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. Isn't it, like... Well, it's not outright forbidden to call a convocation member by their actual name, right? But isn't it really considered rude? I guess Elidibus wouldn't really consider it rude. but yeah, I don't know. Oh, buddy, what's going on? You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. And at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds. The other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world. They don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandaemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. Yeah. I feel like, as I said, La Habrea, maybe he's trying to get rid of the problem altogether, right? By, like, from his, not necessarily to save himself or anything, or to, you know, not have to face the consequences of what he might have done here, but rather, I think he's approaching that from a more practical standpoint, maybe even, right? To the point where he's probably thinking, oh, you know, if we destroy the facility, we get rid of the risk, and at the same time, I get rid of my past, so to speak, right? So, I think that's why he wants that, not necessarily because he wants to hide it or anything. But I think, especially for Erictonius here, we mustn't forget that it was his mother, before the Habrea, who led this facility as chief warden, right? And who he has a very strong connection to, so he probably thinks that they would destroy some of the legacy of his mother when they would destroy Pandaemonium as well, right? So he's not only fighting for the other warders, but also for his mother's legacy. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? Well, to be honest, he kind of does, doesn't he? He always was a man who worked from the shadows. He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. I have no idea what he might be like in this age. I don't know. I don't fully agree with the first option here. He always was a man who worked from the shadows. That's kind of true, but also not. I mean, he did face us in the end, right? And all the Ascians worked from the shadows. That's what they had to do, more or less. And saying he once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends, well, that kind of twists our own. Like, his quote-unquote twisted ends were the same ones that Emmett Selk had. And we did understand why he wanted that, right? So I feel like that's kind of wrong. Isn't that messing with our own sort of perception of who Emmett Selk was? I mean, I guess it depends. Obviously, you can, like, regard him in a couple of different ways, and a lot of people do, but yeah, I feel like the second one wouldn't really be true to who I am as the Warrior of Light. Let's go with I have no idea what he might be like in this age, because I still firmly hold to... Well, we do have to remember how different Emet-Selch was here. Or not different. Like, he was clearly the same person, yet at the same time his sort of beliefs and goals were entirely different because, well, the circumstances were entirely different, right? This age. Just how long has it been since last you met? Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion when he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandaemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us. And seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Let's do that, I guess. Researchers of different layers seldom contact one another unless work is involved, and I know next to nothing about the keyword of Abyssos. Any morsels of information La Habrea can offer would be a boon. I really do enjoy how much story they actually packed in here between the different fights as well. Well then, La Habrea, tell us more. Aractonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Zen. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It's unlike anything I've seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Zen never ceases to surprise. The previous Zen was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter. The true danger of Azem's nature is its tendency to infect all those he comes into contact with. Emet-Selch said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet, you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. Matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome.
Who?
I speak of Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. So another one that... Okay. I wonder how Hephaestus did that then. how he got the keywords under his influence. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemitheos. Hemitheos. Doubtless against her will. We must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least steal her away until we find the means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Erictonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. The Sixth Circle now accessible. I wonder if that's also a little, like a very, very slight sort of nudge at people who are always claiming, oh, the, person X and Y got carried through the raid or something. Hegemon was a woman of reason and logic. She would never be swayed by Hephaestus' wretched schemes. I hope she was not made to suffer overmuch. Let us not change a strategy that has served us well thus far. Bring Hegemon to heel, and Erictonius and I shall inter her when the time is right. Now we prove our strength. Only then can we free the other waters and unveil the truth hidden in Pandaemonium's shadows. Wait, are we actually already fighting the Chief Warden of Abyssos? Because, well, Hesperos was the one for Asphodelis, right? La Habrea insists that the only way to save the star from the horrors lurking within Pandaemonium is summary destruction. However, Themis and Erictonius succeed in convincing the chief keyword to allow you a chance to prove the worth of another way. You are tasked with interring Hegemon, the keyword of Abyssos and a master of creation magics in her own right. Succeed in this, and you may continue your journey into the facility's deeper circles. Fail, and Pandaemonium, along with its waters and creations, shall be reduced to nothing. But, no pressure. Okay, so apparently we're already fighting the Chief Warder then? Wonder what the... sorry about that. Didn't get as much sleep as I wanted last night. But yeah, I wonder how that will end with the other two fights then. After this fight, I need to take a very quick break though. I think I should get myself something to drink because it's already really, really warm in here again, and yeah, I think I just definitely didn't drink enough today. I really, really like the story so far, though. Like, it's, again, the sort of the pacing of information that's been given is much better compared to other raid stories, I feel like. Oh, hello. We're just right in front of her, I guess. No talk, no cutscene? Oh, hello. That looks interesting. Hemitheos Hegemon.
What is this song? We get a song with lyrics in the second fight? What's going on? Etheric polymonoid? Okay. I wonder if those are... Okay. So those just seem to be AoEs of some sort. Chorus Ixu. Oh, that's the... Okay, that's to the side. That's the trailer music, though. Oh, I just saw that. She's doing, like, lightning bolts into certain directions. I wonder if those... I mean, those do seem to be random. Matthias's Dark 4. Whatever that means. How did the healer die? Transmission. Let's take that as far away as possible. Okay. Oh, that's probably... Ah, it's probably gonna explode, right? Or not? Oh! Okay. So that's wherever you look. Interesting. Well, that's going to be interesting in Savage, because obviously in Savage it's not going to show where that goes, right? Double tank buster? Okay. I did not expect this song to be in the second fight. I really, really didn't. I wonder what this does, though. I mean, it seems like it's more than just an AoE. Right? I mean, in this particular case it is, but I feel like there has to be way more to that. Because it looks like it would be expanding or something. Okay, so now she's turning around. Ah, okay. Well, we do know this. Okay, I was going to say how many times she can do it, but wasn't that often actually. Was that the rate light? Yeah. Perfect. I want to have the equestrian roll! Please give me the equestrian roll! Okay, so this only happens like at the very end, right? Oh, now they're much longer, what the fuck? I hate a little bit that you're completely, like, that you're not moving at all when that goes off. Maybe that's exclusive to normal, though. I can definitely see that that might be a thing that only happens, or that works different in Savage, right? Where it might not have that specific effect. Ethereal Exchange. That sounds different. Something Sigma? Oh shit! Oh no! Yeah, I did that. Okay. Oh, as always, you need to... Why am I always so... I don't know, something about that always trips me up the first time I see that. Because I always think way too much. Okay, so that moves over there, so that means that one's... Okay, I figured it out. The first time you see that, it's always a little bit confusing, but... Oh, that looks really fun. Though I have to say, the pacing of this fight so far seems... I don't know, it seems like they took out a lot more in the normal mode. Okay, that's gonna move over here, and that's free. Well, that's pretty easy, once you figured it out. I do hope this is not going to be too annoying in Savage, because, well, usually stuff that forces you to move this much just doesn't feel that great. Oh, fuck. I saw too late that the healer was already raising. Oh well. It's really cool music, man. I want to have the orchestral roll. Yeah. Well, that's going to be very standard stuff in Savage, I'd imagine, with the different timers and whatnot. I like the little UI icon, though. Yeah, in Savage, this is probably going to be combined with the what's it called? With the things that change position, right? So you will have to position yourself in a way where you take the change in position in mind. I need to go here, right? Ooh, that was spicy. I needed to stand on the outer thing, not the inner one. I realized that too late. Or rather, I thought that it wouldn't go off quite that quickly. I don't quite understand why it died, though. Did I take... Maybe I tried to somehow cross over more quickly or something? Really not quite sure how that happened. Wait, so that changes, so you need to go here. Wait, so that's quite strange though. I feel like that shouldn't have gone off quite that quickly. Alright, interesting. Does she, I think she, like, whenever she does the spinny thing, I think she also randomly turns towards a person. So definitely need to, like in Savage, you will probably have to stack for that, so that she turns the same way every time. So that you're not surprised by where she's looking. And rob yourself of safe spots and whatnot. Looked pretty interesting, though, well, I think this is going to be a lot more intricate than Savage, obviously, whereas the first fight will probably be very similar in Savage, just without the AoE markers and whatnot. Which is why the normal mode version of the first fight probably feels a lot better paced, because the second fight in Savage will be more interesting. Anyways, let's just grab whatever. Did I already... No. Hey, more gauntlets! Oh, that's weird. I accidentally got gauntlets. Cool. Well then, that was quite interesting. As I said, the possibilities there are really intriguing, but the thing is just the first fight had a lot more to offer. I felt like the second one was... I mean, there were interesting combinations that were going on, but I really hope they do way more in Savage than that. Anyway, so I will take a very, very small break of about 5 minutes. Enjoy the dark atmosphere, I guess. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get back into this, shall we? I could sense from here that Hagemon had been contained. The effect of Hephaestus' tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. As is to be expected, Arctonius appears quite pleased with our victory. Well then, I'm actually quite surprised that we already fought the head warden of Abyssos, right? What are the last two encounters going to be? We've won! Keyword is sealed away, and alive this time. Fahabria can't deny us now. Let's just grab the critical hit again. Alright, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Servant of Violence. What the hell is going to happen? Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now we have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I'm not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Prometheus, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandaemonium. He's talking about him, isn't he? And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte cannot brace his companions. That's something that Hementhemes taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies close to us. And tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandaemonium would rid us of him. The cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once. And do not think to set foot in Pandaemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live. And I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. That struck a nerve, didn't it? Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Arictonius. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. It seems like a low blow. Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool! You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition! For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother. Oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you. No. Listen not. Listen not, Arictonius. Is that his mother? Apologies. Taught me that a calm heart stays the course. I could never even grasp the rudder. So Hephaestus took him? I feel like we maybe should have talked more about that whole Hephaestus business and how La Habrea created him and why. Because he seems like a pretty powerful fellow, to be honest. And is the voice his mother? Maybe his mother didn't truly die or something? I mean, the reason why it seems to strike a nerve with La Habrea is I feel like he probably did something, like he obviously didn't kill his wife. I think he probably did something that somehow meant that
I don't know, that something happened to her. She probably fell victim, well, somewhat to his ambition or something, and he blames himself for it, but I feel like maybe that wasn't actually, like, it wasn't actually his fault or something. But he thinks of it as such. I wonder where this is gonna go, though. Like, honestly, at this point, it's pretty... I mean, obviously, at some point, we're gonna fight Hephaestus and kill him, but... what about the in-between? And the funny thing is, right, we already fought Arictonius, so I feel like that's not necessarily what's gonna happen next. This was Hephaestus' work, there can be no doubt. Seems he learned from his previous failure. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Arictonius, and made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Arictonius himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? Another? Well, within him? As I thought. Someone was trying to warn Arictonius, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? No. Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Arictonius past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy. And Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandaemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. I don't know if we can be so optimistic, but let's see. Just as with Hesperos, Arictonius is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. So we're actually going past Abyssos? But that's what the raid here is called, isn't it? The deepest level of Pandaemonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where he shall shine. His dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. So we're basically so lightweight that we can't possibly step on any traps, right? It's pretty cool. And time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. You will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Yeah, let him spill the beans. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erectonius. If you know, would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erectonius's feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, what? You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? I wouldn't say that a child would do this, but alright. And so you drove your own son over the edge? Did you mean to protect Erectonius with your silence? Silence never protects anyone, by the way, right? Just, subtle hint at parents. Treat your kid like an adult. They'll thank you later. How dare you? No. No. You are right. The blame for Erectonius's fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. Oh, hello. She looks cute. The remaining keyword is Actistis. She has served in Pandaemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He's hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. By the way, does she have the new hairstyle? Well, then again, I think that existed before, right? Usually the hairstyles they add were ones that were already in the game but not accessible for players. But it might be the one. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Actistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight, and phantom allies to aid you. As for the internment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Let the master handle it. Internment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Actistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemon. She's been transfigured such that barely a scampling of herself remains. But we can but take comfort. And what a mercy the underworld will be for her. Okay. Huh. Well then, let's see what this is going to be. By the way, I really, really enjoy that they chose to have more sort of humanoid enemies. I don't know, something about that, even in other games, like FromSoft's games especially, I always appreciate humanoid fights. Obviously, only having those would also be boring pretty quickly, but, I don't know, I feel like usually you just fight more beasts. I sense that Hephaestus has come close to perfecting his image of a Prometheus, which means his research is in its final stage. I shall establish control of Abyssos while keeping an eye on your battle. When the dust is settled, Hephaestus will have nowhere left to flee. Alright, let's do this! The Seventh Circle. Arictonius' mind falls into the hands of the enemy, and he is spirited away to Tartarus, Pandaemonium's deepest circle. The only path to his rescue goes through Actistis, whose magics are peerless among the keywords, even more so now that they've been augmented by Hephaestus' endless experimentation. To deliver her soul from suffering and bring Arictonius to safety, you must face your most daunting foe yet. Alright, let's do it then. Bring it on! Oh, never mind. While I was waiting, I was gonna check on whether or not there was already information available about the dynamic resolution settings and whatnot, but yeah, whatever. Oh, this looks cool. This looks awesome. So I wonder if they stored concepts in those things as well. Probably, right? It kind of looks like those things. Also, what's that tree? Oh, that's her. Fuck! What the fuck happened to her? Prometheus Actistis. Well, that's definitely a very twisted version of her. And I guess we get another third fight without, like, with the foe that's only sort of on the edge of the arena? Maybe? I mean, the design looks awesome. Holy shit, what is that hitbox? What the fuck is that? Why does it even have a hitbox? Clouds Strife, really? Vow of Addis. If you will not leave, then you shall become mine. Okay. Interesting. Prometheus is holy. That's probably a raid line. Nope. Almost though. So there's gonna be in and out. Is she gonna hit back here? Probably, right? Yeah. Okay, so you'll have to watch out for a lot of her animations, I suppose. And now one of her arms is gonna move again. Alright. So far, a little bit too easy for a third fight, in my opinion, but... Oh, fuck. I should not stand there.
I thought it was a... Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was a knockback for a second there. Ooh, perhaps you require more room for heroics. This looks awesome. Alright, so it's still the same things, but they force you onto different platforms. At least they're doing something interesting with the arena. I do really appreciate that. Spark of Life? I don't think we've had that yet. Okay, that's just a very strong red white. Oh, with the bleed. Nice. A little bit too classical for the third fight as well, but I'll take it. I sense convergences of ether. Beware what they may spawn. Ad phase? Oh. They just straight up hit the 3 platforms? That's boring. I thought you had to look out for where they look. And extra flares. Also a classic thing. Forbidden Fruit. What the hell is that? Oh, these things again? Oh, so they spawn in different things every time. I get it. Okay. They're gonna charge, right? Really? That still hit me? I disagree with that. I didn't think they would only charge through the middle. I thought we had to somehow gauge where... Or somebody actually... Somebody actually fell down. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, for a second there I thought I stood wrong, but nope. Alright, I mean, at first I thought that the fight was a little bit, you know, too, I guess, classical for a third one. Well, not necessarily for a third one, but it felt like it wasn't necessarily super interesting, but now it definitely got a lot more interesting. Alright, so I guess now the fruits are gonna work differently. So they will probably have the same effect again, right? Yeah. Makes sense. I wonder if there are going to be different arena configurations in Savage. I don't necessarily think so. There might be. Alright, let's see what we get. Okay. Birds again. Oh wait, this time this one's different. Oh fuck. I saw what we had to do. Yeah, okay. That was pretty dumb on my part, to be honest. I should have recognized that. But if I had tried to run, I think I would have just died, so... But I do enjoy the fight a lot. Definitely a lot of different possibilities. Oh. Nope. Okay. First out, then in. Fair enough. Spark of Light. Was that the raid wipe? Yes. Raid wipe with a heavy bleed. At least I did add all the right thing. Nope. Too much damage with 2 stacks. And I was at like 80% or something, so that really hit hard. With the stacks, that is. Without, probably not. Oh. Why is this one spawning back down? I was gonna say, can the knockback please go off? That took so long to go off that I feared that I would, you know... I do like this. It's a pretty entertaining fight. I thought that it was going to be a lot less interesting at the beginning, but now I do actually enjoy it quite a lot. It's a little bit unfortunate that I could just knock back prevent that. So I wonder if that's gonna work differently in Savage. If there's going to be something to prevent you from just using knockback prevention stuff. I like that. That was really, really cool. As I said, the beginning parts were a little bit, not so interesting. One thing that I wish they would do a little bit more, which I think the first fight did pretty well, is just that normal mode does lend itself, not necessarily to overly long cutscenes, but certainly to cutscenes in general, because it just breaks the pacing up a little bit. So these fights, you know, the second and third one just being the exact same of the whole course of the fight, is a little bit, you know, not that interesting, I would say. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. It was still a very, very cool fight. I definitely enjoyed that they actually did something with the arena, because at first, right, when they spawned you in on the round arena, surrounded by, well, nothing essentially, that is such a common sight that, I don't know, I was slightly disappointed by that, but the fact that they actually did something with it, and some clever stuff as well, you know, the AoE that sort of leads you into the middle of the arena, even though the middle isn't there at that point, that's pretty clever. And it's kind of funny seeing people just walk off the edge. That's pretty cool. I like that. And there's, again, a lot of possible combinations with the different things that can spawn in. I do like that as well, right? Not necessarily in ad space, but ads sort of spawning in, having different effects and whatnot. A lot of interesting combinations, you know, possibilities for combinations. Okay, well, let's see where this goes. She didn't look anything like the picture they showed us before, though. Slightly disappointed with that, but yeah. She was twisted a lot. But then again, La Habrea warned us that happened, right? The moment Aegisthus was slain, the flow of ether and Pandaemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. Just almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only Keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo, she's still here. Was she the one that spoke to us? only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I am afraid this is the most I can manage, with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master Lahabrea. Likewise, Keyword Ecdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report. That was you. Ah, very clever way to get Lahabrea here, right? She is very clever. That's pretty cool. So she immediately recognized that giving Lahabrea... Oh, fuck. Wait, what did she... Well, how the hell did I press X? Are you kidding me? Let's read that. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I've called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears is all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that was very clever on her part, because she recognized that sending a message out that everything was okay and Pandaemonium was operating normally would probably not alert a lot of people, but would alert the right one, namely Lahabrea, because he already knew that something was amiss, right? That was respect for that. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master Lahabrea, but the story must be told. It's the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Arictonius. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No. The mask marks him as Lahabrea. Master Lahabrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life, and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. Yeah, so, I mean, he pretty much told us that already, but it's very interesting to get confirmation on that. So Hephaestus is basically... So he's not a real human, right? Or real ancient, whatever. But a creation of Lahabrea himself, and all of his emotions that he felt. So he's basically also a being of Dynamis in a way, isn't he? But maybe done with creation magics and therefore a being of ether? And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Arictonius. My lesser half is now buried, where none can find it. It would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Wait, so that was what Lahabrea looked back then? So it's the actual Lahabrea? Oh, I guess Hephaestus kept his appearance from what he looked like at that age, basically. Interesting. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe.
Athena's teachings? What was going on with this Athena? Like, seriously. Erictonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. Holy fuck. Okay. So, is he insinuating that Athena manipulated Erictonius to the point where he was really, really attached to his mother, but didn't realize that she was only using him as a tool? And I guess La Habre's intention was to, by not telling him what actually happened and keeping his, I guess, memory of his mother alive, he knew that he would be hated by his son, but at the same time he also knew, or he didn't want to burden him with the actual truth. This definitely didn't go where I expected it to, which is pretty cool. But yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Well, as always, I don't think, as difficult as it is, I always say that, right? Obviously, it would have been better if La Habre had just told him the truth. It would have been incredibly painful, but ultimately, I think, it would have been better because, well, then he wouldn't have tried to stick to something that wasn't actually real, right? Now, that being said, even with a powerful being as La Habrea undoubtedly is, it's very, very difficult to actually do these things, right? To inflict pain upon someone you love, or in this case, your son, even, in search of the truth. I don't know, there's always this small sort of portion of me that does believe that sometimes lying is the better solution. The problem with lies, though, is that there's always the risk of them, being discovered. And, well, the thing is that, it depends on the lie that you're telling, but the thing with that is just that, with a lie, you're also... Well, I think it heavily depends on the individual situation, right? But in this particular case, if he hadn't lied, then Erictonius would have had a chance at, living his own life and not following something he believed in that wasn't actually real, and tried to accept the truth. And I don't know. It's a difficult decision to make, though. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. I mean, he probably didn't expect him to come back here. Erictonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habre's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erictonius, I hope. Thank you, Arctistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? I really want to know who this Athena was. Like, how did she even become La Habre's wife if she was such a monster? Apparently. Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. He should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. We are to face him. We must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Wait, are we already fighting him? What's with the rest then? This definitely doesn't go how I thought it would. Which is cool, like, I like that, but what is up with that Athena? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Oh, why did I never noticed that the chat just stays hidden when you... Huh. Anyways. It was Erictonius' hatred for his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus' magics. Yet the roots of that hatred were born from his son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandaemonium abounds with demons indeed. Yeah, the fact that this Athena turns out to be the biggest demon of them all is certainly a twist I didn't see coming. Huh. Maybe we're actually gonna fight some twisted version of Athena at the very end? Actistes was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. She would unearth secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. Wow! Well, he already has a high opinion of us? Holy shit. This is going to be really interesting. See where this goes. One final wish. That looks very interesting. Or maybe we're actually fighting Athena now? The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. How did that happen, though? Like, how did she become such a monster? She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Arictonius could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing with, the reason why I understand La Habrea lying to him is because it's not clear whether or not Arictonius would ever accept the actual truth of the matter, right? I mean, there was quite a big chance that he would have completely been consumed by... because his mother was dead at that point, right? So he wouldn't really have been able to see who she really was, right? He would have always just reminded the woman that he thought he, remembered. What she made herself out to be towards him, I don't know. It's actually a pretty cruel fate as a father as well, right? Just think, because it kind of just struck me that she would, imagine being a father and the mother of your child just manipulating the child so much that sort of the only thing that can naturally happen is because, you either then have a choice of, staying kind of truthful to yourself, but being hated by your son or child, or, lying to them and I don't know, that seems like a pretty twisted situation to be in. I wonder why he wasn't able to get through to Arictonius, though, while his mother was still there. Well, why he couldn't make him see what was wrong with his mother. Maybe he realized too late what she was doing to him. I mean, again, there must have been a reason why they married in the first place, right? So I don't see La Habrea... I mean, it might have been, I don't know, a connection out of... not necessarily out of love, but more out of... well, not necessity either, but they both had their own sort of ambitions and felt like being together just brought them closer instead of, working on them by themselves. So maybe that's a reason why they got together. And, Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating her meteor. I know not what his ultimate end is. It is plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Arictonius to safety, in accordance with Aegisthus' last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandaemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. Which means I will be fighting. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning his phantom warriors. Oh, hello. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked. The same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. I mean, sounds like a good deal to me, to be honest. Yeah, I see no reason why that thing should have been kept alive. I mean, he isn't even human, right? He's just a creation of La Habrea's mind, basically. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Together. The 8th circle. Well, that's very interesting, though. What is the last raid part going to be, then? I mean, maybe we can't actually kill him or something? I mean, it might just be Athena. Maybe he succeeds in resurrecting her or something? But what are the other 3 fights, then? If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Erectonius is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer I cannot say. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, friend. Oh boy. Alright. Let's do this. I find this so weird. Why do they always specify with a party of other players? Like, what? That's so weird that that's on, like, every one of these options, isn't it? I like the picture. At last, Hephaestus' wicked plan is laid bare. He aims to use Erectonius as a tool to resurrect Athena, former chief keyword of Pandaemonium. Although his exact motivations remain shrouded in mystery, there is no time for doubt, for every idle moment allows Hephaestus to draw one step closer to completing his grand experiment. You hurry to hidden experimental compound. The hidden. What am I reading? That this chain of twisted ambition might be broken at last. Okay. Huh. Well then, let's see what this is going to be. Okay, interesting. Just open up Discord because I wanted to have a look at certain things and show me some interesting things. See what this is going to be. This, by the way, already looks pretty awesome. I like whatever that's supposed to be. Is that supposed to be something akin to DNA? And he's like experimenting on that?
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Why is this voice acted? Are you kidding me? Just voice act all the quests then! As if you didn't have the money to do that. Oh, that looks awesome. Holy fuck. Perfect imperfection. And we get funky new music. I like the background. This do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Halfway stars. The background looks awesome. I like that. That because it kind of looks, you know, technical yet at the same time fantastical, but also sort of scientist. Something. I don't know. Pretty great.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
He also gets Genesis of Flame. He also gets voice acting in the fight. Okay.
From fulgent flame, my servants rise.
So he has those same sort of elements as well as Hesperos?
Under my sight.
Oh.
Leave
okay, so
but ash in your wake.
He actually summons in a phoenix?
Let seep sorrow into your
cool. Great. I expected the phoenix to come from another direction or something. I didn't expect it to be out and in. How do you see whether or not he hits outside or inside? Flame Viper? Okay, that's a 10 plus one. How do we have 3 summoners again? Are you kidding me?
Behold the fruits of
Reforged Reflection. Oh, that's awesome! The fuck is that? Just gains?
You will know my rage.
Oh. Oh, okay, he shows us what he's doing. So middle knockback? Oh yeah, okay. Well, I kinda worked it out. Rearing Rampage? What the fuck was that?
Perish in flame's embrace.
Fourfold fires. Okay.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Oh, the Scholar did something for it. I expect the other 2 are gonna go off, or maybe not. Oh, wait, what? Oh, they're okay, they're moving. I didn't even see that. What a cool animation! How do you see whether or not they'll hit outside or inside? I still like this dun-dun-dun-dun in the background. It's a cool, I don't know, neat little sound.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are afraid to be consumed.
Into the shadows? Changing the element now? Ooh, ads. Gorgonia. Electrothermos? Does that randomly hit players as well? It looks like it does, doesn't it? I mean, this was just a raid, right? But the previous ones he seemed to randomly turn to a player.
Sear flesh from bone.
Volcanic torches? What? Was there a safe spot somewhere? Ah, okay. I see. Interesting. And it gives 4 players... Okay. I feel like those might have to be... How do you see what the Phoenix is doing? Kind of disappointed that he only has fire. I thought he was going to switch over to other elements. He might do that in Savage, though. No idea. The music is sort of a remix of the Animesis Anida dungeon, isn't it? Or not the Anida, but the what was the other one called? Like the water research thing. Okay. Alright, now I get how this works. That's pretty nice. You kind of move over here, and then you move over here, and then he's gonna jump here as well. Boom. It's fun.
Praying before a god.
Why is this called Rearing Rampage? Because at first I thought he was just hitting behind him, but he's hitting everywhere.
Perish in flame's embrace.
Alright. Priest once again.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
I really, really like the animation of these. I feel like you'll have to... I don't know, that's probably gonna be way, way faster in Savage, isn't it? Oh, now he combines it with this as well. Okay. Wait, where's the... Is it this one? Oh, yeah. Oh, left one is safe as well, okay.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let sweet sorrow into your
Now he
heart.
only ever does the outside one. I wonder if he maybe just does the inside one only at the beginning, and there is no actual variation on them. Yeah, the only thing so far that's bumming me out a little bit is that he's only using fire. I thought he would maybe switch through different elements, but... Because we already... The only reason why I kind of, you know, I'm not so too super thrilled about that is because we already have so much fire in this raid. Not that it really matters though, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what the elements or the elemental attacks look like. Oh, so that's a new one. Wait, how is there actually still new attacks? What the fuck? I wonder if these ads are will have to be placed by players in the Savage version. It's really interesting that they exist in the first place as well. Because that's a very rare thing, having ads there while the boss is also there at the same time. That's definitely going to be an interesting one in Savage. The normal version is cool, though I think the like P4 was more interesting, I felt like. Easiest of the four? I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Nope. Let's see, I can just roll neat on everything. See if I get a high roll on Arctonius. If he'll get them all out, he must. 17, of course I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk about the raid here in a second. Let's maybe get through the rest of the quests first. It is certainly an interesting one. I would say that all 4 normal raids were quite easy, even for normal raids. But then again, I feel like after a certain point, it's really, really hard to gauge that, right? Because you're just so familiar with a lot of these things and a lot of these markers and whatnot that it's incredibly difficult to tell how difficult they are. I didn't even realize he was here. Now we end this. I like the arena design. I wonder how much else they're going to do with... I mean, obviously there's going to be an entirely different face to this in Savage as well, so... But I really like the background, for example. It's a pretty cool design, considering that they all sort of follow the same theme of having, like, spikes and chains and whatnot. But there's enough variance there, I feel like, to keep it interesting. I already got the stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a normal raid, right? I shouldn't really expect any sort of difficulty. That being said, at least to a very, very small degree, difficulty in normal mode can, be connected to difficulty in Savage. But then again, maybe it's not. We'll have to see. It's not necessarily going to be too, I don't know, too difficult either way. I don't know, I'm just thinking about what they can do with these things, and I mean, obviously all of these mechanics can combine in different ways, but I don't know. I mean, we have to keep in mind this is the first phase of the Savage fight, so I'll imagine that they will probably have the first phase be again sort of, I don't know, something around 7 minutes potentially. So if it's going to be a little bit shorter, then this does fit with sort of the mechanics and whatnot, because they feel like they're sort of quick and snappy mechanics, right? Anyways, let's watch the rest of the story first before we can draw a conclusion about this, at least normal raid tier so far. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error, and out of mercy I can find you here. Now I break it, and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Of course he's gonna drag him into this. I like how we're all wearing grey. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride. Though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaistos shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea
Once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erictonius' dream to life. That's very interesting, though, right? So Hephaestus was created out of La Habrea's sort of dark feelings, more or less. It's very interesting because I think, well, part of that must have been that La Habrea himself, at least partly, wanted to bring his wife back as well, right? So I find that very interesting, right? He sort of separated these dark feelings from himself and created another being entirely that contained these feelings. So very obviously, if one of your dark desires was to bring back your dead wife, then this very being of dark emotions will have the same goal, right? That's a pretty cool sort of little detail here. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erictonius, he knows not what his wish would beget. A truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? I wish you would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erictonius, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but it's plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide the star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he's still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You were naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, No, how do I... trust in La Habrea. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever... La Habrea, I will have my say. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. His words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. as did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. Is he gonna bind him? How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've endured much worse. We have indeed. La Habrea can finally see what his son is truly capable of. You worthless Jew! That was a crazy image. Oh, hello. Well, that probably cost a lot of power. Wait, how is this raid going to continue? Feels like we're already at the end, but clearly there's more to come. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. Can we just destroy that, or does that not work? I don't know if that's such a good idea to just take it with him, but, I mean, You did well, son. The Habrea finally recognizing his son and his abilities. Well, he kind of did before, but he knew that his son was clouded by thoughts of his mother, so... Where are we? With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erictonius above. And he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of internment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Oh, there's another quest. I thought they'd just have a cutscene here or something. Well, let's see how this ends. It's... I don't know. Truth imperfect. Where does this go? I mean, I have a feeling that ultimately we're going to fight Athena in some twisted form, but... Huh. Well, let's get through the story first before talking about it more. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind. And for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandaemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? Seems we are. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erictonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away.
A mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. Yeah, I want to know about that. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. Why is it always the secrets of life, by the way? I mean, I guess it's the most interesting one. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because the Aya, I think they were called, right? The planet that we visited at the end in Ultima Thule. Oh, what's that creepy eye in the background? What the fuck? I just noticed that. Oh yeah, that's not creepy at all. Holy shit. What is that doing here? Oh boy. Anyway, so, yeah, they actually did manage to create a bodiless form, basically. Huh. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. What gods? Do you even believe in gods? What? Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strength of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. Well, yeah, so it's kind of what I was talking about. Not really. So they did sort of like each other because they had the same interests, but I guess it was really more about their, well, interests and not necessarily a desire to be close to each other or something. I mean, one can very quickly change into the other, I presume, but yeah. I take it I was born not soon after. Oh boy. Okay. I thought for a second, that was a long pause. I thought for a second that maybe he was some sort of weird creation as well, that they tried to create artificial life or something, that he was some sort of clone? Just so. I believed she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandaemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Oh, so she tricked even him then. Wow, okay. So the whole thing, right? She basically just tricked him into having affection for her and also bearing a child, because she knew that having a child would give her the ability to experiment on it. Oh, that's fucked up. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandaemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her? I made haste to Pandaemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Actistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule, and as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, it's best to see with your own eyes. Oh, are we gonna go there? Or are we already here? What's up with these weird memory recollections all of a sudden? Since when is that a thing? Oh, that's him when he was little? Is that me? And that's Athena? You are well aware that out of respect of our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandaemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Actistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Arictonius, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware. But you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights, simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know one another. Like we have never known before. I think it said that. Impossible. You bonded your souls? I that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. That's a thing you can do? Wait, so maybe this Hephaestus also had sort of part of Athena in himself? Would that be possible? Can you feel it? My heart. All that I am. Yes. As if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. I have beheld my life's work. So she isn't evil in that sense. I do find that really interesting, right? I do find the idea of somebody who's just searching for knowledge that much, that she just doesn't care about anything else, right? I do find that really, really interesting, because I think some of what we consider the greatest minds throughout history were kind of similar to this, right? Where they were just kind of weird and didn't really care. And they acquired a lot of knowledge for us. So sometimes I feel like it needs these people, but obviously, comes at a high price, I guess. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains. And when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same fervor. So she used this moment to implant that in him, and that's why he then created his other half, basically, because he knew otherwise he would be consumed by that. Interesting. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption of my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. It was my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Oh, that's why the raids art that they showed first was this, where it was only half a mask. But isn't his mask like? I'm just wondering, right? When we fought La Habrea, his mask was whole, wasn't it? So, is he at some point reuniting with his memories or something? Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories. You nearly rewrote your very existence. Well, it wasn't just the memories, though, right? It was also his kind of desire that would have been twisted. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Eageryorm and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decisions. But my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. And yet you still keep it! I mean, you literally pocketed it just a minute ago. Or I guess 10 minutes ago. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Oh. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet in truth, he was but a puppet, being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again. She might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? I mean, why shouldn't he? He did promise. Now it's your turn to do the same. What does your heart tell you? I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother. The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me, or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you will doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. Okay, I mean, I'm just sort of taken aback that this just seems like the end of the story. All's well that ends well, I guess. Huh. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally a part of him. But La Habrea, to me, is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become evermore himself, in a way. Kinda, yeah. I have said all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge that my heart shall not lead me astray. What about the crystal, though? Aren't you still carrying that fucking thing around? What's going on with that? I've heard enough. There's more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandaemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. I'm really quite looking forward to what this is going to be in the second phase of Savage. Well, probably just a strengthened version of the same enemy, basically, right? We have regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order again. Athena viewed Aractonius as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus' research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. So wait, I wasn't even fully aware of that, but so she basically foresaw La Habrea's reaction, that he would, try to stay on course and try to fulfill his duty as much as he could, and potentially would cast aside that part of his soul where she sort of inserted her ambition, right? And she was prepared for that with a vessel that would contain that part of his soul and nurture it and actually make it into a basically second La Habrea that would follow her. It's pretty twisted, isn't it? I owe you an apology. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandaemonium, then I would have never known La Habrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I was too fascinated to hear. I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with the Zem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandaemonium, there is work to be done. Is there? But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That as well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. That sounds dangerous. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. Boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. Well, yeah, I thought that you would do that sort of right away, and not later. I mean, I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin, till I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I'm struck by how wholly different they were. There is another? Well, I do have one. Well, wasn't mine sort of... Mine's the actual one that Azem had, right? Just traveling back in time through the Crystal Tower, so it's not a recreated one or a part of his soul, it's literally his soul. But Emmett Selk, through his magic, turned over to me, basically, right? While imbuing a crystal with memory is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandaemonium. Wait, what? Why? Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain, unless the very thing that beckoned us here was a threat? Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. Yeah, I don't know about all of this with Azem being mentioned so much. How does that fit into all of this? And again, wouldn't have La Habrea recognized us if this was just the end to the story? I mean, again, it's not the end, obviously, but how, like, what would happen there? That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure, and we will share our results then. We've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of Azem. It does indeed. As well it should. He is pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Why do I get the feeling that the end or the rest of this raid is somehow going to be more about us and or Azem than La Habrea? What the hell is going on here? The crystal that hangs from Erictonius' waist was a gift from me, made in the hopes that it would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. It's plain he no longer requires it, but I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I've transformed. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I'd thought that mask a symbol of the chains that bound my heart, but recent events have caused me to reconsider that assumption. Oh, that's deep. Holy shit. Okay, so his heart, deep within him, knew that La Habrea, was... Well, not only his actual father, but that he cared about him. I look forward to your returning with the crystal, but worry not. I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you are gone. Alright, so I completely forgot about the other crystal. Right. Wait, so I completely forgot about that. The crystal that we initially found, the crystal that told us about something being wrong with Pandaemonium in the first place, that was a crystal we still know next to nothing about, right? Except that we listened back to some of what it said, but... Huh. Well, anyways, let's return to Labyrinthos. Yeah, I don't fully remember that in... Oh, hello. Hello, beautiful. Anyways, I don't fully remember that initial cutscene, right? Oh, there's a lot more people here now. Holy shit. I don't fully remember what that initial cutscene... Like, what we actually discovered about the crystal? Aye, if it isn't you. Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago. Now we have quite lost track of where he might be. What the fuck? Oh, Zepla's here. Hello. Hi. She's doing the raid story as well, it seems. To make matters worse, Nemchiji has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Aetioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Oh no. What the fuck's going on now? What the hell is going on? What the fuck is happening? Wait, is that literally Pandaemonium appearing in the ethereal sea? How can the entire structure be here? What is that? Is it real? Bing! Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Fortuno! Yeah, this is definitely taking a turn that I did not expect. What the fuck? And you two, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. What is happening here? What is this? What? Apparently it now shiny Titania weapons exist, and a friend of mine wants them. They were asking me for the item, because they're broke again. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Azizla, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. What the fuck was he doing there? What? A rash endeavor, even for Claudian. But he has never allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandaemonium was it? Cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. Oh, wait a second. So the crystal that got us into this whole mess in the first place, that was found shortly before the Sharlians left their enclave in the Dravanian hinterlands, right? Which is the other place where they had a connection to the ethereal sea. But, so, what the fuck? Somebody apparently wanted to ensure that Pandaemonium survives within the ethereal sea somehow? How's that even work? What the fuck? You two submitted detailed report to the forum at once. Oh boy. Again, this has taken an entirely different turn to what I thought would happen. Like, this is definitely not what I expected would be the last raid tier. Pandaemonium suddenly appearing in our time in the ethereal sea in Sharlian, of all places. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We're left with scarce few straws to grasp at. Yeah, that's the problem. Without the crystal, this is actually a pretty dangerous situation. But I am but a lowly assistant. Even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon that may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandaemonium's pitiless spies justice. I can only wonder, if the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What of the keywords? Yeah, that's kind of the problem here, because that could be pretty dangerous. The answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall meet you in prime condition. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. This is just a lot different than what I expected. It's a really, really cool cliffhanger. And I very, very much like this approach to raid storytelling, because one of the biggest problems that most of these stories had is just that they're one story, but with the big breaks in between, because it's 8 months in between those raid tiers, right? It's kind of sometimes, well, I wouldn't say difficult to follow along, but it's difficult to sort of keep the interest on the same level. Like, obviously, if you get back into it, right, the interest is there again, but, you know, it's difficult to keep that interest alive, right? Oh, by the way, let me quickly go. Nope. Let me quickly go to Gridania just to make sure, or just to send my squadron off. Also, I want to look at something. Yeah, that again, the cool thing about this is, right, that they basically now told an entire story already. Like the whole story arc about La Habre's backstory basically is finished now. But there is still more interesting stuff to be had. So that's pretty awesome. Shit. I thought I might have another one of these. I think I had one of the Titania items. Where's the correct... Oh, there it is. Wait, what are the wings called to begin with? I have a bunch of items from other... I have 4 plates of light, 4 ruby platings, 5 emerald platings, Byaku's main. The blue feather is not from Titania, right? I do remember what the item looks like. Because if I go into my crafting log, where exactly would it be, though? I think it might be here, because I think there is a, I'm pretty sure there was a... That's the emerald stuff, diamond weapon. I thought there might have been... Oh, there it is. Yeah, the dancing wings. That's the item.
The problem is with my friend, you know, they always need to have everything right away, right? Not in 2 days. They need to have it right now. And that's why they're constantly broke, because they always buy everything right when it releases, when it's the most expensive. Is that really that expensive, by the way? Well, they probably are. See, that's the thing, right? So these items are usually really, really cheap. But if they now just release the Titania weapons, then obviously it would be, you know, it will go up in price pretty quickly. And also by now, all people will have caught on that those weapons released, so... All of the items that were still cheap of people not recognizing that, you know, that new stuff had released would be gone now. Wait, it's actually not that expensive though. So for these types of items and whatnot, it's definitely worth it to look on different servers. And by the way, I teleported to fucking Gridania again without actually engaging with my squadron. Though then again, I still have a lot of stuff for the squadron. Yeah, whatever. I definitely need to, I don't know, drink another cup of coffee or something in order to continue. I mean, I'm planning on playing a lot more today, but yeah, just to mention that. Anyways, let's actually go back and sort of, how shall I put it? I don't know, I really, really enjoyed the raid story. Oh, hey, I even still had a mission ongoing. Interesting. Well, that's the point. That's the thing, though. I actually don't need that many of these missions. It's a battle manual, rationing manual. This way should work, right? Nope. Oh, wait, what?
It's still kind of weird to me that they didn't expand on these squadrons. This is such a weird and underutilized feature. I wish they would have combined that with the new trust system for the older dungeons. I mean, they could have opened it up for newer players as well, right? Kind of would have meant a deeper connection to these guys as well if you're actually going through the main story with them. Oh, this works. They're still debating how to get the new stuff. Anyways, let's talk about this raid a little bit. Is there like a more fitting? Can we actually look at? I don't think we can go down to the Imperial Sea though. Right? Go down to the Imperial. What am I saying? Ethereal Sea. Imperial P? I don't know. That's not what I was trying to say, but, wait, where exactly would it be? Where was the dungeon? That's just within the dungeon, though, right? There isn't really any... Or is there a way to actually go down there? Oops. What am I doing? We go to the lift operator? Oh wait, what? Oh yeah, that's actually where I wanted to go. Sort of confused there for a second. Where do you lead us? Oh, wait, you can go to Ultima Thule from here. Oh, that's interesting. I guess that's where the people who forget to attune to the ether rate in Ultima Thule, huh? Yeah, I don't think there's a way to just go down to the Ethereal Sea. Because I was going to say, like, is there a way to look at Pandaemonium again? But I guess there isn't, unfortunately. Anyways, let's look at our cool spaceship while we talk about the raid. Okay, so overall, what I really... Well, let's talk about the story first. One thing that I'm a little bit unsure about is making the antagonist in this particular case, though it's not the, I guess, overarching antagonist. Clearly, there's still more going on, right? So everything that I'm saying obviously needs to be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt because it's not the end of this raid story. It's just this particular raid story. But for me, I was kind of on the fence of the antagonist basically just being a part of La Habrea's soul. Now, it's not only that, right? At the end of the day, the real antagonist behind all of it is Athena, right? Because she's the one who ultimately planted this sort of desire in La Habrea's soul that he then subsequently wanted to get rid of by splitting his soul in two. But, well, Hephaestus is the one you actually end up fighting, right? And him just sort of being this weird mirror version of La Habrea, this piece of his soul that he just disconnected from himself. I'm not entirely convinced that that's a good antagonist. It kind of isn't. I mean, again, thankfully Athena is there as well. And it's a really, really cool and kind of touching backstory as well. I mean, it's essentially a story of how La Habrea connects back with the sun and all of that, though I do think that they went over that a little more quickly than I would have liked. I don't know, it sort of, everything, as always, fell into place somewhat quickly, right? That being said, though, there might be more to come, right? I mean, there might be new doubts or other things. I mean, I don't think that the third story, the third raid tier, will just straight up be completely disconnected from the first two. I think it will definitely somehow play off of what we've now learned. So, yeah. I don't know. But so far, I feel like things sort of clicked into place a little bit too fast. That being said, it's always really, really difficult to pull that off in the short amount of time that they kind of have for these things, right? Because it's literally the sort of 6 quests, 4 of which need to lead into the fights themselves. As I said, though, one thing that I do appreciate is that 3 out of the 4 fights were actually humanoids, which is actually rather rare, I would say. Technically the third fight is a giant tree, so that doesn't really count. What I very, very much appreciate about the story, though, that it is sort of self-contained in a way, right? I mean, it's very much brought to a conclusion within the raid tier itself, which makes it feel a lot better paced than some of the other raid stories, which can often feel a little bit sort of sliced apart, right? Because usually that's what they are. Usually it's definitely a struggle that the game's facing, right? Is that, and that is, by the way, why I'm still planning to at some point go through the entire game again, with another character, because I want to see how it all sort of connects, because I can still remember when I actually went through A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, because at that point those things had already been released. So for example, the Alexander storyline I was able to see all at once, right? Compared to all the other raid stories. And well, the struggle there is that you can either create a really, really cool story in its entirety. The cool thing about that is that if you play it back sort of all at once, right, then it works quite well. And it's really engaging and well-paced. But obviously it tends to struggle if there are long breaks between it. That being said, making it more self-contained can be a struggle, because as we now saw, it might sort of need certain things to happen quite a bit faster than they maybe usually would. Though that's a really, really sort of small little detail here that I wouldn't necessarily criticize too much. I don't really have a problem with that. I thought that the pacing was pretty well done, actually, and I really, really appreciate them actually putting in a lot of story into the second part of the raid this time around, because, as I said, the second part of both Eden and Omega felt kind of lacking in that regard. I'm not too sure how much. I mean, the thing is, well, La Habrea definitely isn't the most likable character. It also doesn't help that we haven't really seen him for a very long time, right? So we have much less of a connection to him that we have than what we have with either Lidibus or Emetzelk and whatnot, right? So La Habrea is a lot further away in that regard, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I find him to be a very interesting person, but unfortunately he doesn't really get that much character development. And again, the problem is that his actual struggles, right, everything that would make him basically a very engaging character in usual sort of writing terms, I guess, all of that he has purposefully disconnected from himself and put into this other being that is now clearly the evil antagonist, right? So that's why I think that it's a little bit of a struggle to really empathize with La Habrea, because, well, seems like an easy solution to his problems. I mean, at the end of the day, it did come back to bite him in the ass, right? But still, it's... He's not really struggling with himself, right? He's only really struggling with what we are struggling with as well, which is just defeating an enemy, basically. Also, Eric Tonius. I do like his character development, and I like the dynamic of him sort of slowly uncovering who his father truly is, and that he was deceived by his mother, which that is very twisted, and I like that aspect of the story. Obviously, I don't like his mother, but that she's such a sort of twisted person who would do anything for her research is a pretty cool character trait, though then again, we only get to see her at the very end, so... I don't know. I mean, we did hear about her previously, right? So it's not like she didn't sort of suddenly come out of nowhere, but... yeah. It will sort of depend how they're all connecting this back to this crystal that we found and whatever Pandaemonium is now doing in the Ethereal Sea, basically, right? I mean... It's very, very hard, typically, to judge these stories on when they're only partway done, right? It's very, very difficult to do that. So yeah, on the one hand, I very much appreciate how much story we got this rate here, and how self-contained it was, while still having further implications and things that are going on in the next one. But at the same time, I would have liked maybe Athena to be a bit more of an antagonist that would have been there from the very beginning in some form, and Hephaestus being a little bit of a... Well, I wouldn't say a cheap character, because the concept itself is very interesting, right? The fact that La Habrea did that, but I feel like maybe they should have played that out a little bit more, right? Maybe they should have focused more on the aspect of how dangerous that was, because it seemed like it was really, really dangerous for him to do that, right? To split his soul in two like that. So maybe, putting that more on the forefront would have made for a more interesting story, because, I feel like that point didn't really hit as hard as it could have. So... I would say overall, I really enjoyed it. I definitely want to see where it goes next. I really liked I do very much appreciate the sort of setting of the whole thing. That's pretty cool, right? That it's happening in Elpis, in the Unsunned world, and Pandaemonium itself is just, it looks very cool, right? Even though, arguably, it looks a bit samey after a while, right? Because everything is taking place there. But then again, it's very different to anything else that we've had so far, I would say. So, and also the sort of this vampire theme keeps on going, right? And the music and a lot of the other stuff is, I mean, it's very, very themed, right? And that can be both good and bad, because obviously if you don't like the theme, you're not going to like any of it, really. But if you do, which I do, it's pretty cool that it keeps that theme, right? In that case, I think it feels more like Alexander, for example, where it had this mechanical theme going on, right? Whereas both the Omega raids and also Eden, the way they did it, with Omega having or drawing the sort of inspiration from a lot of different Final Fantasy games, basically, through the Rift, and Eden being this fight against our own imaginations of past primals, it was always really like, fights were very different from another, right? It did follow a thread, a story thread, but it didn't necessarily follow a theme in that regard. So I do appreciate that we're sort of more, it feels a little bit more like Alexander in that sense, right? That we get this enclosed theme of, oh yeah, we're in Pandaemonium, right? But yeah, just to, we'll see where it goes. I really, really appreciate that it's a little bit more of a self-contained story with a cliffhanger at the end rather than, not much story at all. And we have to wait a very long time for the conclusion. I mean, we still have to wait a long time for the conclusion, but at least we did get a very chunky and cool story, anyways. But, that being said, I do wish a couple of the aspects would have been, put a little bit more to the forefront. And, well, arguably, and that obviously brings me to the next point, the fights themselves, as much as I like them all being in the same theme, and they might have that in common with Alexander as well, I don't know, the individual fights just didn't feel like they truly had too much weight to them, right? They just felt like, oh yeah, we're trying to reach, more depths in Asphodelos, right? We're trying to get to Hephaestus, and in order to do that, we're just facing a bunch of threats, and it doesn't actually really matter who we're fighting. I feel like in that regard, for example, especially the last tier of Eden had a lot more oomph, right? Because we were fighting the actual Shadow Beast that the Warriors of Darkness had to face on the first. We were fighting this twisted version of Thancred, in a way, right? That Reen brought to the table. So, I don't know, a lot of those felt a lot more personal. And now, well, at least the third fight got a little bit of characterization, because we actually met the person that was twisted into this being afterwards, right? And she told us about La Habrea and whatnot. But at the same time, yeah, the rest was, I mean, the first one was sort of just a random creature, right? And that was true for the first raid here as well. Aside from Hesperos, all the other, well, the first one was Erictonius, right? So that was pretty cool, but the second and third one of the first tier were also kind of random. I mean, the Savage fights turned out to be quite good, but in terms of an opponent that you're sort of on an emotional level engaged with to a certain degree, that didn't really happen. And I feel like this time around, it's even worse, because, again, the first thing was just some random beast. We do come back to that, though. The second one was another warden, and we didn't know her at all. We didn't really care about her. I mean, that was, I think, also the biggest problem with Hesperos in the first one, was that just, he was this random dude, right? I mean, he had a cool theme going on with him being kind of a vampire, but that was about it, right? And yeah, I felt the same with the second fight, though I do have to say the second fight, being one of the wardens, is definitely more interesting than some random creature from the sewers. And the third fight, at least she did get characterization, though I don't necessarily like her design as this big tree. It definitely shows how twisted she had become, but at the same time, I don't know, that felt a little too random. It didn't really have any sort of big implication to it, right? If they would have explained it as her turning into some, I don't know, life tree, which I think she's supposed to represent, but, you know, clearly her being twisted into that had some, or there was a reason for it, because she was part of the research that Athena was doing. So I imagine that maybe she did twist her into this weird version of a tree of life to be able to study life and to be able to study, I don't know, ether, life essence, whatever, right? But that wasn't really explained, or there wasn't really any sort of dialogue about that at all, so it didn't really do anything for me, and it actually took away a little bit of the fact that she's a person we actually meet and engage with and talk to afterwards, right? So if she had been more herself in the fight, just a little bit of a twisted version, I feel like that would have felt better from an emotional standpoint. Though, obviously from a mechanical sort of gameplay standpoint, I do understand that they made the third fight this, well, what it is, right? With the arena and stuff, and the thing just having a big hitbox. Though, if we go back to those same fights, E7 and E3, E3 and Eden, well, E3 wasn't too bad, but especially E7, I have very bad memories of. The Savage version was a really, really big disappointment. So I hope that this isn't going to turn out as a disappointment as well, especially because Phoenix's Savage version was actually really, really good, right? It was basically the hardest third fight that we had since Omega, right? Since 011 is what Omega is. And a lot of people liked that, so I hope they're not going back on difficulty. Which is another thing. It's very, very hard to gauge difficulty in the normal version, and since Savage is delayed this time around, maybe they even cut more things in terms of mechanics out of the normal versions than usual, though I don't think they actually did that. I just hope they did that. I don't know. I feel like in terms of engagement, the first fight was actually the best one, because it had the cutscene. I mean, that one's gonna get old, but at least it does provide you, since you're only really doing it once in the normal version per week, maybe, right? If you want to get the more of the tokens every week. I mean, I'm gonna do it at least, I don't know, a couple of times over the next weeks, probably 4 or 5 weeks or something, and then, well, I'll probably hopefully have enough gear for everything. But yeah, that felt the most engaging, and it also had the most interesting mechanics. Though, as I already said shortly after the fight, I think, and that's in large part due to the fact that that they probably took the least mechanics out of that one, right? So I'd imagine that the Savage version of the first fight is going to be very, very similar, just as usual without AoE markers, and maybe combining the things with the barriers and stuff a little bit more, right? So more mechanics at the same time, but it will probably be more or less the exact same thing, just with like 1 or 2 little twists here and there. Whereas I'd imagine the other 3 fights obviously will be heavily modified in Savage. So that's probably why the first one felt the best in normal mode. Though that being said, in terms of purely the normal mode, there have definitely been better normal modes than this one. I feel like they went very, very easy with this one. Most of the mechanics were very, very easy to recognize, very easy to deal with, and I did die twice or something, but if you've seen it once, you know what to do. Like, for example, I would say that the latest Alliance raid is definitely a lot harder than this normal raid. Which is, I don't really like that all that much. I wish that the normal raid would be a little bit harder than that, or just not even harder or more challenging, just more engaging, right? The biggest problem is that I think ultimately all the other fights just weren't that engaging, especially the second one I feel like really didn't have that much in terms of mechanics. And the things that it did have were interesting, but they're really, really easily dealt with, and they're really easy to recognize what you have to do, so, you know, no chaos ensuing, right? I mean, funnily enough, one of the harder, maybe not the hardest, but definitely one of the harder Eden normal modes was actually E7, right? Which is why I was so disappointed in the Savage mode, because the normal mode had so many possibilities. But the normal mode's actually quite difficult if you don't really know what to do, right? If you see it for the first time, there's a lot to figure out there. There's a lot to learn, and there is a lot to look out for, and it's very, very engaging, right? So yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of that. Also, the last fight did feel a little bit underwhelming. I wish it would have a couple more themes. I don't know, the fact that they're already returning back to the fire element mostly, and the fact that Phoenix is there again doing stuff. I mean, the fire, sort of these Chinese dragon looking things that are jumping from fire puddle to fire puddle, those looked awesome. That was really, really cool. Also, the blue lines on the ground that mark the places where you cannot stand, I thought those were pretty cool. Also, the first fight was the most engaging because it had the most new stuff, right? It had all these different new markers that they've shown. That probably will play a larger role in Savage as well. That being said, you know, I'm really looking forward to Savage. Obviously, they can do a lot with this, or they can make it really easy, right? It's, because the normal mode is so open. Especially the second fight, for example, they'll have to do a lot more in Savage to make that hard, right? It's going to be interesting to see what they come up with. The third fight has the arena shenanigans going on, so that I feel like will be quite interesting, because there's probably going to be a lot of personal responsibility in terms of being on the correct spots at the correct time and whatnot. So I feel like that's going to be really, really interesting. Second one, yeah, I'm really not too sure about. And the fourth one, you can't really gauge at all from normal mode. Though that being said, I would say that Hesperos' normal mode was really, really cool, right? With the different elements and stuff. I mean, in general, I'm a big fan of these more randomized fights, where in Hesperos you could get... Well, you wouldn't know whether or not it's the knockback or the AoE from the middle. You didn't know where he would jump, right? That's really, really engaging, which also made the first one this time around really engaging. Whereas the other ones were a lot more scripted in that regard, right? With a lot less random elements, which I just feel like makes them less engaging. But anyways, I'm looking forward to the Savage mode, and I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be engaging, and well, I guess we'll have another talk once we've seen what the Savage entails, right? And then we can gauge how good this raid tier was. The first raid tier, a lot of people said was the best one since. Well, yeah, basically since AlphaScape, which I do agree with, though that's only on average. Individually, we have definitely gotten better fights for all 4 of the fights in different raid tiers. So I guess to end this segment, sort of, I just hope that we will get a really, really good raid here. Which is it's going to be difficult to do. Definitely difficult to pull off, but yeah. We'll see about it. We'll see next week, and I just hope that it's going to be really engaging. All right. Let me see. So, usually in the past, what I have done is I've actually done the MSQ on the next day. Well, so here's the thing, right? Either way, I would definitely not engage with the extreme trial anymore today. So I feel like it might actually be the better choice to do other stuff today. For example, unlocking Island Sanctuary seems like a very, very intriguing thing at the moment, and keeping the main story and all the related stuff for tomorrow. And then towards tomorrow evening, I can try my hand at the new extreme. That does seem like a pretty good plan. Anyways though, I'm going to take a short break to ready myself, cool off a bit, because it's still pretty warm in here. And when I come back, we'll probably unlock Island Sanctuary, to be honest. Let's see, so I've done the normal raid weeklies. Let's see. When does Savage release? That's the 30th, right? Okay. I mean, there's still a bunch of stuff that I can do, so yeah. Also, that will give me the opportunity to maybe tomorrow morning, before I start stream, actually go in and change resolution to 4K and stuff, to potentially use that, right, for the main story. I mean, might be good for me. My friend's desperately trying to sell the new minion from the new dungeon, apparently, but yeah, that's a difficult, it's a tough sell. Anyways, I'm gonna take a short break, and when I'm back, I think we're going to take a look at the new Island Sanctuary, and also a bunch of other stuff, like the Beast Tribe, the Akasudara Beast Tribe. I still have another quest there as well. Hope you're looking forward to that. It's been a blast. I can't believe how long I took to go through the raid, but as I said, I really like to do things at my own pace and, really take them in, talk about them, think about them, whether or not I like them, and what I like about them, what I don't like about them. So that's always really, really great. Anyways, gonna take a break. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's get into this. Let's see. What shall we do next? So, first of all, as I said, I think I'm going to go back to Yedlamarath and check out the new stage in the Akasudara Beast Tribe quest. So let's actually switch over to Machinist.
I mean, at this point I could also do it on Dancer or Ninja. Should I go on Ninja? I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The thing is, let's do it on Ninja for the time being. I feel like that might actually be more, I mean, because I still kind of want to level my trusts with all the jobs that I still have to level, and being on ranged and doing trusts is technically, it just works better, right? You can pull stuff from a distance, you can like run around a lot more. I feel like that just works better. Then again, ranged do tend to be lower in terms of damage output, so maybe that would be easier, especially on bosses. You'd probably kill them faster on melee. That being said, I think, at least to a certain degree, the trusts adjust to your damage output anyways, so... yeah, I don't know. What is this outfit? Hello? What are those? I'm not entirely sure if I've seen these. Oh, that might be Nia gear. Anyways, Hippo Healing. Trina's boundless optimism is flagging slightly as her eyes dart anxiously among Svanna's shuffling hippos. Are the core hippos taking a toll because of all their delivery work? Happy to see you. I've actually got something to tickle your thinker with you. Hey Maru, get over here. Alright, let's see what's going on. Starting with the good news, it looks like the hottest thing on Daphnia is Svanna's new Tandoor. Folks can't get enough of our homemade grub. Being able to eat whenever we want is about the best idea I ever came up with. All you really need in life is a kitchen. Kind of true, maybe a bed too, but I guess you can put that into the kitchen, huh? Which brings us to our recent pickle. All the new business we're getting is really wearing down on our hippos. Can't afford to lay off the work, but my poor girl Soraya's got bags under her eyes. This calls for a dip in the spa. See, not only the kitchen, you also need comfortable beds. You know, I've never given creature comforts much thought before, but if it's for our hippos, maybe it's time to start. But boss! Oh, if it ain't Gaza. What are you doing back so early? You're supposed to be out on delivery, ain't you? That's just it, boss. We got trouble. The order I was out delivering. It got snatched. Straight out of my arms. Who's attacking them? Just when I enter the jungle, this bloke jumps out at me like I'm serving 2 for 1 at his favorite Mahane. Mahane? I pull up so I don't ride straight into him, but he rushes me, grabs the food I'm holding and takes off. How dare he? Stealing my food and running around in flashy armor, like he ain't got an answer to nobody. Flashy armor? Armor? A meal moocher? Wearing armor? Alright. Forget that, Loongasser. Remake the order and get it delivered on the double. You up for stretching your legs? Let's see if we can find the son of a Bushanga. Whatever that is. Good. I'll go and hitch up Soraya. She'll even let me. I'm not gonna convince her this time. A lot of trouble brewing, huh? Like I said, we've got a thief to catch. Meet me over at the Shroud of the Samga and we'll see if you left any naan crumbs. I really like their sort of figure of speech in a lot of cases, right? Always substituting stuff with their own version.
Let's see what this is about. That does look pretty, sound pretty intriguing, doesn't it? A dude in armor snatching meals? What might that be? Because technically, haven't we already sort of helped everybody here? Or around here? Who would be left that needs to steal food? I mean, I'd imagine a lot of people would benefit from stealing food, but in armor? Not so much. Here you are. Perfect timing. Me and Soraya just made a sweep, but we didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. Not surprising, of course. No thief I've ever met sticks around to face the music. Anyway, see if you can pick up anything we might have missed. The jungle's always moving after all. You never know what you might find. Me and Soraya will catch up in a bit. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Might find a lot. Point of interest. Doesn't necessarily seem anybody to be around here. As you survey the area for suspicious activity, you spot an armed Arkasudara. You recognize her as the hunter Sula. She lifts her hand in salutation before disappearing into the jungle. Okay. Interesting. Seriously. Okay, let me see if I still know how ninja works. Probably not. Let's check my AoE. That's only for hacks though normally, right? Well, I kinda do, I kinda don't. For some reason, even though I really, really like Ninja in its design, I've never actually gotten around to play it all that much. I don't know. It also ends up being one of the last jobs I level typically. I honestly don't really know why. It's actually kind of a shame because it's such a cool job. As you survey the area for suspicious activity, some nearby leaves rustle and a murderous Asvata appears. Alright. Well, that's Dotang now, so if I do this... that just allows me to do one of these, right? And what's the middle one last? Oh, I think I pressed one of them double. Well, unfortunate. Oh, so that's the new trick attack? I don't even know. Though I have to admit, you know, considering how difficult Ninja seems to be on the surface, it's actually not that difficult. Where it became quite a lot easier as well. Well, everything did, but Ninja specifically actually seems to be quite easy to get back into, even for somebody who hasn't really played it at all. But then again, it's probably a lot more engaging in Savage fights. I mean, everything is, but... Huh? Hello! Energetic Hippocop. Popo! What's happening? Your survey of the area yields not a suspicious person, but two adorable hippocops. You may smell more like hippo than you think, because they cling to you as a comrade. Huh, it's kind of cute. Without a herd to protect them, these two calves might easily fall prey to other wild beasts. It would be best to pause your search for now and accompany them to safety. Oh, you know what? I get the feeling that whoever stole the meal might have done so to feed these hippos. Potentially. So they didn't really know where else to get food for them. Alright, I need to check something real quick, because my friend just asked me about the Titania weapons. I'm actually... What the heck is an island prism? This unusual crystalline prism captures the likeness of a structure and projected onto an edifice of comparable construction. Oh, so these are basically glamour prisms for your island sanctuary, and for some reason we can now craft that. Interesting. I wonder if you can also buy it. Well, technically, aren't usually... These weapons should be level 80, right? The Titania ones, I mean? The Phase Crown X. I think these should be the ones. They actually do look pretty awesome, I have to say. Phase Crown Guillotine. Oh, they look awesome! Holy fuck! The wing effect is kind of crazy, to be honest. Right? Like, the wing effect extends a whole lot outwards. Where would the other ones be? That's Red Mage. So my friend was asking about Astral and White Mage. Who usually crafts those? Oh. Goldsmith? Where's the White Mage one, though? Isn't the White Mage one... Would that be on Carpenter? Potentially? That's Black Mage. Ooh. I do like that they've gone for a little bit more of a dark look on the cane itself, right? Kind of like a cute Black Mage, I guess. I do have to say, though, it is slightly annoying that these are limited to whatever specialist you chose for the crafters, right? I'm not the biggest fan of that. Because that's the only way they're keeping specialists alive, basically. And it's somewhat annoying because you can just freely swap it over. It just requires, I don't know, I think like 500 scripts or something to buy the specialist crystals, and then you can only do it 3 times a week. But I don't know. This energetic hippocalf looks ready to follow you. It nudges the shy hippocalf beside it in encouragement. Trina should know what to do. Seriously? Popo! Popo. Why is one of them a little bit more, I don't know, sad? Alright, let's get them to safety. Oh, that looks so cute! 2 small hippos following me. So I do need to make sure not to run into them in trouble here. Oops. Had an auto run. That looks really cute. Well, how do I get there without...
being attacked by anything. Hopefully this should do the trick. Alright. Where'd you get those hippos? Don't tell me you're the type that can't help picking up strays if they look at you all winsome-like. Well, kinda. Nothing suspicious saves these little pots, Strange there weren't other hippos, though. Me and Soraya also made an odd find. A Radiant who'd gotten smacked around by a beast. But no sign of our thief. Anyway, abandoned them into a cart and sent Soraya off to Palaka's stand. Let's head over as well. Gaza should be there with his delivery by now. I want to get his account again. Bring those cars while you're at it. It's too dangerous to leave them out here alone. Are you kidding me? Now we have to run there with the hippos? Well, it's still really, really cute. How they're hoppling behind you. Really cool that these two are apart here, right? I always like that when they do this sort of extra stuff for the mission, right? Makes it a lot more immersive. Oh, Ogul is here! Hi! Long time no see! So sorry to keep you waiting. 2 Hippo Rider specials, fast, fresh, and ready to eat. Oh, at last, I partake in the famed Hippo Rider special. Spicy tandoori prawns, sumptuous fish tikka. If only grandmother could see me now, ordering fresh fish in the custom of the locals. Oh right, Rakashia was following her around. I completely forgot about him. He was I think he was also, wasn't he also a thief or something? And we sort of brought him back to the right path, right? He didn't really have anywhere else to go. And now with Ogul here as well, he kind of found his purpose, I guess. Looks like that Radiant got back safe. One of their friends just thanked me. Hi there. Greetings. His aunt tells me you've taken to the shipping trade. Well, it's not really me, but anyways. You sure do know everybody, don't you? Well, I kind of helped all these people during the final days. Apologies for the delay of your delivery. Some scoundrel ran off with the first batch we sent. What's this island coming to that Akasudara can't even trust each other not to act like 2 guild thieves? And that's not even getting into the bugger's poor taste in armor. Anyway, we're terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, miss. Think nothing of it. It's only the most minor of delays. I'm all worried about the scoundrel you mentioned. I've been patrolling this area for some time, and this is the first time I've heard of an Akasudara. Wearing armor? Oh no, mother forfend. In any case, I'll be sure to keep my eyes extra sharp whilst patrolling. We can't have Matanga running wild and pilfering pawns now, can we? You're making an odd squeaky noise, did you now? Did you know? And your Tika is getting cold. I feel like she knows whoever's doing this. Probably wants to cover for them. Right here, young Rakashia. Let us eat. As grandmother used to say, an empty stomach leads to forest fires. Or was it friendly fire? Forgive me, I feel faint.
Well, both might be true. After we partake of these delicious meals, we shall scour the jungle for any nefarious suspects. I will send word if we find anything. Okay. Two hippos. So, are you gonna introduce me, or should I skip straight to the cuddling? You can skip straight to the cuddling. That's fine. They were alone. Usually calves this young are glued to their parents, but you're saying there were no other hippos around? My deliveries are done, so why don't I go and have a look around the watering holes up north? See if my expert eye don't pick up something useful. Truth be told, these darlings probably smell too much like us to be going back to their herd now. Take them home so we can make sure they grow up right, will you, boss? The two seem to be pretty cool with the whole situation, though. Casa can't be a hothead, but he's a real hippo whisperer. Ain't no one knows him better. I'll take the juniors back to Svana. Stop by later when you get the chance. Alright. I just want to double check something. These are the Titania Dancer ones, right? Also look pretty cool. That's... what's that? Blacksmith? That's Armorer, right? Yeah. What am I writing? Alright, let's go back then. Well, if this is the end of the quest, I guess the mystery with the thief will come up again during the next one. Interesting. So what now? Are we gonna reactivate the spa pool over here? Let's see. The two small ones. The calves are making themselves right at home. Nothing better than having a herd after all. You went out looking for a bandit and brought back hippo calves instead. You're pretty bad at finding things, but they sure are cute. What's that supposed to mean? The master returns, find anything. I searched high and low, boss, but there's not a hippo to be had for Gil or Glory. Judging by their tracks, the herd must have been left in a hurry. So, you think the calves got left behind in the scramble? I reckon nothing short of an outright blaze would be enough to separate cow from calf, but I ain't heard news of any fires recently. Something else might have done it, boss. Or someone. I found tracks that looked an awful lot like an Akasudara's. Or Steve. A hippo poacher? Potentially? Can't rule it out to be sure. Thankfully, it didn't find no grisly bits or nothing. So either way, the hippos probably got away safely. In any case, we've got a no good grub-grabbing, hippo-harassing lowlife on our hands. Gotta be extra careful till we catch this bandit. Maybe so, but the hippo raiders are professionals now. Can't let nothing stop us from delivering. Son of a bujamga, the creature comforts. Boss, you feeling alright? I am, but our hippos ain't. If this thief comes angling for our delivers again, and the hippos are too tired to hold themselves out of there, we're done for. I'm not feeling great about our odds, seeing as even Soraya was tipping me the cold shoulder earlier. I thought I'd have to pull her in the cart. If it's rest our poor pots need, then our first order of business is a proper sleeping stable. Long overdue if you ask me. And for our new additions, a wading pool. It's safer if they can swim right at home. A wading pool. I guess we could fix up that old fish pond and make a splash. It ain't deep enough for the bigger hippos though. It's better than nothing. We can't keep him cooped up in Swana all the time anyway. That's no good for the hippo soul. May as well take him out for proper bathing excursions. Well, the pool's only gonna be for the small ones. That's even cuter. I guess they are the ones doing most of the legwork. But this ain't no small project, Gasa. You better be helping me build all of this. Let's see what that will look like. Nom nom. Hippo healing. Aw. That's really, really cool. Reactivating the pond. The small ones. Nom nom nom. Did he pass out from all the construction work? I guess so. Could have just slept right in the beds with them. Oh, that looks really cool. Thanks to Maro and Gasa's exhaustive efforts, Swana has a new stable and wading pool. That looks pretty awesome. Looks very, very cozy. The hippo riders are now known as unique couriers, which is presumably an improvement. Make the most of the rested and refreshed hippos. Is it an improvement then, huh? Interesting. Tribal quest complete. Your reputation has increased to respected. You have achieved respected reputation, new Akasadara dailies. Yeah, I know. It does look pretty cute, doesn't it? Especially with the small one running around here and everything. The pool now reactivated. What is that Fate doing right outside the stable, though? That's kind of strange somehow, isn't it? When Gaja, go Gaga. Okay, sure. The little details they add here are also really, really cute. I mean, the restaurant was already pretty great. But the fact that, you know, he's feeding them, the small ones are running around, there's one Akasudara doing open wide, here comes another. One of the Akasudara doing something within the stable, he's brushing the hippo. Pretty awesome. Alright, let's do a couple dailies then. Rank 5. 990? Did they actually reduce the amount you need, or... I might just be misremembering. I mean, these are always a lot faster than you expect them to be, because you can do them daily, right? So it only takes like 1.5 weeks or something to complete them, to like complete all of them, all the quests. It's actually pretty fast. Okay, these ones I've already done a bunch. So let's grab these 3 real quick. I guess we get 3 more, that'll be a bit more. Vanaspati's Blessing. Let's see what this is. Have you ever gazed into a hippo's big dark eyes and known in your heart there ain't nothing cuter in this whole wide world? I sure have. Makes me want to give them all their favorite treats, fruit, veggies, alfalfa, and freshwater weeds. Those are so popular among our pots, I can never seem to pick enough. I feel a freshwater feast coming on, so could you wrangle us some weeds? You can find them sprouting from the banks of Xiroda just east of Yetlamad. 3 bundles would make me and our sweet hippos forever grateful. Hippo scrub. Look what I've got, soap nuts. The folks at Palakastan sent them over, so I made some hippo soap. Our hippos are bathing down at the Great Work as we speak. You think you could run to the caretaker for me? Oh, that's really cute. Hells hath no fury as a hippo scorned. Okay. We've got a runaway on our hands, a hippo runaway that is. One of our pots has a really robust appetite, but recently it's been a little too robust. We started rationing him, because it ain't good to overfeed, but he didn't take well to that and ran off in a huff. One of our riders spotted him barreling towards the jungle. I think he's frustrated and angry at all of us, but maybe he'll hear reason if it's coming from you. Take him some feed as a peace offering. We've got 3 kinds you can choose from. Tell him we ain't trying to make him suffer, we just want to make sure he's healthy. Do they actually understand that? And since I got the rank up, let's actually double check if there are new items available. So got this one already. Now we got a stuffed Cinderuva. Set to bless the one who displays it with wisdom. Any reports of its eyes moving on their own accord are greatly exaggerated. Probably. Fuck. Alright, I can get the triple tricard. Do I want to get this thing? I guess let's just grab one and put it in my storage. Don't really need it, but... yeah, but... well, let's just keep it here, I guess. Alright, what's going on back here? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, you can only pick one of them. Well, I don't feel like the dried grass will actually be the best one then, potentially. Oops. I'm flying way too much. Just writing a friend real quick. Right, this one I already know about. What's this again? Well, that's definitely the wrong one, right? And I think this is like single target. I have absolutely zero clue how to properly activate the trick attack and whatnot. Ah, well. Let me very quickly... because my friend just really quickly needs their weapons. Oh wait, that's the wrong. Right, they want me to craft the new. Something about my, let me see. Something about my crossbow link shells changed. I don't really know what. Alright, let me see. So first of all, let's do that real quick. Let's see. So the that's a lot of stuff, actually. Why does it need so much stuff? What are these things? Is that, those are probably old things, right? Let's see. And I always want to go to the see. Oh, oops. Fuck. The Kingcraft demi materia, I think that can be bought for scripts. add this to favorites real quick. Let's grab, let's see. Alright, that should hopefully be everything. The rest I seem to have anyway, so... I just need to double check how to switch over my specialist. I hate switching specialists, it's so unnecessary. I do have the rest of the stuff. Alright, let me just double check. I'm sorry for this short interlude, but, you know, you always help a friend in need. Alright, wait, let me actually bring this up on Garland Tools. Tools, new group. Let's make sure. Let's see. What were they called? The Fey something, right? Nope, wrong keyboard. The Fey. Nope. AE. Base Crown Thalum something. Let's put those in there. And wait, what? Base Crown Cane. Why did it wait? The fuck did I just do? Oh, it auto-corrected, that's why. Cane. That's the white mage one, yeah? Okay. Crafting. Let's put that over here. No, wait. Ah! But doesn't it move the group? Alright, let me double check. So I have the skin thing. The multifaceted abrasive for some reason apparently I still own. I have no idea why. It told me that I still had those. So let's look for wherever that is. That's this one. Okay. So I have that. Multifaceted Illumin. That's this one. 2. That's more than enough. Resin. That's enough. The varnish. That's enough. Incraft demi-materia. That actually costs not that many scripts, so I didn't need to buy it, but anyways. The wings I have. And then I need, let's see, mithrite sand. I have that. Demithrite sand. Wait, that's not new one though. How the hell is that? Did I accidentally put that? Why is that on here? Oh, do you think it's still in my... it might be in my... No, it's here for some reason. Okay. Well, technically it's a lady, I guess. Prism stone. Probably on my other retainer again. So let's grab the gill real quick, otherwise it's gonna annoy me.
Prism stone, prism stone, prism stone, prism stone. The fuck is that? Solstice? What does it look like? Like a white one. Looks like this one. Oh, there it is. Volcanic tuff. That's this one.
Thankfully, I still have a bunch of these materials.
Sandalwood logs. There are so many different logs, holy shit. This one.
Perfect.
Tungsten ore. And raw onyx. Well, that should be easy enough to see. Oh, that's this one, okay.
Perfect. Alright, so I got all of those. The problem is, though, in order to craft the
thing, I need to be... Wait, let me just quickly do this. I need to be specialist on carpenter. Who am I specialist on currently? So I need to stay specialist on blacksmith. I am specialist... Oh, right. And the other two are alchemist and culinarian. Well, you know what? Let's just craft the... Let's craft the dancer one first, and then I'm just going to switch over black mage to carpenter, because I can't be bothered to do it the other way around. Also, I definitely have more than enough crafter scripts to do that, thankfully. Also, big thing! By the way, you can now hold 4,000 of these, which is really, really cool, because that makes things a lot easier. It's especially a lot less annoying for the custom deliveries every week, because those actually give you more than 2,000, or close to 2,000 white scripts usually, which means that you constantly have to run back and forth between the person that provides things for the scripts, the script exchange, and the turn-in for the custom deliveries. But yeah, that's all those done. Right. Let's just quickly, let's go to carpenter, craft, sandalwood lumber. Can I craft these in HQ? Oh yeah, that does work. Perfect. Nice. And this should work? Almost. Just always, you know, if you're doing this for a friend and whatnot, always try to do it in HQ. Just looks nicer on your inventory, I guess. You know what, doing a bunch of crafting, I have to do it anyways for my new raid gear for next week, so it's nice to get into it anyways. So that's 3 sandalwood lumber, then we need blacksmith, 4 tungsten steel ingots, that are these ones. These are actually easier to craft than the lumber for some reason. You know what? One thing that I do really much appreciate is how quickly they're now releasing the, at least it feels like they're much quicker in releasing the crafted versions of weapons. I mean, well, then again, Titania was from the beginning of Shadowbringers, but still, because there was like,
like a really, really long time in between somewhere where they just didn't release anything at all for some reason. And yeah, that was pretty annoying. Why do I need tough whetstone? Well, I guess that's for the onyx. Crafting method, here, crafting method, synthesize. So we can just do that this way. Don't need that in HQ. Dwarven mithril nuggets. That's this one. I'm still kind of taken aback that I still have the, what was it? Multifaceted abrasive or something. For some reason, one of the Shadowbringer's script, or not the script, the tome materials I still had in my inventory for some reason. Don't know why, but I had it. Alright, and onyx. That's here. Crafting method. That's the onyx. Now I need 2 prismatic ingots. That are these ones. Crafting method. It's pretty cool when you can just do the level 80, the difficult level 80 ones with the thing that lets you craft everything in HQ if it's 10 level below your max level. It's pretty awesome. Right, 2 prismatic ingots, and then one of the leather things. Leather worker. That was that one. This one. Crafting method. Synthesize. Alright, that's the leather done. So now let's craft the dancer thing. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Size. Shouldn't be too difficult, to be honest. Let's just make sure, though. Because I'm doing this sort of by memory. I actually don't really remember how to properly do this, but... Oh yeah, that's really easy. Perfect. And now I need to go to Ishgard to frickin' swap over my specialist. That's so annoying. I mean, it's only really for these weapons, and, you know, it doesn't really happen all that often that I actually craft them, but... yeah, whatever. Oh, hello. You're cute. Let's see, crafting log. It was this one, right? Let's remove that. Why do we have... wait. These are 590, right? Pack maker stuff. But apparently we also got... no, never mind. These are... where the hell did I look earlier? Oh no, never mind. They're the correct ones. I thought these were new, but they aren't. I don't know. Maybe got that confused somehow. Okay, where do I need to go? Here.
That is still so weird, right? I mean, I know that the specialist was a thing that they introduced in Heavensward, but it's still so weird that you have to go here in order to do that, right? Alright, let's get the carpenter thing. Ah, for fuck's sake. I forgot to go to the... Yeah, I need to go to the script exchange first. Because you need to get the... whatever it's called. The blank one. The blank specialist stone. Should be under miscellaneous, right? Master recipes, materials, miscellaneous. This thing, right? Soul of the Crafter. Yeah. Well, it's really not that expensive, thankfully. It's just strange, to be quite honest. It's really, really strange. Right. It's confused for a second on where to go. Honestly, they should just put the frickin' script exchange next to this guy. Alright. Let's get this one. And let's exchange the blacksmith one. Okay. And this is... Wait. You're permitted. You cannot linger. Oh, it's currently equipped. Oh, that's even more annoying. Unequipped. Alright. At least it doesn't change your hotbars or anything. Blacksmith. Yes. Place an armory chest. Switch over to carpenter. Nope. Just want to equip this one. Oh yeah, is this still... No, of course not. Okay. Carpenter, let's just go back to my house. Because then I'll be easier to find for my friend. Right, I was slightly confused. Somehow they switched a couple of my link shells around. I have no idea why, but they did. Oh, I realized which one's gone. Alright. That's kind of a shame, but... Weird. Weird that they resorted them. Let's actually quickly fix that, because I hate that it changed the color on it. Lock window settings. Where the fuck is that? Lock text colors. There it is. Chat 2, crossword link shell. So I need to swap around. Wait, this one's that one. So this one needs to become that one as well. This one needs to become that one as well. But this one needs to become this one. Right. Now it should be fixed. Hopefully. Yeah, looks better. Okay. And let's craft this one then. He is the right one. White mage, yeah. Easy enough. Perfect, perfect. go to the wrong keyboard again. Alright. Now, let's put the rest of this stuff back. Right. Good. This one goes back. These ones. I guess I can sell this one if it's from the scripts anyways. Not that I'd get much money for it. I mean, I can also just straight up keep them. No harm in that, right? Somebody wants more of these. How much are they worth, honestly? Probably not much. Oh, well... These kind of are. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, because people are crafting the fucking weapons, that's why. Sure, let's sell them. They're never gonna be this high again. I mean, it's really not that much money in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, I take what I can get. Alright, let's go back to, what was I on? Ninja. Alright, let's continue with these quests then. Wait, I didn't do a single one? What the fuck? Ah, the freshwater weeds. Yeah, they do look pretty tasty for hippos, I would say. Alright, that's that done. Just need to unselect the quest to be sure that the other ones are actually appearing on my radar minimap. Why did I call it radar? This is not a first-person shooter, but I don't know. You know, every time I'm actually doing crafting, I just enjoy it a whole lot. Like, it's really, really cool. Especially now since I, you know, got a bigger screen, a secondary screen and whatnot. I could just look at all that stuff a lot easier than I did originally. Which I just enjoy that a lot more. Makes things a lot, you know, just a lot easier and more comfortable rather than having to constantly scroll through menus or, you know, look at stuff really far away and whatnot. I don't know. Okay, that's also done. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing. I really hope that with the dynamic resolution, I can actually just select 4K in the system settings. I don't so much care about the background resolution here, for example, right? I mean, it's always going to flicker somewhat, but I don't know. Having more stuff native to your screen, I think, will just look a lot better. Hungry hippo. Po, po, po. Po, po, po. The hippo inhales the dried grass with alarming speed, then trots away in the direction of Svana. You should report back tomorrow and see if reconciliation has been achieved. So I suppose it doesn't really matter which one you pick, but I suspect that the quest end or something is probably going to be different, depending on what you chose. Wow! I don't remember it being so foggy in here. That's a really cool effect. I don't really remember that, to be honest. It also works so well. Sometimes I wish they would actually do specific music for specific weather situations, right? I mean, I know that's asking way too much, considering how much music this game already has, how much good music this game already has, right? But that being said... Oh, right, I skipped out on this one. Thought I'd already done it. It does add a lot to the atmosphere, though. Or it did in that particular case, right? The fact that it sort of fell silent and the fog drew in. A pretty cool effect. Maybe they could do, like, music, well, not really modulation, but, you know, do stuff like that where it sort of fades more into the background if the weather isn't as nice or something. Hello, come to take a dip? Oh, you brought soap? It's awfully kind of you. Our hippos love getting lathered. Say, care to give it a try? It isn't hard. Just use that soap and start scrubbing. Why are we always scrubbing things? Well, at least in this particular case it's hippos, and, you know, I feel like that's better than Godbird or Hildebrand. The hippo's eyes crinkle with delight as you lather it up with soap. Oh, and now it starts scrubbing. Popo, popo, burr. I have no idea how hippos sound. Aha, that's it. Just look at her. Well pleased indeed. Keeping our hippos relaxed and happy is an important part of the job. We aren't riders without our hippos after all. Thanks for the soap. Tomorrow will be along soon. Alright. Let's quickly go back to my house, since my friends finished with their stuff, so... Or rather, I don't think they're finished, but they're in between raids currently. Oh, let's put those two pieces. Yeah, I do have to say the weapons do look incredible. I have to say. The effect, what I especially like is when they're doing like really, I wouldn't say exaggerated effects because that's not really what it is, right? It still feels reasonable in that sense, but I like when they're doing things that sort of extend the weapons a lot more. Because I feel like, well, there was definitely some criticism about certain things that were like relic weapons and stuff just weren't that great, right? For example, the finished version of the Shadowbringers relics, most of them really don't look that good. And the biggest problem is that their effects aren't that great. Like they're a little bit, well, most of their effects are samey, and they don't really extend anywhere, right? They just sort of glow a little bit. So I usually really enjoy effects like that, where there's something like big wings or something coming out of them. It also, because, you know, the main reason for that is, and that is always something that I've struggled with, even back, you know, like 8 years ago in Destiny, when I played that, Destiny 1 and stuff. Because the way they're usually doing it, and obviously that's on purpose, is they have a design language for the weapons, right? And that obviously does make sense. And this design language means that the way the weapons are designed always follows a core sort of design, right? And that can be something as simple as it being a book, right? But it's not only a book. So, for example, in the case of 14, well, Scholar and some of the books are very, very similar. But let's say Black Mage and White Mage. So, first of all, the animations of those are different, obviously. So, it already looks different when you're holding them, right? It visually differentiates them quite a bit, the way they're being held. But also the weapons themselves do have certain design languages that need to be adhered to, right? And a gunblade, for example, looks very, very different than a blade for a Dark Knight. And I feel like sometimes they're a little bit too restricted by those design languages, which sometimes leads to them not, you know, experimenting as much, I feel like. But for example, the gunblade that I looked at earlier, having these huge wings sprouting out of it, it just looks really, really cool. Because even though it's not part of the actual core weapon, you know, once you're holding it, it does look like part of the weapon. It is part of the weapon, right? It's part of the weapon's effect. And the cool thing about that is that it kind of creates another form of the weapon, right? It looks fundamentally different with the wings sprouting out of it. That will be a unique feature to that particular weapon, right? And so that's something that I really, really like about these sort of weapon effects. If they create something that's truly unique and not just very samey. Alright, let's hand in the quest I already did earlier first. There were these ones. Manaspati's Blessing. Find those freshwater weeds. I did indeed. And we feast tonight. Use the safeties for special occasions since they only grow in southern Thavnia. I guess moving down here has its perks. Still, the waters of Xiroda flow from Vanaspati, you know. So in a way, it's like our old home is still taking care of us. That's what I like to think anyway. It's actually a pretty cool thought, to be honest. Did the hippos like their soap? They did indeed. I'm glad. I like using soap nuts because they clean real well without irritating hippo skin. Hippos sweat differently than we do, so you've got to be careful not to throw off their natural balance. You can always wash up here, but letting our hippos relax down at the great work does wonders for their mood. And there ain't no sight sweeter than a happy hippo. True, true, true. You're back, and right on the tail of our runaway. I knew he'd come around if you explained it. Oh, you decided to go with the dried grass blend. I can smell it on your hands. Dried grass might not seem like enough food for big critters like hippos, but it's actually got a lot of nutrients and goes easy on the stomach. Stores well too, so it's a handy sort of feed to have around. Any road. All's well that ends well, I guess. Thanks for being our mediator. We'll be sure to work on out an agreement with our hungry pot. I like how they're actually treating them as employees rather than just animals. That's pretty cool. So I guess what changes with that particular quest, depending on which one you're picking, is probably the dialogue he says at the end. Which is a really cool detail, by the way, right? They didn't have to do that, but they did. Alright, cool. That's this done. Which brings me to the next point. Which would be the Island Sanctuary. Let's go for that and actually unlock it and look at it, right? It does unlock in Old Charlie. Alright. So this is the new Tataru quest, Soaring Profits. And then we have Seeking Sanctuary. Wait, that's a level 1 quest? Seriously? And they put that here? That is the one thing that I still don't really understand about Island Sanctuary, right? Why did they put that specifically in Old Charlian? I mean, I get that they wouldn't want maybe free trial people to be able to access it. That makes sense, but... I mean, maybe they don't want people to get distracted by it or something. Though it's really strange that it is a level 1 quest then. Whatever. Seeking Sanctuary. You know what? Quests like this, I actually really enjoy for a very particular reason. And I don't even mean doing them, but just how they're presented. Because they're so unassuming, right? I mean, they do have the unlock button on top of them. But even back when I went through the game initially, even back in Heavensward, and there's been a million different things added since then, right? But even back then, you would already find, if you got to level 50, you got to level 60, you would already find what felt like a billion of these everywhere, right? And everything unlocked something. There was a new raid, a new alliance raid, then you unlocked, I don't know, Chocobo Race and Gold Saucer. Some random dungeons, tribe quests, right? There are so many things that you need to unlock. So, even though technically the actual side quests just have the normal quest symbol and these ones have the unlockable quest symbol, there are still so many of them that you never quite know what you get if you just initially go through the game and don't have any idea about what the game even contains, right? I mean, and that's a beautiful thing about something like this. Because initially when I started the game, I had absolutely no idea that something like the Gold Saucer was a thing, right? Or Chocobo, well, not only racing, but the quest for being able to actually, what's the word? Grow your own racing Chocobos, right? That's a special unlock quest. And there were so many of those around back then that I always felt completely blown away. I remember being blown away on multiple occasions when I finally, when I saw, I don't know, a certain,
quest somewhere, and it was just, I don't know, leading to some other crazy stuff, right? Because it was so unassuming. Yes, of course it did unlock something, but sometimes the unlock quests are literally just, for example, unlocking the sky watchers, right? That tell you the weather. That's just, you go through like 3 lines of dialogue and something, and then those are unlocked and the quest disappears. But then you have other unlock quests that lead you through multiple hour-long quest chains, right? Multiple instances of raids and whatnot. And if you're new to the game and actually didn't know that those exist, you always, I don't know, I had my mind blown on multiple occasions because I just didn't expect it to be, you know, to have so much in the game. Like, it didn't stop. And that was back in Heavensward, right? I can't even imagine how this must be for people coming in now, where you have all of these expansions to play through and all of the stuff that you can unlock within them, right? And you also tend to forget stuff like this, right? For example, the Ishgard restoration, or not even only the restoration, but there are, let's say, the Heavensward Hildebrand quests, the Briarden quests that accompany those. It's a completely different quest line, by the way, right? But also, I don't know, there are so many things. And again, even back in Heavensward, it just didn't stop. It took me such a freaking long time, not only to go through the MSQ, but also do, you know, all the unlock quests and stuff, and all the optional quests. That is still crazy to me. And it's, not only is it really, really fun, but again, you just get mind blown so often. And that is why every time I see a quest like this, right, it just sort of reminds me of that. It reminds me of just how awesome and incredible this feeling was of finding a random quest like this somewhere, right? And it just unlocking something insane like Island Sanctuary, right? That is literally an entire game within a game, more or less, right? So, yeah, that is absolutely incredible. And I don't know. Clueless Crier. Who are you? Good evening to you, my fine fellow. Come to see Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous silk socks? They're so comfortable you won't even realize you're wearing them. Wait, is this somehow... This is not... You don't have to do the first Taru quest in order to unlock this one, right? I don't think so. What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress. Heavens, you're the... Mistress Tataru has told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happen to stop by. Please, wait just a moment. I'll go fetch her immediately. I didn't expect this quest to be connected to Tataru, of all people. But, okay. Makes it even weirder that we also get another quest for her adventure thing, right? There you are! Sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming and I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining. Our connections across the star are already paying dividends. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. I have a surprise for you. A gift, in fact. A gorgeous, exclusive, and above all, properly registered Island Sanctuary. Are you freaking kidding me? Tataru just gives us an island? I mean, we deserve it, to be completely honest, right? I mean, we've literally saved the world like 10 times or something. But still, that's a generous gift. What? You heard that right. I, Taru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you will be tempted to demur with, "Are you certain?" or "You're far too kind." Quite certain, and yes, I know, but I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I've seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. You rose to become the champion of Eorzea, and now a hero known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide. The sea! And an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for moms. Even you should be free to relax. So, what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? It's as though you read my mind. What are we waiting for? Toss me in the hold and set sail. It's good to know we're on the same mind. Of the same mind. Truly, there's no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Morabi dry docks. No time like the present. That always reminds me of Futaba for some reason, from Persona. Look for Baldin, a skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expecting us. Okay. It has its own quest sound? Seriously? Oh, by the way, the Morabi dry docks, that's not in Limsa, which is why they actually added instances to that specific, to lower the no-show rate. Great. Let's do it. Oh boy. There probably hasn't been this much going on here since very early Realm Reborn, I feel like. Oh, is that already one of the new weapons? Wait. Is it? No, it's not. Is that the, Purgatory Curse Offending? Yeah, that's the new... Oh, that looks insane! What the fuck? That's a normal mode gear piece, by the way. Just wanted to say that, right? The only difference in Savage is that they die in Savage, obviously. That's insane! What the fuck? Oh, I really hope they keep this. And, like, do these effects for all the new raid gear and whatnot. Because that's pretty awesome, not gonna lie. That looks insane. It doesn't even, like, I didn't even really, when I first saw this guy, right, I didn't really understand what was happening there, and I thought, wait, what? The Savage isn't released, like, those weapons aren't a thing yet. But then I realized, wait, that's not part of the weapon, that's the body piece. The piece itself also looks crazy good. Holy fuck. Well then, let's set sail to our island though. Hey, the little mistress told me to expect ya. Said she'd be along shortly herself, but... Ah, speak of the devil. The fuck? What happened to Tataru? It's my island though, not yours. I thought I'd dress light for our voyage, given the notorious humidity of the Southern Isles. I trust everything is in order, Baldin. Hey, just give me an order when you're ready to set sail. You've nothing to fear when we're going. Not since any marauder with an ounce of sense in 'em hung up their axe. This whole island sanctuary business came about from the Admiral, reckoning we need something to do now piracy's off the table, matter of fact. Just look at me, bloody stand-up citizen ferrying folks around. And you're out. You packed rather light for a venture of this sort. You do realize you're responsible for bringing your own tools and supplies? Not to worry, we'll procure everything there. Yeah, what now? How in the hell's your plan to do that? Oh, I have a little something in mind. Let's just say the idea was good enough to land us our permit. Okay. That's so. Well, best of luck to you both. Kind of lost his accent there somewhere. I'm sure you're just itching to see your new domain, so I'll fill you in on all the juicy details once we arrive. Alright. Make your preparations. We leave port the moment you give the word. And let me actually turn on light in my room because it's getting pretty dark. I'll be waiting for you on the ferry. Island Sanctuary now accessible. Wait, but Tataru, doesn't she still have like a billion different things to do? Are there then? Where can I take you? Let's travel to my island. Really? Due to extreme server load, you were unable to travel to Island Sanctuary. Well, how does that work then? Well, that's unfortunate. Please try again later. Wait, is that a thing? Did they, like, make a post on that, or...? Do I still need the patch notes? Yeah, let's just keep them up. And just open up the site again. Let's see. Regarding congestion of Island Sanctuary and other instanced areas, we have confirmed ongoing congestion in instant areas such as Island Sanctuary and indoor housing areas. Wait, indoor housing areas? How the fuck does that work? In preparation for the Island Sanctuary added in patch 6.2, the number of instances created had been increased significantly. However, this limit is being reached on certain worlds, particularly Balmung and Cerberus, of course, where we are seeing significant instance numbers compared to other worlds on the same data center. We are currently looking into supplemental measures such as the inclusion of backup server machines. Holy fuck! Why do players constantly keep... well, not crashing the servers. One thing that I do have to say, and repeatedly say, about Final Fantasy XIV is that ever that disaster with the Stormblood launch where you couldn't enter the one single-player instance, and technically that was only really one day where it didn't work. Ever since then, the game has been absolutely flawless in that regard. And that doesn't mean that there aren't problems from time to time, but they're handling them so well. So it's never that the game isn't accessible at all. It's just that sometimes certain functions aren't available, right? Or they, takes a little bit of time for them to be available again. But the game never crashes, server never crash. You could always log in, even though sometimes it does take a while. And, at the Endwalker launch, I was stuck in a couple of 4-hour queues. But even that, right?
In a 4-hour queue, it did work out eventually. And if you just logged in the morning, it was perfectly fine. In the meantime, should you receive a message indicating that the server is busy when attempting to move to a different area, we ask that you wait a while before attempting again. Thank you for your understanding, and we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Oh. Well, that might mean that I'm actually not able to do the Island Sanctuary, it seems. Huh. That is rather unfortunate, I would say. Oh, never mind. Guess it worked. Oh, that's cute. And the music. Look towards the horizon. Beautiful, isn't it? I also like the boat. Holy shit. Oh no. Paisa. Truly is just my own sanctuary, right? I mean, I knew that it would be, but it's still kind of crazy to see this. There's nothing like a sea voyage to rekindle the adventuring spirit. So, what do you think? This untamed isle is yours to cultivate as you see fit. Or not, as it were. I feel like I actually need a proper outfit for this, right? But that would take away one of my precious blade slots. If nothing else, think of it as your personal hideaway, a not-so-secret one. Yeah, well, technically, right? If it's not secret, I feel like at some point a lot of people are just will just try to visit me here. Maybe. Oh. This is just insanely beautiful, isn't it? Honestly, I could just sit down here and relax and just look at the sky and whatnot. It's insanely beautiful. I also like how you just get like a very small rowboat to go back. The refreshing caress of the wind, the soothing whisper of the waves. How liberating. I admit I've been looking forward to joining you here. Now, this may come as a bit of a surprise, but the isle was once commandeered by a band of pirates and used as a supply base. Fortunately for us, the group disbanded years ago, and the isle has since largely returned to its natural state. As you know all too well, Merlwhip's never been one to sit around idly.
That's right, I agree. She set her eyes on the Sieldalies? Sieldalies? I don't know. Are those the trees? Formulating plans for island settlements for years. Or, no, those are the islands here, I suppose. Now that a sense of peace has settled throughout the realm, she finally decided to put those plans in motion. The chosen few have been permitted to become keepers of private islands in this vast archipelago, and you're one of them. I wonder who the other ones are. My industrious idea of procuring all materials needed to settle here locally struck a chord with the Admiral when she read my proposal, so much so that she was happy to grant me a deed. It's not exactly a one-man job. I suppose it's supposed to be, though, right? Not to worry, I have arranged for ample assistance. I shall happily introduce you in just a moment, but you'll need to follow me toward the charming little clearing I've designated as your base of operations. If we simply clamber up that slope ahead and proceed along the path, we should soon bump into... well, you'll see. Okay. Sounds intriguing. Man, this is so beautiful! I really, really like that it's so calm, right? As much as I love the music in this game, sometimes not having music is pretty great. Felicitous... Are you fucking kidding? So she dressed up mechanical dolls in cat outfits, basically? Allow me to introduce you to the Felicitous Furball, the leader of your team of helpers. Well, 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 if it isn't the owner himself, it shall be my pleasure to advise you whether you desire it or not. Oh yes, I think we'll get along just fine. Why do they always have to write it so weirdly? A couple of capital letters would be fine, but wow, that just looks like a mess. In addition to our feline friend here, I took the liberty of preparing a variety of other mammoths to assist with construction and development of the Isle. You'll be pleased to know they are the latest and greatest models developed by one of the most brilliant minds in Charlian. I heard that a professor of the studium was searching for a means to make use of his advanced automata. To make a long story short, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and managed to acquire all of them for the unbeatable price of free. Okay. Is this like a research ground for them? As I understand, the mammoths were produced in secret whilst the Forum formulated plans for the mass exodus. Intended to be used as laborers on distant stars to help in constructing a new home for the people of Etheris, it seems all reason for their existence vanished when the threat to our star was erased. If they can construct buildings and stuff, I feel like they could serve other purposes as well, but... okay. As you can imagine, the professor was quite conflicted over what to do with the remains of what may well have been his life's work, but after some negotiation, I convinced him to entrust them to us, on the condition we share the data retrieved from development on the Isle. Oh boy. Fuck. Is there no way for me to, like, refuse these cookies, or... because, you know, that's how, like, Facebook works, right? They're just selling your data. Well. Further, while I know it sounds like an ordeal and a half to procure all necessities from the land itself, there is ample practical justification for such experimentation. You see, the Admiral's vision is for people from all walks of life to have access to these island sanctuaries, and my idea might just be the most effective way to accomplish that. If one has the capital at hand to purchase the materials and equipment needed for such a bold endeavor, it is a simple matter to subsist safely and comfortably in a remote location. But that limits potential isle keepers to a paltry few. What of those without such funds, who simply wish to enjoy nature and live off the land? We can, We must prove that such a feat is possible and assist in providing these would-be isle keepers with the knowledge they need to succeed. Wait a second, though. Like, even if there are 1,000 of these islands, if the housing board has taught me anything, that's not nearly enough. So, unless they have literally 100,000 of these islands around here, which I highly doubt. Well, I still don't necessarily want them to be available only to rich people, but at the same time, you can't, not everyone will be able to have one. Even though all the players of 14 will. Contrary to housing. Though, honestly, at this point, I still don't understand how people cannot have a house. I mean, obviously, if you come into the game, or came into the game recently, that's another issue entirely, but for people who've been in the game, 2, 3, 4 years, if you don't have a house, that's on you. Honestly. That's just the way it is. Only then will these islands truly be sanctuaries. Well, yeah, the name would only fit in that particular instance, that's true. Fret not, Mistress Tataru, while authentic Charlian ingenuity and know-how at my quartips... Oh, with. God, this is hard to read. This simple-minded individual... Excuse me, despite the enhancements in vocal organ design, the mechanism still gets stuck from time to time. Well, they can't talk normally. Goodness, that's a relief. I should leave you to get properly acquainted. I'll return to see the fruits of your partnership when they're ripe for the picking. For now, enjoy your own personal paradise. Cultivate the land or explore, the choice is yours. Yes, welcome to the island. Give the word when you've finished ogling the surroundings. I'd prefer to get on with sordid business sooner than later. I should also very much like to discuss the matter of my payment. What? Payment. Man, this looks fucking beautiful. You may now visit the island sanctuary of a party member, free company member, or friend who has unlocked the feature by speaking with Balden in the Morabi dry docks. Oh, that's interesting. So you have to go there if you want to visit another sanctuary. It's actually pretty clever because that will mean that particular look. I always like when they do that, right? It's the same with Palace of the Dead, for example, or Heaven on High. You always see people around there, right? And when I first started the game, at least Palace of the Dead had already been introduced, and I was kind of confused and honestly, happy that even though I had no idea what Palace of the Dead was, or why it was there specifically, or how it worked and whatnot, but it was very, very cool as a new player to just go by that settlement and see all the players, waiting around for Palace of the Dead and doing stuff and whatnot. So I always like when they do that and put specific access points for these kinds of things in just sort of random locations somewhere, right? It's the same thing with Eureka, for example. The fact that you have to be in Kugani in order to access it. It's just really cool, right? Because it gives you a reason to go back to these places. And it also makes it way more interesting for newer players. If they arrive in Kugani, for example, they'll always see a couple of people, just standing around the dock waiting for Eureka. Or, AFKing because of it. I don't know. You will be unable to visit an island sanctuary if the owner has forbidden access to their island, there's no one on the island question, or if the island question has already reached its maximum capacity. Furthermore, you must be on an acquaintance's homeworld if you wish to visit their island sanctuary. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You may invite party members, free company members, and friends to visit your island sanctuary once it has reached a sufficient stage of development. Cool. Oh god, and we get an actual introduction. I still really like that image, by the way. That's how they first introduced this, right? It's pretty incredible. Duty overview. Welcome to your new home in the Southern Seas, your own personal island sanctuary. Explore the wilds, build landmarks, grow crops, tend to animals, and enjoy everything this slice of paradise has to offer. So, I mean, at least judging by the picture then, at some point we'll be able to actually build big buildings like that. Like a big windmill and stuff. That's pretty awesome, to be honest. No class job restrictions. Adventurers of all inclinations can enjoy Island Sanctuary life, regardless of crafting or gathering experience. Come as you are. Island XP and Sanctuary rank. Accumulate island experience by engaging in activities on your island to increase your Sanctuary rank. As your Sanctuary rank increases, so too will the facets of island life available to you. Realize visions for your newfound sanctuary by following a series of simple steps, and life on your island will be nothing short of perfect before you know it. I understand what I must do. Seriously? I mean, this is not necessarily the most difficult tutorial I've ever seen, so... The coziest of cabins. Speak with the felicitous verbal. Felicitous? Felicitous is correct, right? God, I'm excited. This is just so calming! Right? It's just the wind in the background. You hear a couple birds. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Really, really cool. Now, listen. May I call you? Yeah, you can call me by my first name. Well, I will anyway. Before we get started, I want to make it very clear that while you may be the owner, I command the mammoths, and as such I demand a considerable sum. I would hate for us to get off on the wrong foot. With that settled, beyond the slope lies a clearing that Mistress Totaro believed would serve well as a base of operations. Let us give it a look, shall we? Wait, who's paying you then? Oh, wait. Ah, so your base of operations has the music. That's really cool! Definitely reminds me, I mean, it's very obviously on purpose. It definitely reminds me of something like Stardew Valley, for example. Wait, what's going on here? Why does it have this weird... Do you see that on the floor? That looks strange. Why did they make it like that? I guess something's gonna sit on that eventually. Maybe like a gate or something, a fence. A fine place to set up shop, would you not agree? Yes, I think it will do nicely. Oh, this is where the mammoths go, I guess. Now, while it has much potential, this clearing is currently as bare as a white baboon's buttocks. Thanks for the alliteration. We'll need some form of shelter from the elements if we're to truly make something of the place. Mistress Totaro has told me of your exploits, but I think it's safe to assume chopping down a tree with your bare hands is outside of your repertoire. Not that I'd ask you to, even if you could. We need tools for delicate work of this nature. As such, the first order of business will be to craft yourself a hatchet. You'll need 3 palm leaves and 2 stones and branches each. Follow east along the path and make your first foray into the wilderness to procure them. Should you get any funny ideas about exploring the isle and opt to leave me out here to waste in the rain, you'll find my twin, the Furious Furball, waiting here for you instead. Really? Is that a thing that can happen? Before you go, I have something for you. It's called the Isle Keeps Index. It's to help you keep track of your projects here on the island. Can't have you running about watering mammoths instead of plants. That should be all for now. Safe travels. I'll be waiting here should you need me. If I've disappeared, it's because I've been mauled by a wild animal, I assure you. Okay. The Isle Keeps Index is now available. Access this interface for crucial information regarding the Isle. You can now collect materials and more with the Gather mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode selection of the Isle Keeps Index. For additional information regarding gathering on the Isle, access the guide from the Isle Keeps Index. You may perform all the actions necessary to develop your island sanctuary by utilizing the modes available in the Alkeep's Index. How often are they going to repeat Alkeep's Index? Finally, make use of duty actions, mounts, and modes to become the master of your new domain. Bam! So we get Isle Sprint and Isle Return. That's interesting. My HUD in general is staying the same though. Click here to change the mode together. So we have the Isle Ventry. Okay. Is this on? Oh, that's 120. Materials, produce, stock stores, and tools. Okay. Sanctuary gathering lock. Bunch of materials. And we have a guide. Developing your island allows you to create your own personal paradise. Amidst the natural beauty of the Sildelace? That's definitely the islands here, but no idea how to pronounce that. Island endeavors are primarily solo experiences and can be enjoyed at your own pace. That's nice to know. Realizing visions will help you make your sanctuary the best it can be. Visions will appear as objectives in your duty list. As you realize visions, I really like that they're calling it visions. That's cool. Additional goals and development features will become available to you. Sanctuary rank and island experience. Your sanctuary rank indicates your experience with subsisting in an island environment, improving your personal sanctuary, and island experience by engaging various activities. The higher your rank, the more features and options will become available to you. Please note that you may reach no higher than sanctuary rank 3 until certain visions are realized. Okay, makes sense. And then we have the index. It's an island-specific hub feature that allows you to confirm important information, switch gameplay modes, and manage your island's various features. Your selected mode influences how you interact with features and create creatures on your island. Additional modes will become available to you as you learn more about the island and add features to your sanctuary. Switch modes by selecting the mode icon via the Isle Keeps Index and then choosing the appropriate option for your desired activity. Certain modes require you to choose a specific item to use. In such cases, an item icon will appear in the Isle Keeps Index. Select this icon to change your chosen item. Well, it's probably actually easier to understand by just doing it rather than reading through it. The main menu consists of buttons by which you can confirm important information, manage aspects of your island. As you unlock more features, additional buttons will be added. Sanctuary rank, confirm your current rank, island XP, the amount of island experience, Seafarer's Cowries. Seafarer's Cowries are a Sildelace specific currency. The amount in your possession is displayed next to the blue icon at the bottom of the Isle Keeps Index. And Islanders Cowries. Another specific currency. Okay. Gathering. The Gather feature allows you to collect resources and materials on your island. Gather materials on your island by enabling Gather mode from the Isle Keeps Index and interacting with the resources you encounter. While some materials can be collected with your bare hands, they are limited in variety and utility. For others, tools are required. The Isle Keeps Stone Hatchet, for example, will enable you to gather timber. Some resources may be interacted with even if you have no tool in hand, so go forth and gather. And the Gathering Lock from the Isle Keeps Index to confirm resource locations and necessary tools. Cool. So now we have the Gather mode, which is displayed at the top of the screen. And just, I guess, automatically allows us to gather. So it needs 2 branches, 2 stones, and 3 palm leaves. I guess I have to go forward in order to grab that. What is up here, though? Why does this exist? Huh.
very much looks like you can add something here later, doesn't it? Dun, dun, dun. I definitely need a specific glamour for this, I feel like. Well, I mean, I could always switch over to Fisher, for example, or Botanist. Botanist probably fits pretty well. Collect this. I'm not entirely sure if I'm supposed to go here yet, but looks like a curious cave. The wilds. Oh, well, guess I am supposed to be here. Holy shit. Man, like the music, everything is just so incredible here. Also, I think the cool thing about this being your personal space, right, is that they could really go ham on the amount of detail that they added, which usually, obviously, they're very restricted to. You know, if they can even achieve this level of detail in normal areas with the graphical updates in 7.0, that would be absolutely incredible. Alright, let's see what we can grab. Island Palm Leaf. Recorded in Sanctuary Gathering Log. Tool required none. And that's its location, okay. We need one anyways, okay. Pumpkin seeds. Oh. I thought we might get like additional information on them. One might say this is a bag full of pumpkin skin, or one might not. Fibrous frond from a palm tree native to the Siddelay. So no idea how to pronounce that. What is this? This is an apple tree? Oh, wait. Just grab a bunch of stuff, shall we? Island vine. Well, I don't need that. Oh, this also gives experience already. Cool. 50 out of 3,000, okay. Well, let's just grab everything then, right? If it gives experience. Guess I'm supposed to move further in this direction. Holy shit, there's a lot to gather, though. Another palm leaf? Wait, can I guess we can swim, right? Yeah. Man, fucking hell, this looks beautiful. Look how clear the water is as well. This is absolutely incredible. I'm already blown away by this, right? And I barely started. Waterfalls and stuff. They really went all out of this, didn't they? Island stone. So that's just all kinds of stuff. Limestone. Okay. So, oh, that's my inventory. Okay. I was gonna say, where exactly does this appear? But this just shows how much I have of everything. Man, that's also so cool, right? The fact that we can just grab all the stuff without having to worry about whether or not it'll fill up our inventory. Okay, so that was everything here. Oh, the rest of the stuff is over there then. Let's go around this little pond. God, this is beautiful. Holy shit, there is a bunch of tea. Crap. Northward stream. The wilds. It's also, it sort of started the music, and then, you know, it went away again, and it's giving you time, right? Hello. Hi. What are you doing here? Well, there's a bunch of them here. Huh. They also don't really seem to be startled by me being here. That's great. Is that what I need? Island vine? What do I actually need? Branches, apparently. Ah, island branch. What do we have here? Island sand. Okay. I think I have to go there, right? Nice. So now I suppose we have everything. Let's just go back and collect a bunch more stuff. This is just so calming, right? This is like so perfect to add to this game because you can always just come here and do like a little bit of something, right? After a hard raid night, right? Just relax in your island sanctuary for a while. I mean, it might take away a little bit from your house, but then again, why would it, right? There's different ways to relax. I find it interesting that there is this cave leading here. Does look a little bit weird, doesn't it, with the 90-degree angle going on? It doesn't actually look so weird when you're just running through it. It just looks weird on the map, I feel like. Though, this might have been built by hand, actually, now that I'm looking at it. But then again, it might be expanded upon at some point anyways, right? God, you could just... With the music and everything, I could literally just go to sleep here. Just keep this on in the background, right? Keep the music running. Just enjoy life. Hi. Excellent, you've collected everything. We can move on to crafting your very first tool, then a hatchet. While you were out there gathering, you could do little more than scavenge the odd branch here and there from trees, yes. Well, that will all change in just a moment. I mean, I do have like a really, really powerful, really rare, and really difficult to get. Well, not really, but you get the idea. Tool on my back, but sure. With the hatchet in hand, you may hack away at as many trees as you like to secure raw timber and tree sap. The brilliance of the hatchet's design, a design of my own making, mind you, is that even a non-mammoth like yourself can craft it with your own 2 non-mammoth hands. Isn't that wonderful? I've uploaded the blueprints for the design to your index. Go on, make the hatchet. The craft feature is now available. Access the Sanctuary crafting log from the Islekeep's index to review the materials necessary to craft an item and collect said materials to begin. The Islekeep's stone hatchet recipe has been added to the Sanctuary crafting log. Crafting this tool will allow you to gather logs from trees by cutting them down. Nice. Gives us more guides as well. Crafting. The Sanctuary crafting log enables you to create certain crafting items, such as tools from the materials you gather on your island. Access the crafting log, blah blah blah, select the recipe to confirm the required materials, then use the craft button to create them. Nice. Crafting log. Islekeep's stone hatchet. Craft. Boink. That's an interesting animation. 300 experience, nice. So, you never actually have to craft this again, though, right? Interesting. Yes, that is indeed a hatchet. With it, you can now collect all the logs you could ever want or need. Let's move on to the next phase, shelter. That hatchet of yours should be able to cut through even the thick bark of a palm tree, meaning you can now collect palm logs, a material vital to our soon-to-be-built haven. The first building we make shall naturally be the most important, as it will be the very foundation of our base of operations, and seeing as I have a gift for naming things, I think it best we leave matters of nomenclature nomenclature to myself. I hereby dub this essential facility the Cozy Cabin. I can work with that. Sounds cute. My poor back. You're a fucking mammoth. You're literally a robot. Why are you complaining about your back? Ah, okay, that's where... Oh, that's cute! That is cool. Goodness, I'm due for a healthy amount of grease after that ordeal. Anyway, I've prepared the land, you'll need to prepare the rest. Check the logboard beside me to review the materials you'll need for the cabin. Alright. Well, I do think that this glamour does fit quite well, right? I mean, it is my gathering glamour, so... As we're building a cabin this time and not a tool, the amount of materials required are a magnitude above what was needed before. Take your time collecting them if you must, but not too much. In the meanwhile, I'll round up the other mammoths in preparation for constructing the cabin and begin ordering them around. You know, what I do best. True. The construct feature is now available. Access a logboard to review the materials necessary to construct a facility and collect said materials to build it. That looks to be pretty big, to be honest, right? Huh. Construct the Cozy Cabin. So we need, what do we need? 10 palm logs, 10 palm leaves, 5 island vines, I actually already have them, 5 stones, and 5 sand. Vacant plot turns into Cozy Cabin. Huh. Cool. Construction. With the help of architecturally savvy and industrious mammoths, a variety of structures can be built on your island. Begin construction by accessing the logboard in front of the vacant plot. Facilities available for construction differ depending on plot size. By selecting your desired structure, you may confirm what materials are required and how long construction will last. Once you possess all necessary materials, select Construct to begin the process. Oh, it actually takes time to... Oh, cool. Construction is performed by a talented team of mammoths and will be completed after a predetermined period of time. Finalize construction by accessing the logboard in front of your new structure after the mammoths have finished their work. You may check the logboard during construction to confirm current progress and estimated time of completion. Oh, that's very cool. I do like that. You know, as much as people sometimes... Time required none, it says. Okay. As much as... You know, I never understand why people time travel in Animal Crossing, for example. I mean, I can get behind the idea, obviously. Like, I understand why they're doing it, but I don't understand why you would do it. Because that's literally the point of the game, right? I like that it takes so long to do stuff, because that is the point, right? It's supposed to take a long time. So yeah, it's just the way it is, I guess. Obviously, everybody can do this stuff on the, you know, the way they want to do it. Just because that's the way I like to do it doesn't mean that everybody has to do it that way. But I don't really understand it, right? Because like if I want to get a game where I can, I don't know, grind stuff out really fast, I'll just play a game that facilitates that, right? And if Oh, nice. That gives you a leaf and a log. Oh, that's perfect. And it's just so cozy, isn't it? Like, everything's really calm, the music's calm, it looks beautiful. Absolutely incredible. I wonder how much stuff is in here, right? Obviously, I don't want to know. I want to find out myself. But I wonder how much stuff they put in here initially and how long it will take to complete everything. And then I wonder how often they're actually going to update that. I mean, they already said that they're probably going to do it like every second major patch or something. I mean, I feel like they still might add the odd feature here and there, or they'll probably add a couple of recipes or materials and whatnot from time to time. How do I get up there? I also like how it doesn't really take too much time to gather stuff, right? It doesn't even take the usual animation, I suppose. You just go up to it and boom, in your inventory. Bum, bum. One more sand. I suppose this is also submerged sand. Oh yeah, it tells you before you click on it, actually. 2 more stones. A couple more leaves and logs. Should be easy enough to get. These should be stones, right? Smooth white rock. The only thing that I dislike, but that's a thing the game has always done, is that the mode thing, like the hut icon thing, disappears while you gather, which is it's just somewhat annoying. I don't know. I don't like that it's constantly disappearing and reappearing. It's not a big deal, obviously, but I wish they would have done that differently. I don't know. It just creates more sort of how can I put it? Like, it creates more busyness on the screen. Let's put it that way. Like it makes what should be a very comfortable and sort of relaxing experience just a tiny bit more stressful for the eyes, right? It's not obviously creating stress or anything, but it's just visually a little bit more busy than it needs to be. Maybe they'll fix that at some point, though. I don't know, maybe you can also... Maybe there's a UI feature that allows you to do that. I might have to Google that later, to be honest. 2 more logs. This is not a palm tree, though. Ah, it gives me the apple. Island log. So there are other logs as well that I probably will need for other things. There's another palm tree there. I wonder how quickly they respawn. I feel like they respawn really, really quickly, like within like a minute or something. Alright. It is quite the long walk back. But then again, considering how small the initial area there seems to be, I mean, maybe the area itself will expand? I wonder how they're going to do that. Because I feel like, I mean, the island obviously is much bigger than just this, so plenty of room to potentially build something else. It does look, however, as if this sort of general area might be expanding at some point, right? That's probably why the cave looks so weird. Because this will eventually be different, I suppose. And this is so calming. The sun setting lightly, slightly, what? Just really, really cozy. Man, this looks absolutely freaking beautiful, doesn't it? Just needed to take a photo of that. Cozy cabin lockboard. Construct a cozy cabin. Construct. Chip, chip, chip. I guess you get the first one, or the first thing for, well, not for free, but it doesn't take any time to be finished, right? Does make sense. Looks pretty cool. Pretty basic, but pretty good. I don't think it will necessarily, you know, against like a rainstorm or something, this probably wouldn't hold all that much, but construction complete! Guess that's not really the point, is it? Oh, this looks cute. Who the hell are you? Hello there. I have the proud duty of handling communications on the Isle, particularly those from Mistress Totaro. I shall inform you the moment I have tidings to share. Cool. Man, this looks cute. Couple boxes still back here. The mammoths. Guess call this their home now. And I guess this is for me, potentially? I wonder how many of these, like how many upgrades there will be for a cabin like this. In order to renovate the cozy cabin, you must continue to develop your island and increase your sanctuary rank. Finally, a place to escape the occasional downpour. It's a bit rough around the edges, I'll give you, but it's home. It's technically your home, but why get fussy about the details? Rest your head on the cot, or call your friends over. You're free to use it as you wish. I've taken the liberty of calling a few of my own friends over, in fact. I think you'll find them most charming. They can provide services you will undoubtedly come to find valuable. You may access the Orchestrion to play your favorite tunes and exchange various items with the merchants stationed inside the cozy cabin. As development of your island sanctuary progresses, you will earn 2 types of cowries. Seafarer's cowries may be earned by realizing visions, developing the isle, and performing various activities within your island sanctuary. Islanders cowries may be earned by selling materials in your isle pantry, or the enterprising exporter in the cozy cabin. Okay, so that's a way to basically, because I was wondering how they're going to do that, right? Because certain materials, because everything's permanent, basically, right? Once you construct one thing, you don't need to construct it again. So you don't need certain materials anymore. So it makes sense that there would be a way to get rid of them, right? Exchange them for other stuff. Friends, free community members, and party members may now visit your island. Oh, that was quick. Decide who may or may not enter your sanctuary by accessing sanctuary settings from the Islekeeper's Index. With no further ado, go and see the cozy cabin for yourself. Well, I already looked at it. Vision realized. Your island, nice. 500 calories and a bunch of experience. Fiddlebip. Rank up. The Hideaway. Introduction. The Hideaway is your base of operations on your island. Here you may build facilities, care for animals, grow crops, and more. Select the Manage Hideaway option on the Islekeeper's Index to review the layout, status, and construction possibilities of your hideaway. And trading. The archipelagic artisans will trade with you using Seafarer's Cowries or Islanders' Cowries. Speak with the enterprising exporter and horrendous hoarder in the cozy cabin to buy and sell items. The names of this is absolutely phenomenal. The enterprising exporter will purchase island materials for a flat price. While you may individually select items, you may also sell materials in bulk from the bottom left-hand corner of the exports window.
After inputting the quantity you wish to retain of each item, select bulk shipment to sell the rest. The Remus Hoarder will sell you a variety of items in exchange for calories. Cool. Manage hideaway. Cozy cabin. Yeah, so that's what I thought. So this part of the island will expand the further you develop these structures. Your foothold in this untamed land, hastily built using materials scavenged in the wilds. I do wonder what the rest of the island's going to be about, though. Like, obviously you can, like, gather more stuff, but, I wonder if we'll eventually be able to... Well, you probably want to keep it, you know, pretty natural as well in a lot of locations, but... It's going to be interesting to see how that works and how much you can customize it, right? As you may have noticed for yourself already, this island receives a dreadful amount of sunlight. I expect that's desirable for growing crops. If cultivation is your sort of thing, I suggest you speak with my subordinate, the produce producer. You find the indolent oaf, no doubt, loitering about north of here, finding some excuse not to do any sort of work, a privilege reserved solely for myself. The fuck's wrong with these mammoths? A cropland may now be unlocked. Speak with the produce producer in the north of the hideaway to begin your aspirations as a farmer. Okay. Oh, that's where these guys are. Okay. Well, I don't want to change the tunes quite yet. Exports, export materials. Okay, so this gives you the green stuff. Okay. And then... okay. Well, I probably want to make a set out of these things, right? For my island ventures. Oh boy. Here we are. Island Mandragora, other. That's a mount, right? Wait, is it? I'm pretty sure it is. Island Onion Prince. Oh yeah, so you have 3 different mounts. The Mandragora, Onion Prince, and the Eggplant Mite. The Felicitous Fuzzball can be obtained as a minion. Wait, no, this says other though. Why does it say other? Shouldn't it say mount? Or are mounts still considered others? Blue Powder Pixie Wings. Oh. That's a fashion accessory. Holy fuck. How cool. Modern Aesthetics Tall Tails. That's the new hairstyle, right? They already put a bunch of stuff in here. 2 hairstyles, 3 what I assume to be mounts. The wings alone will bring a lot of people in here. A quiet moment, and then you get the music as well, obviously. Chocobo Stable Essentials, Outdoor Furnishing. Oh, that's cute. Farmer's Straw Bed. And Coconut Water. Ah, that looks really cool. Isle Pioneers Barding, Chocobo Barding, Field Crackers, High Cordials. Oh, cool. And a bunch of dyes as well. Oh, you get pearl white dye from this? I think these are the same ones that you can also get in Ishgard, right? That's pretty awesome. Wait, and gunmetal. Wait, that's not the. That's the metal shine black, right? Not the actual black. Oh boy, yeah, that's gonna be exciting. I probably will need to. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I guess I could maybe mix and match the island exploring stuff with my gathering outfit and just change to gathering every time I'm here. Hoofing it, what? Okay. Unable to summon or ride mounts, or to equip fashion accessories. Wait, so you can eventually ride a mount on the island as well? I honestly didn't necessarily expect that to be a thing. Oh, so the place up there is to grow crops. Cool. Produce producer. I'm sort of busy here, looking at the grass. It's quite green, I've noticed, and you're gonna ask me to clear the area, aren't you? Clear the rich. Oh well, all right then. Let's get this over with. It's quite cute that they actually gave them personalities and whatnot. They really put a lot of thought. It honestly feels like as if they made everything just as cozy as possible, right? As cute and cozy as possible. So I guess this will eventually allow me to, for example, the pumpkin seeds that are picked up, right? It'll just grow them here, I suppose. Oh, it already expanded everything. Holy shit, that was fast. Huh. Cool. I do like how it's still sort of nestled into the nature, right? It really still looks like we just barely arrived and just tried to cultivate a little bit of land. Look at me, jumping with excitement. Fault in the programming, to be sure. Anyway, are you happy now? There's the cropland. I've even got some seeds for you to sow. Once they've been planted, make sure to water them. Oh, if you have any questions, I suppose I can answer them. You can now plant seeds in empty pots by using the sow mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode selection of the Isle Keeps index. You can now water crops by using the water mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode selection of the Isle Keeps index. Again, how often are they going to repeat index? But, oh well. Guide. The cropland. Introduction. Plant and water seeds to grow a variety of produce. Sow mode allows you to plant seeds in the cropland's tilled earth. Enable sow mode from the Isle Keeps index, choose your desired seeds via the item icon, then select an empty plot to plant them in. Watering a plot will increase the soil's level of moisture and promote the growth of crops. To begin, enable water mode from the Isle Keeps index. While the mode is active, select the desired plot to water it. Empty plots may also be watered should you be so inclined. Furthermore, plots will automatically be watered when it rains. Makes sense. Moisture level. A plot's level of moisture has the following 4 stages: soaked, wet, moist, and dry. Crops will grow happily and heartily when the soil is between soaked and moist, and will cease to grow upon becoming dry. A plot will be soaked immediately after being watered, and its moisture level will gradually decrease until it has become dry. Soaked. The maximum level of moisture a plot cannot be watered at this stage, active for approximately 6 hours after watering a plot. Wet, a moderate level of moisture, plots may be watered at this stage. Active between approximately 6 to 24 hours after watering a plot. Moist, the lowest level of moisture, active between approximately 24 to 36 hours after watering a plot. And dry, the level at which a plot is bereft of moisture, active approximately 36 hours after watering a plot. So 1.5 days after you did it, you basically have to do it again. Crops will be unable to grow on plots that have reached this stage. Speak with the produce producer near the cropland to access the cropland management menu. On the cropland management menu, a plot's current level of moisture will be displayed underwater with the following icons. Okay, it's really, really cool though. I mean, obviously I knew that they would do it this way, but with the crops that you can plant in your garden when you're doing housing, those can actually go bad, right? So you need to keep an eye on them, especially for the harder to grow ones and the ones that are actually worth quite a lot on the market board as well. Those need to be tended to quite a lot, like every single day at least. And you need to keep an eye on them, right? Whereas here, thankfully, it seems like they just stop growing and they just keep on growing if you water them again, which is cool. Gather mode allows you to harvest the yield from a crop and store it as items in your IO inventory. To begin, enable gather mode from the Elfheap's index. While the mode is active, select the fully grown crop to harvest its yield. With the plot now empty, you may plant seeds into it once again. Crops require sufficient time and water to grow and have 4 stages of development: sprout, seedling, blossom, and produce. Speak with the produce producer near the cropland to access the cropland management menu. A plot's current stage of development will be displayed under growth with the following icons. Cool. So let's plant them then. Sow mode. Oh, I have to select an item here. Ah, okay. Oh, and 1 seed allows you to grow crops in the entire bed? Wow, okay. That does not give experience, however, which is interesting. Oh yeah, and then I need to water them as well. So it counts for the entire thing. Pretty cool. Man, they've made these things so easy and fast, right? I'm actually kind of blown away by that. Well, then again, this is the beginning, right? Eventually, you'll probably have a bunch of stuff to do. I wonder if there's going to be, like, automatic water things at some point. Can you hear that? Sound of burgeoning life budding in the soil? Me neither, but I thought I'd ask. Anyway, you're welcome to plant more seeds here whenever you like. Crops require time and water to flourish into produce. Bereft of moisture, they will cease to grow. Crops will be considered watered after it has rained. You may house the produce yielded by fully developed crops with the gather mode, or alternatively dispose of undesired crops with the cull mode. Boom. Nice. The croplands, culling. Enable cull mode from the Elfheap's index and select the plot which you wish to empty. Alright, cull. It's interesting how they've done that with the mode selection. I wonder why that's not a thing on your hotbar. Maybe it is? I don't know. Is there a way to... Because I feel like it would have made sense to put that onto your hotbars, right? And have a specific island hotbar that just allows you to use those actions instead of having to switch modes through the UI. But, I mean, it's very fast and it's not at all, I don't know, arduous or anything, but still, it's just a curious decision, I feel like. It's been all of 5 minutes and you've already had your fill of tilling the land. What a productive little bee you are. Would that I had you under my employ. Anyway, let me think around another way to make constructive use of your time. Say, do you like animals? Why did I bother to ask? Of course you do. You surely make fast friends with the creature comforter, another subordinate of mine, and one who prefers the company of animals more than its own kind. You find a curious fellow standing across from the produce producer. The pasture may now be unlocked. Speak with the creature comforter in the north of the highway to advance your aspirations as a farmer. I had kind of planned to stop now, but I feel like I can already see this being a thing where you always go just one more thing, right? One more thing that I want to do. But I mean, this still feels like sort of the basic stage. So let's do this and see how it continues. Hey there, friend. Are you ready to build a little home for some adorable animals? Build a little home for animals. We'll take care of getting this pasture nice and ready for you. Just breathe in the fresh air and relax, okay? I'm not gonna ask why they're cutting down trees now. They could have just done that themselves for the log cabin, but whatever. Guess I need to do something. Oh, that looks so beautiful. I just really, really, really enjoy how they've sort of nestled it into nature. Like, it really, really looks as if we're just now sort of cultivating the land, right? We just arrived on the island and, you know, starting to do stuff here. I really wonder how much this is going to expand eventually. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. We've built a nice little pasture here, but as you've undoubtedly noticed, we've got no animals to put in it. That's why I've prepared some small nets for you here, which will let you catch smaller critters. A word of advice, be gentle with the animals out there, and they'll treat you the same in return. Before you go, if you have any questions concerning the pasture, I'm always here to answer them. If you learned one thing during my brief time in this world, it's that you should never be embarrassed to ask questions, friend. Never. It depends on the question. You can now capture animals by using the capture mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode selection of the ISle's index. The makeshift net recipe has been added to the Sanctuary crafting log. Use this restraint to capture small animals. Oh, okay, so you need to craft those again if you want to use them multiple times, I suppose. Capturing animals. Using handmade restraints, you can catch wild animals on your island to domesticate them. To attempt to capture a creature, enable capture mode from the ISle's index and select the type of restraint you wish to use. While all restraints are single-use items, they differ in regards to what type of animal they can catch. Animals can only be captured by using the appropriate restraints. Makes sense? So we're going into capture and then select makeshift net. A crude net made by attaching elastic vines to a branch of fleeting sturdiness. Breaks after a single use due to its frail construction. I mean, a net like this, can it actually capture one of those ape-like animals that I saw? Or... because it kind of feels like it would struggle with bigger animals. Why is this so frickin' cozy? Can't believe just how cozy they've made this. I mean, I get that that's the point, but I don't know, something about this is just especially cozy. Like, way cozier than I thought it would be. Oh, look at this! The fireflies. You know, I could just stay here and look at this all day, right? Right, can I use the net to capture a sheep? Because they look really cute. Let's see if that works. Lost lamb. Guess it does. Whoop! Ha! Lost lamb. Ornery caracal. Let's grab this guy as well. Oh, okay. I guess that's probably a maybe like a rarer one or something? So that now shows up here, right? Somewhere? Maybe? Yeah, after this I'm definitely gonna stop for today. Though, technically it wasn't even that long of a stream. I mean, I've definitely streamed way longer when Endwalker released. I did have a little bit less sleep than I wanted to, though. Let's see. It's been about 10.5 hours. Then again, I didn't really take any bigger breaks or something, so... But yeah, gonna be a bunch more stuff tomorrow, obviously. Mainly the main story. As much as I enjoy Island Sanctuary and just want to stay here for like hours on end, I also do want to do the main story. Mainly to be able to do expert roulettes and, you know, all that neat stuff. Especially the extreme trial. Because I don't have that much time, right? So I kind of want to try to clear it tomorrow, potentially. Would be cool if I can do that. Oh, there they are! Cute little ones. Hello, my friends. Excellent work there, friend. Just excellent. The paste just really come to life. Here, take this. It's some feed I prepared myself. I want you to have it. Try offering it to an animal in the pasture. You can now feed animals by using the feed mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode selection. Serving us off island sweet feed. Feed. Oh, wait. Guide. Pasture. Introduction. Aw, that looks cute. The animals you capture on your island will be sent to live in the pasture. It kind of reminds me of Pokemon in a little way, right? By taking good care of your animals, you can collect materials from them, which may be used in a variety of ways. Feeding animals. You can interact with animals grazing in the pasture in various ways, including feeding them. To begin, enable feed mode from the Isle Keeper's Index, then approach an animal in the pasture equipped with a feed item of your choice to give it the tasty treat it deserves. Feeding an animal will improve its mood and sate its appetite. Feed. There are 3 different types of animal feed available: Island Sweet Feed, Green Feed, and Premium Island Green Feed. Each feed can be crafted via the Sanctuary crafting log, and both types of green feed require produce yielded from the cropland. Okay. Animals have the following 4 stages of appetite: stuffed, satisfied, hungry, and oh no, that sounds really bad! Starving? The fuck? An animal appetite increases with time, and its mood worsens in parallel. Any type of feed can satiate an animal until it is stuffed, and animals cannot be fed if it's already stuffed. Mood. Animals have the following 5 moods: hostile, unhappy, content, chipper, and gleeful. When an animal is starving, its mood will become hostile. Nourish animals in your care with food to improve their mood, and you may gather more leavings, among other boons, in return. Unlike appetite, an animal's mood is affected by the type of feed given to it. Island Sweet Feed improves an animal's mood by 1 level, can improve the mood up to content. Green Feed improves an animal's mood by 2 levels and improves the mood up to chipper. And a Premium Feed by 2 levels and improves the mood up to gleeful. Speak with the creature comforter near the pasture to access the pasture management menu. On the pasture management menu, each animal's current condition will be displayed under mood and food, the following icons. Releasing animals. You may release animals from the pasture if you wish to return them to their natural habitat. To do this, speak to the creature comforter to access the pasture management menu. After selecting the animal you wish to part with, choose the release subcommand. Please note that you cannot recover specific animals after they have been released. Nicknames! You may change the names of animals in your pasture. To do this, speak to the creature comforter to access the pasture management menu. After selecting the animal you wish to name, choose the Change Nickname subcommand and follow the on-screen prompts. Oh, that's so cool. Let's feed them first, right? Oh, Yep. Pleasantly stuffed. Oh, let me double check with this guy. So how are my crops looking? Review status of crops. Water growth seed. It doesn't tell you how long that takes, though. It's interesting. Oh, wait. What if I do small talk? What the hell does that do? Say, do you ever feel like you're being watched? I can't seem to shake the sensation lately. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm in need of a recalibration. What the fuck? Well, I mean, there's somebody standing right across from you, but... You did it! I'm proud of you. When an animal has been fed and looked after by its master, it will feel loved. And when an animal feels loved, it leaves a little something born from pure happiness. Leavings, I call it. Kinda sounds like they're pooing, but okay. Enable the gather mode from the Islekeep's index to collect leavings from animals in the pasture. You can now interact with animals inside the pasture by using the pet and beckon modes. Oh, the island sweet feed recipe has been added to the sanctuary crafting log. Made from apples found in the island sanctuary, this feed will fill an animal's stomach but only slightly improve its mood due to its high sugar content. The island green feed and premium island green feed recipes have been added to the sanctuary crafting log. Made from vegetables grown in your very own cropland. These feeds will not only fill an animal's stomach, but noticeably improve its mood. Vision realized! Rank 3. The pasture. Collecting leavings. Gather mode allows you to collect materials shed by the animals in your custody. Enable gather mode from the Islekeep's index and select the animal whose leavings you wish to collect. Leavings may be collected once a day, okay, from each animal. Animal's mood affects the type and amount of leavings it produces. Petting animals! Enable pet mode from the Islekeep's index and select the animal you wish to engage with. While your soul may experience rejuvenation from petting happy animals, this has no practical effect on gameplay. Ah, that's such a cool tutorial. That's awesome. That's just awesome, right? So they're literally saying, hey, by the way, we put in petting the animals, but it doesn't do anything. It's just for your own, happiness. That's just so cool. Beckoning animals. Enable beckon mode from the Islekeep's index and select the animal you wish to call over. Once an animal reaches your current location, it will remain in that general vicinity. So that's if, I guess, you don't necessarily want to move. Let's pet them. Oh, no, before I do that, though. Status of animals. Lost them. Change nickname. Alright. How are we gonna name the lambs that I collected? This is gonna be difficult. I can already see that. A lost lamb. What's a good name for a lamb? Let's go with Otto. I know that's a German name, but I like it. This one's called Otto. The name Otto. Otto will be applied. Yeah, and the other one is going to be called... I wanted to go with Brian, but that... No. As you can see, that's quite difficult to decide. What could I go with? Let's maybe take a female name. Lizzie? Should I call it Fizzy after the character of my friend? Leia, maybe? Leia? Lily. Let's go with Lily. I really like Lily. Otto and Lily. Perfect. Now I can pet them. Hello. That's awesome. If I go into gather mode, I guess they would, they probably have something for me tomorrow, right? Or was it a different mode that I needed to select? Oh, there's already, what is sanctuary settings? Permit the following entry, friends, free company members, party members, yeah, that's fine. So what a call, backing capture, feed. No? I know. 1 second. Okay, let me speak to the felicitous furball one more time. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna call it here. This has been pretty great already, though. I already adore this feature. Oh yeah, does this say anything else now? Oh, wait. What? In order to... okay. So I need a higher rank still. You finished with the paster already. Very good, very good. Let's see, perhaps next you can find a use for all the materials you'll be getting from the animals in Cropland. We could make a workshop and craft, Isleworks Handicrafts. That's a fine name as any. Lest you worry, you need not concern yourself with the crafting. Nay, I'll make my subordinates do it. I enjoy watching them suffer. We're awfully pressed for space as it is, so we'll need to clear away the trees around here in order to build a workshop. For all matters concerning the wanton destruction of plant life and vegetation, the pathological pathfinders are the members for the job. The hideaway may now be expanded. Speak with pathological pathfinder. Mark 1 to get started. Okay. Sure. Okay, so that's gonna be over there. Yeah, before I do that, because I feel like we'll probably have to gather a bunch more materials in order to actually do anything with that. Let's just go back down to the beach, enjoy the sun that's coming up. Man, this looks... why does this look so insanely beautiful? The fuck? Like, look at this. How much more perfect could this be? Honestly. Yeah. That's a perfect look. Anyways. This is gonna be, or this has been pretty incredible. I enjoy everything about this currently. I enjoy everything about everything that we did here. And there's gonna be a bunch more of this tomorrow, obviously. Now let me just take one quick look at the stuff that I still need to do. I need to do so much. Holy fuck. Just write down, Alright, so one of the main things that I'm going to do tomorrow is obviously the main story, which will unlock the new dungeon, and I guess also the new trial, though I'm not entirely sure on that, but I think it does. I have absolutely no idea what the trial is going to be, but I'm very much looking forward to finding out what it is. But yeah, that's going to be the stuff for tomorrow, and then I think I'm probably going to try to maybe deal with the extreme trial as well. And yeah, kill that, potentially. Because that will hopefully... well, I need to do it anyway, right? Because I need to grab the weapon for Savage next week, I suppose. I don't necessarily need it. I could go with a crafted one, but yeah, it probably makes a lot of sense to just have that out of the way. So it's going to be main story tomorrow, but then afterwards, once I'm done with that and potentially get the clear, and also on Thursday, obviously, um, it's going to be a bunch more of whatever, right? I'm definitely looking forward to doing more of the Island Sanctuary stuff. I will probably dabble a little bit of PvP, potentially farm the Extreme Trial a little bit more if I have to, and, well, I need to craft a bunch, right? I need to grab my, um, well, first of all, I need to improve my crafted gear before I can even craft the new stuff. And then second of all, I can then hopefully craft the new gear. To have that for Savage next week. Right. Cool. That's, it's gonna be great. It is absolutely gonna be great. Having said that, that's it for today. The rate was incredible. It's always a ton of fun going through that on the first day. It wasn't as chaotic as some of them were when they launched. I mean, it's always, that's why I really enjoy the Alliance raids, right? Because they're generally more chaotic when you do them for the first time. So they're always really fun on launch day. But in general, it's just nice to have people in the raids that are also doing the stuff for the first time, obviously. So I always enjoy doing that on launch day. As I said, though, main story tomorrow, and then I'm just going to do whatever, right, in preparation for Savage next week. That's going to be my main goal for the time being, but obviously on the side, I will always enjoy coming into Island Sanctuary, dealing with this, doing a bunch of dailies, crafting, and all that neat stuff. There's still a bunch of things to be done. Also, I personally have to say, as much as it might suck for the World First Raiders, I very much enjoy that they delay Savage by a week. I really enjoy that. I think it's a great idea. The only real concern that I have is that maybe things are going to be data mined. But we'll see how that works out. And technically, maybe in the future, they'll, implement more measures to prevent that, if that even happens. Anyways, that being said, it's been a ton of fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Stream will start a bit later, though. Not as late as today, but definitely later than usual, because I still need to do a bunch of other stuff as well, and then also, I also need to sleep at some point, right? And it's already later than I wanted it to be. But yeah, gonna be it for now. It's been a ton of fun. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Hopefully you're enjoying the new patch as well, or enjoying whatever else you might be playing. And I'll see you on the next one. Until then, have a good one. Bye.